Hey guys, welcome back to Themis and Thoth. Let's just start by saying this, right? I know it is hard being Black and coming out and saying you're upset by what happened because you're gaslit into believing that this is just a quote unquote preference and everyone is allowed to have their preferences. No, a Black man who sits on the internet, Beyonce's internet, and says something like they don't date Black women as a blanket statement and then call them derogatory names, no, they deserve to be dragged. They deserve to be dragged, even if you look at Fresh, because he's definitely not fit, right? If you look at him and you think, I would not be attracted to him, so I shouldn't care. No, it's fine that you cared, even if you're not attracted to him. What he did exemplify the fact that he has a colonized mindset, as Dean would put it, but that he has been dominated and he accepts the dominance of other people. And that's how I'm going to start today, because that's where we're going to go. And for people who are saying, don't talk about this, I get that for them, like for Harriet, Kimberly points out, all publicity to them is good publicity. That's fine. Keep your publicity. I will give you more publicity, but you're going to get dragged, not just by me, but everyone else. If this is the brand you want, then here you go. Have this brand. Grab your drink. I have a ton of drinks because we have a ton of video to go through. I have Red Bull, I have wine, and I have water. So let's do it. Yeah. Hey, it's actually an exclusion, not a preference. We're going to get into this. Got my drag juice. No, I think we have to talk because they actually came back to clarify some of what they were talking about. Nothing was clarified at all. They just seemed worse. And I think this might be what I call the Chris Brown effect, right? Where something really bad happens, and because something bad happens and you don't think that you can come back from it, you just lean into it and you just become as horrible as you can be, and you take on the persona of whatever it is that people are criticizing you for. And that's what I call the Chris Brown effect. Now, obviously, Chris Brown's career never got back to where it was because people were comparing him to Michael Jackson at one point. Then the Rihanna incident happened, and then he just leaned into the quote unquote bad boy image instead of trying to clean it up. And I think what is happening here is that Fresh and Fit, they're leaning into this image that they don't care and they say what they mean and all of that stuff. But I like that they're talking. I like that they're talking for a lot of reasons. The first of which is we, the general public, we get to see it firsthand. We get to analyze the kind of behaviors, and not just them, right? But the audience and the way people react to it and what people are saying. I know that for a lot of people watching, it is hard. It is definitely hard because what's happening is the image of Black women have been dragged through the media intentionally by all kinds of people. And it's frustrating when Black men become the center of promoting a negative image and negative stereotypes of Black women in order to make money. And let's be clear. Well, pause. Let's do the welcomes. I'm actually very annoyed by this. So let's step back a little bit. Let's do some warm up, do some welcomes, talk about some random topics that came about today, and then get into that. All right. Where should I start? Let's do some welcome. Indigo Moon, welcome. Erica, welcome. Yogo, Sober Bobo. I'm trying to get as Yazzie, PTY, PYT rather. Gwen, Dollface, L is here. Cross, welcome to everyone. I truly appreciate that you're here. I want to make a kind of apology because when I talked about the adultification of young girls last, well, it was a couple days ago actually. I was kind of upset, not with anyone, but with the fact that I don't think people who, quote unquote, should hear this message, that they were actually hearing the message. So I talked about being frustrated a little, that I wished that the people who are engaging in the behavior, the adultification of young girls, that they were here to converse and for us to explain why it's wrong and all of that stuff, right? And they weren't here. But what I was told after, right? Thankfully, Deanne was on, LB was on, so many other people were on to tell me that no, there are people in the chat who were learning things, who now understand to a better degree what it means to engage in the adultification of young girls, and young Black girls in particular. And so I now feel better, and I wanted to extend a sort of apology to you guys for dismissing the potential impact that the platform could have. So I want to say thank you all for reminding me of why we are here and why we are talking like this. But I also want to apologize for sort of dismissing the fact that so many of you are here to engage meaningfully. And if the people who need to hear this aren't here, that's fine. There are other people here that are learning. So I appreciate that. I'm going to say Omu, but if I said that incorrectly, when I drop the link, please come on and correct me on how to pronounce your name properly. Welcome to the membership. I truly appreciate you guys being here. I wish I could have possessed Asian Doll's body and spoke for her. Oh, right. I wish they. We'll get to that. I know that adultification is geared towards men, but we women are too. We are socialized this way. Yeah, yeah. All right. Let's continue to warm up because I feel a drag coming on and I don't want to start. I don't want to start on that note. So if you know me, you know I don't. Let's say it's not that I don't like Joe Biden, it's that I think Joe Biden is not a likable person, right? And because of that, I have very strong opinions on him. Strong opinions that I share with you guys, that I share with my family, that I share with my friends. And a lot of people don't appreciate that I share my opinions about Joe Biden. And today I did share some more opinion about Joe Biden. So let me pull up one comment in particular, right? So I posted this literally today, and what's the difference? In my mind, there is. There is a difference. That's funny. So I posted this, but let's look at one particular comment that I find quite interesting. So this person had the audacity. I don't know. I think I'm going to assume that they're just trolling. So they go. So Trump would have been better. What are you trying to do? Capitalize on Black women who mindlessly jump ship to a party that openly despise them, which is the Republican Party, I'm assuming. This is not analysis. This is QAnon level of knowledge and discernment. I do understand that bird brains are easier to cater to, but you seemed a bit better than that. All right. So I checked. This person has never commented on my channel before, but they claimed that I was better than this because I posted this highlighting things that Joe Biden in fact did. There is literally no allegedly at all that is required here. All of this is verifiable. Then he also opposed busing in the 1970s. Like, and then I made a comment that I am not a fan of Trump, right? because apparently I have to do that when I'm criticizing one party because everyone gets upset, right? Look, you're going to have your political views. You're going to have that which you believe, and I'm going to respect it from afar. What you're not going to do is tell me how to feel about things that are actually being done. So that attack, not just on me, but on the audience, no, sir or ma'am, I don't know who you are. Regardless of who it is that you don't have that right. So I think it's quite interesting that you would post something like that, because you literally come back, like, you didn't even push back against what I said at all. You literally just said nothing. You asked if Trump was better, but it is fine. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out as a sort of warm up. Now, let's continue. I'm actually not, I wasn't going to talk about this, but let me pull this up real quickly because I think I shouldn't say funny because people are going to say, oh, you're enjoying people's pain. I'm really not enjoying anyone's pain, but Tristan Thompson made a public post apologizing to Khloe. Girl, I don't care who he was with. I don't care about a baby. I don't care about any of it. All I care about is the fact that there are people actually online crying about, oh my God, how could this happen? He seemed like he changed. And I'm sitting there like, at what point, at what version of, should I do it? No, I shouldn't drink. At what version of Khloe did you think Tristan changed? Look, I look, Khloe. I don't. The way y'all drag Jordan, the way y'all drag Jordan, and then took him back, and then he come out and apologized for having a child with you. This is pretty wrong, by the way. And if anyone want to make, I will say this: if you want to clip that portion of me saying that and make fun of me and say I'm a horrible person, please do. That was actually quite bad, and it is what it is. Let me leave Khloe alone. I don't have much love for Khloe. The KKK. The KKK gang has been culture vultures for a while. Not just black culture, but even Japanese culture, right? And as their name suggests, I do not trust them. 3K, triple Ks. I think it is important that I put this out there that it is not okay to judge people based on anything. I am very much pro plastic surgery, like completely pro it. A lot of my friends have it actually. So that I don't think they would like me saying that. So I'm all for it. This is not a shaming tactic. It's just when you see someone stumbling over themselves, and pretending like they're better than everyone else around them, it's a very specific thing that comes to mind when things like this happens, and when you demonize other women for quote taking your man and making your man cheat, and then you keep taking the same man back, and it's like, well, maybe you should address the man and not everyone else. But it is what it is. What it is. Let's continue. Let's move on because I feel like I'm going to get in trouble if I keep on this topic. Um, Oh, Kanye West is dating someone else. Someone said, I don't care about Kanye. Like, I'm not talking about that. I mean, I think the one interesting part about it, the lady he's dating has a tendency to go off on social media. So I find it interesting that they both are kind of toxic in a way. So I guess social media will have a lot of fun for a while. All right. So let's get to what we are here for. I know why I find this so funny, but I'm not gonna talk about why I find this so funny. I feel like that I'm not. I haven't drunk enough for that yet, but I promise I'll get there. I promise I will get there. Mm. All right, so let's do it. Fresh and fit. I am not going to talk about the Asian doll incident. The reason I'm not going to talk about the Asian doll incident is a couple of things. I I don't agree with them in the way that they spoke to Asian doll. I don't agree with them in the way that they spoke to the other girls on the show. But I will say it is their show, right? It is their podcast. They invite people to come on the podcast. They are known, they are notorious in my mind for kicking people off their podcast. I don't blame the victims at all. But I do consider the kinds of women that they continuously decide to bring on their podcast. And I try to think about why it is. And it is what sells in our world, right? It is what sells. And so that's what they're doing. And they're doing the dramatics and they're doing all of this because it's what sells. And unfortunately, Asian Doll, I do believe she was trying to stand up for another Black woman, right? A Black woman that as soon as that person came on the screen, the chat lit up. If you go back and watch it, all these men in the chat were talking about how ugly she is. What is that? They just went off on this woman, right? And I don't understand why people frequent spaces that aren't safe for them. Like not physically safe because people pulled out a gun on there, apparently, but it's also not safe mentally for them, right? I'm reminded when Fresh or Fit girl, I don't know, the Tweedledee and Tweedledum, like I don't care. One of them talked about how one of the Black girls there was soft spoken and calm for a Black girl. And he talks about the sort of stereotypes of a Black woman. And he was surprised that a Black woman showed up and didn't exemplify the kinds of stereotypes that he perceived Black women to have. Now, mind you, this is a Black man. And I think it's interesting from a lot of different perspectives. So what we're going to do first is we're going to watch the clips that were cut out from the Shade Room, and then we're going to go into the longer clip. And we're going to stop, pause, and actually talk through some of this stuff because this is not a preference. Self-hate is not a preference, right? And we're going to get into, there's a ton of writing on this actually. And if you care to understand where the idea of being attracted to a man who is tall comes from, you can talk about that, right? We're going to talk about this. It's interesting because even if you talk about women's ability and need to find men who are a specific way, even if you trace that back to being toxic, evolutionary biologists would agree with some of the requirements that women are looking for. Not to say it's good or it's bad. Even if you're saying, okay, it is still toxic in contemporary world, I don't mind that. But what people tend to not do, right? When you call someone out on their preference for a skin tone, what they tend to not do is they tend to not go backwards, right? And do the kind of self analysis that is required to get them to the conclusion that even saying as a Black man, and I'll talk about intraracial dating in a moment, but as a Black man saying, I don't date Black women, or I don't prefer to date Black women, I prefer white women, you have been colonized, you have been dominated, and you have accepted your subjugation. That is just plain and simple. Most people date and prefer to date intraculturally, right? Now, this has changed within the Black community for a lot of different people, right? even though majority of black men marry black women, not a lot of black men get married anyways. But when we think about this, right, we have to accept that the shift in the black culture might be due to slavery and colonization. That might be the case. And we'll talk about why. The Moors is the caveat that needs to be added, which we will talk about in depth momentarily. But if you don't accept that it is a colonized mindset that would have you, right, prioritize a group of people over that which is considered to be your own, or to exclude a group of people, that is a problem. That is a problem. And for you to say it so overtly and confidently on a public platform further, for me, exemplify you have no social awareness. It is not a joke. And I give permission to everyone who feels like this is sad and you want to talk about it, to talk about it. Don't be gaslit into thinking, oh my God, it's because you have low self-esteem. No, it's not. It's not. And I heard this YouTuber actually say this yesterday. They were like, if he had said, if he had said, I don't date white women, no one would care. That is not true. I have posted I reposted on my Instagram something about black women and beauty and melanin and whatever it was that I posted. I don't remember. And I remember some people that I went to law school with who were white found it necessary to come into my DMs to let me know that white women are beautiful too. I never said anything about white women at all, but they were triggered. A lot of athletes posted black women are queen, and if you saw the comments under there were a lot of people, white people, being upset that this man was praising black women and not white women, right? This is not to say white women are insecure and black women aren't insecure. I don't care, right? It doesn't matter. What I am saying is everyone do have feelings and they engage this way. So when you're saying the only reason black women are upset is because they're insecure, no, it's not that. It is not that. It is, and you know it's not that because most black women who are upset about this would not date the man who said it. Because no one wants Fresh. Like, a lot of people who look at Fresh is doing so because he probably have money and quote unquote clout now. But look, can we talk? So I'm gonna respond to this comment. Someone said divest, right? Most black women do not actually want to divest. The divestment group is very small. The swelling group is very small. In fact, the reason why people, quote unquote, divest or talking about opening their options is not because they don't like black men or do not prefer to be with black men sexually, or because they're completely, well, some of them are completely excluding black men. The question for that is why? Why are people doing that? I mean, one of the problems with the divestment community, and a black guy talked about this, he was like, I don't like that I feel like I'm a placeholder because your man couldn't get your stuff together. So even the mixed messaging coming out and surrounding that is actually quite important. And if you are going to narrow cast, by the way, let me just say, this is not the night to be Mahogany Pink was like twerking in the chat. That's what she said people were doing. This is not the night to be twerking in the chat. We are here. I have all night, right? I woke up at 5 o'clock, did all my work, and I got ready for tonight. So I can go piece by piece for every single comment because I have time today. So if this is what you want to do, please know I'm reading the chat as I talk because we will be calling people out. Do not equate the two. They do not equate the two. All right. And someone said the real divestors are quiet. Yeah. There's a lot of us who have like non-black guys since we were teens. Yeah, no, I do agree that. And I feel like a lot of black white people who react negatively to black women coming is saying that, well, I don't know if it's a lot, but some of them who are speaking out is saying, well, I don't like feeling like second best because this person is not getting what they want in their community, right? So some people are saying that, but I do. It's hard not to see whiteness in the media in the way that it's promoted as good, right? And that's part of the problem. The men who have accepted the quote unquote white standard of beauty, and it's nothing wrong to like white, like there's nothing wrong with liking white people and any kind of person, right? What I'm saying is, and this is fundamentally important, when you start excluding groups of people based on their race, particularly groups of people that you literally you look like them, that is a problem. I realize I'm talking and I haven't even played the video. I've never played the video. So let's reframe. Instead of dragging, we are going to look at this as a joke, because these two men should not be taken seriously. Oh, thank you, by the way. Who is it? Cerebral. I always jump randomly on your live stream, just an FYI. I think we should laugh. I got my drinks together because what I'm not going to do is have stress line over two men who can't put a sentence together between the two of them. That's what I'm not going to do. What I'm not going to do is have Fresh and Fit explain anything to me. Like, that's what we're not going to do. But what we are going to do is laugh. That's one. Two, what we're going to do is acknowledge that there are people in our community, unfortunately, that are like this. And because they are like this, we now have to remove ourselves from those spaces. And it's interesting because the woman, let's go back to the Asian doll thing. I am sorry for anyone here who does not know what I'm talking about. I'm about to go in there. I'm about to play it, but it's too much coming on my mind right now. But when we think about the Asian doll situation, the young lady that was on there that Asian doll was defending went back, and they sort of dog piled on her. I don't know if I can watch that portion of the video. I don't think I can watch that portion of the video. The reason I can't, it's just so hard to watch. It's so hard because you know there is a level of disdain for this woman. The chat was dragging her. She couldn't get her thoughts together. And it just, I wished she hadn't gone back. That's what I wish. I wish she hadn't gone back. Anyway, let's go to the small clips and then we get to the big clip from the Shade Room.
It's funny, I never used that one, bro.
What about the black dating app called Black?
Oh, it's funny, I never used that one, bro. But hey, man.
I mean, hey, bro, if you want to date a bunch of Shaniquas, go for it, man.
LaQuisha.
Yeah, like me and Fresh aren't really down with the brown like that.
Man.
We ain't night riders.
Nah,
so
bro, I'm good.
Sometimes if they're red bone, but like in general, me and Fresh don't dabble in the dark, if you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
Okay, so last one, guys. When it comes to dating, and
all right, so they come back and they're gonna clear it up. Now, no one asked them who they dated at all. They asked them about an app, and you could have just said, "No, I don't know the app." But you took it further to calling names and talk about dabbling in the dark and all of that stuff, right? So you went out of your way to insult someone. All right, pause. Let's pause. I reposted something from Yanni, and there's a ton of people, including Kimberly, that I kind of disagree with on one very on one very specific note. I'm going to explain why I disagree with this, but I don't mind if it actually happens. But before I do, let's also hear their quote-unquote defense, and I'll play more of their defense in a moment.
Your personal preferences.
It's
No
an
one
issue.
bats an eye when women say, I want a man that's 6 feet tall, makes a certain amount of money, blah, blah, blah. Those are considered preferences. But if I say, hey, man, I don't date black girls like that. Oh, God.
You hate black women.
How dare you?
You know what I'm saying? It's
Right.
ridiculous.
My mom's black. Your mom's black.
Yeah.
My sister's black. Like, bro, we just have a preference.
If we hated black women, would we bring African American women and black women on the show?
Okay, but
all the time.
the question.
Let me finish.
Okay.
We would
please.
not if we had an issue with them. Our dating preferences are our preferences. Just like you have the prerogative as a woman to date a man that makes a certain amount of money, a height, income, whatever it is, no one bats an eye. We are free to choose who we want to hook up with and date. Like, what the hell? Like, there's nothing wrong with having preferences. When it comes,
I mean, you actually aren't free to date who you want, right? And the reason you're not free is because you have accepted a very Anglo sort of Eurocentric ideal around beauty and who is worthy of being taken care of and being with you. Now, I would say, but that's fine. It's not actually fine, right? There is a difference between that which is your preference and also whatever it is that you did when you call people names and you literally shamed people for the color of their skin. Those are two different things. Now, you rightfully are getting dragged. Yeah, someone said, true. Honestly, this is boring only because we know they're idiots. Yeah, I think it's funny. And I hope it doesn't actually cause anyone to lose any sleep at night because, girl, absolutely not. So you attacked a group of people who did nothing to you. That is one thing. The second thing is this idea that you boil it down to your preference is not okay. And you compared it to you women wanting men who have money, for example. There is utility in money in a capitalistic society. There is utility in having someone who can financially provide for you. You can call it shallow, you can call them gold diggers, you can call them whatever you want, and some women will stand in it. So that's fine, right? So that's fine. But what is the utility behind skin color? Tell me. Like, you can sit with someone who has a preference of someone who is physically fit, right? And they'll explain to you reasons behind that. They'll explain to you why it is that they want someone who is tall. They'll even explain to you why they want someone who is beautiful. People have preferences and they can explain it. Explain to me why someone's skin tone. Now, if you say, I will only date a black person as a black person, people can have problems with it if they want, but that you can explain that. You can talk about the convivial atmosphere in your community. You can talk about all kinds of things, right? If you're a white person, you say, you know what? I think I'll only date white people. Now, everyone will be like, oh, but people have done that, right? Most people don't come out, most functioning people who have something to lose generally, don't come out and make these statements because they're fundamentally flawed. Someone said tribalism. Yeah, there is. I'll explain some stuff in a minute. Themis, what did I say to get placed in timeout? I didn't put you in timeout. I didn't put you in timeout. Look, I did not put you in timeout. I don't know. I'll figure out. Moderators do not put Dean in timeout unless I explicitly tell you to put Dean in timeout. Dean only. I'm making an exception for Dean because I am very, very much prepared for a sort of messy night tonight. Like, I'm very prepared for a messy night. So to the extent that people are being messy, you can let them be. If they are being derogatory or mean-spirited, that you can don't even time them out. You can literally like block them. But don't do Dean. don't do Dean, because I'm ready for whatever Dean has to throw at me. Um, I didn't even know he was on timeout. Oh yeah, me either. I was like, where is he? Themes with the mess. All right, so let's do Kimberly. So after that video went up, Kimberly did a video. She did a longer video, but I'm only playing a small portion of her video. Let's see what Dean said. It's okay. I just want to know so I don't do it again. I don't know why you were putting time on. Demas, how do I become a member again? I got removed because I lost my credit card and I have a new one now. Can one of the moderators drop the membership link? If you're on the YouTube, you can, if you're on the computer, you can click the thing at the bottom. And for anyone who wants to be a member, there's still funds left in the membership fund, so you can email me and I will add you to that. Anywho, back to this. Oh, thank you, by the way. Helena. Gwen, thank you so much. I'm using a phone. If one of the moderators can you drop the membership video, the membership link, please? Thank you. All right.
Do you have to go full tilt? Fuck the Shaniquas and the Lakeishas and I don't play in the dark and black girls are mean and they're not fun because it's profitable. So the only option is to deplatform them. That is the only solution. That would require social media platforms to embrace that kind of rhetoric is not just, oh, boys being boys. That kind of rhetoric is actually hate speech. Because we've seen over the past year or so, YouTube in particular get very serious about trying to crack down on hate speech because it's radicalizing people. But there really needs to be some consideration given to how that kind of hate speech that is directed toward Black women is radicalizing Black men. It's not nothing. I'm not sure what we need to do, petition, report, like something. That's the only way out. Why do you have to go full tilt?
So, a couple of things, right? Someone said, I love your spirit, Themis. Thank you. Let me get back in my good spirit. All right. Deplatform them right now. It is hate speech. All right. So, hate speech is not necessarily a legal term of art. This is part of the boring stuff. So you guys can go get your drink right now if you don't want to hear this part. But it is an exception, right? So when we think about freedom of speech in the context of the government, there is a sort of carve out that can be regulated. So hate speech, for example, profanity and things, not profanity is actually protected, but obscenity and things like that can actually be regulated. But I understand that most people aren't talking about the government involvement and trying to make YouTube and social media a sort of semi-public forum or a limited public forum that could be regulated by the government. I know, or I hope, someone said you're not boring. I hope that wasn't what is being called for. Sort of like, from a legal standpoint, I would be very annoyed at such a suggestion right now, right? Okay, fine. That's great. But what we're saying now is, should YouTube get involved? Short answer, yes. However, should they be deplatformed? This is way more complicated. Now, Kimberly's assertion here is that the comments online, they're ultimately radicalizing Black men in real life, and they're acting out some of the things that are being said online, right? And they're reacting to some of these things that are said online, and there's a lack of empathy, and then people are engaging in a way that is harmful to Black women. If the studies were to find that this is in fact what is happening, because I think there's an argument that prior to social media, the message wasn't as openly discussed, right? The problems weren't as openly discussed, but whether or not it's actually influencing people to act in this way, I think we have to be, and this is one thing that I will caution. I think we have to be very clear about the conclusions that we are coming to about what is motivating people to act. I think that is important, right? I think that is important. Now, should they be deplatformed for this by YouTube because it is hate speech? All right. To do this, right? To do this, you would have to say the names he called Black women is derogatory in some way, and I don't dabble in the dark is also derogatory, right? If you're saying this, well, you won't say that because those were actual names, right? So it is not the actual name that is derogatory. It is the context in which he's using the name. I know this might sound like far-fetched, but I don't like even saying slippery slope because I don't like the logical fallacies that comes with that. But it is a slippery slope. The point at which we start pause. They should be punished by YouTube. They should be called to explain themselves, right? But I do think that we need to focus on things that are causing more harm, right? And to the extent we get to this point, at what point do we stop? Some of our favorite content creators would be deplatformed. I am not saying what they're doing is right. I'm actually saying they should be reported. I reposted Yanni's post because the spirit of what she's doing, I am completely for. I think they should be reported. I think YouTube should step in. I think they should crack down on the kinds of language that we are willing to or able to use when it comes to minorities, for example. I think that is important. I do. But I am very much, and let me be clear again, I think they should be punished. I think they should be called in to explain themselves in just the way they had to explain when they were trying to copyright strike everyone. And YouTube said, absolutely not. You're not going to do this. You're going to have to explain yourself, right? I think they should be stopped, but I don't think that it is incumbent on YouTube to tell them that they cannot speak about Black womanhood. And here's why. It is super important that we actually hear some of this stuff. If you had told me 5 years ago that there were men were going to have large platforms online speaking this way, if you were going to tell me this, if you had told me this, I would have said you're lying. I could not have predicted the way in which we have decided to harm through, and there is a level of sort of mental anguish that comes with it. So when I say harm, I'm talking about the psychological aspect of harm, right? And actually, if Kim is to be believed, actual physical violence that have been that this has caused, right? So I recognize that. And if you had told me this was going to happen, I would have said you're lying. I didn't realize how bad it was, the kind of barbershop talks. I didn't realize how bad those were. I didn't realize that people would feel so comfortable to come on YouTube and say something like Black women are the least attractive group of women in the world, right? And lend their voice to racist ideologies around the feminazi sequence, right? About how the golden ratio is somehow okay, and that is a standard of beauty that we need to ascribe to, right? Like, I did not know that we would get to the point where people would feel this comfortable speaking poorly about women from which they came. Like, you could not have told me that was going to happen. Let's go to these videos, because Fresh and Fit did not help themselves. Before I do that, I actually want this to be way more interactive. So I'm going to come to the comments and do a little bit of response before I move on. Let's see. It's all out assault on Black women's image. And it's funny because even we once had white supremacy to blame, and some of us still blame white supremacy, right? Now, people who are white cannot actually come on and do this. They risk losing everything, thankfully, right? If they said half the things some of these men are saying, right? So we're taking on, let me not finish that statement. Sorry, I don't like cutting short, but let me not finish. At this point, it's getting dangerous the way hate is being directed to. Yeah, I mean, again, if Kim is to be believed, we literally have to do something. And I don't want to hear that, oh, it's just a handful of bad Black men or whatever. Like if it were, I will continue to say this, then the good ones need to come together and like, no, stop it. They are just part of the problem. FNF are only parroting talking points of other channels. Yeah. Just ignore them. They're struggling to stay relevant. They're disliked and people only care enough to galvanize Black women into putting another nail in their coffin. Yeah. I'm surprised they're not demonetized, honestly, because what advertiser would want to run the risk of being associated with the kind of content? Well, the thing is, what tends to happen is people say horrible things and then they come back and try to pretend like they're sorry and they've learned their lesson and they won't do it again. The thing is, the guy named Fresh doesn't have the let's just go there. Themis, I need you to explain the difference between Cynthia G and Fresh. Actually, Van, I'm gonna drop the link because I feel like for you, this no one else come on but Van, because at this point it feels like no one is actually listening to me. Dean better be saying hi to his colleague in the foolishness. This link is only for Van. Please, Van, come on and explain to me why you think I should explain the difference between Cynthia G and Fresh and Fit. I would like for you to explain what have I said now that triggered that response for you. And why is Cynthia G being brought up now after everything that I just explained about why it is that I do not think Fresh and Fit should be deplatformed? Please come up and explain that to me. Please come up and explain that to me. You have a couple seconds, but I would like for you to explain to me why you're equating the two. If my daughter was to find Cynthia G channel versus Fresh and Fit, I would rather her listen to Fresh and Fit. I mean, I would actually rather my daughter listen to Cynthia G, but I mean, that's me. Honestly, hopefully my daughter could listen to both and know who she is. No one needs to tell her who she is. I don't try to tell people who they are. So hopefully my daughter would know. But the difference is, it's not about my daughter that I'm worried, actually. It is not about my daughter that I'm worried. It is that people like Kimberly just pointed out, there are people who might be sort of galvanized, right? And they all sort of circle around the conversation coming out of the manosphere, and then they come out, right? And they start attacking people. Now, this is not proven by any research that I found, which is why I caution Kim for Harriet when she says something like that. But to the extent that I believe it, which I do, but there's a difference between I believe that the manosphere has a terrible impact on young men and it can cause a tremendous amount of violence. That is what I believe. That statement is very different than it actually does. because I don't have the research to back me up to say that it does. But because I believe it, I would be very afraid of a son, not a daughter, a son seeing the manosphere and listening to the manosphere than I would be if my daughter found Cynthia G and listened to it. Because my daughter hopefully can listen to both and know what to do. That is it. But since you're not going to call in, we've been waiting a long time, and you haven't called in. Now, for people in the chat saying Cynthia G's name, men, women, the men are doing it intentionally. The only reason Cynthia G got brought up, and I wish he had called in, was to do a whataboutism. It was to distract from the conversation that we are having right now, to point to a woman they believe is doing harm, right? And when they do that, the light moves from the fact that Fresh and Fit literally embarrassed themselves but attacked Black women. This continues to happen. Do not engage, even if you feel like defending Cynthia G. If you want to do that, do that. But I promise you, you doing that is redirecting the energy precisely the way that this person wanted you to divert the energy. I wanted him to come on here because I would have let him speak about whatever he had to say about Cynthia G. I then would have stopped him, and then we would have gone back to Fresh and Fit. Because what we're not going to do is do the whataboutism today. Because I don't care. As a grown man sitting here, we are talking about what we are doing. I don't care about what Cynthia G is doing. I actually don't. And to the extent it becomes harmful, I have stated multiple times where I disagree, why I disagree with both sides. I don't have time for the foolishness. So you can sit there or you can come on, but I guess you don't have to come on anymore because, well, we moved past it. All right, so let's watch the video together and then do it. By the way, here's what we're gonna do. Moderators, if someone said something in the chat and I call them up and they don't come up, you can time them out or block them. Because I have the energy tonight and I want to use that energy. And since everyone has so much to say and this is so easy and everyone literally is just like talking whatever, if you can comment it, you can come talk and you don't have to show your face. I'm not requiring that because I think a lot of people might have, you don't have to stand behind your words right now. I might change that in the future, but right now you get to hide. I just want to be able to talk back and forth because the whole distraction stuff is distracting. So let's do it, right? So moderators, you guys are here. If I call someone out based on something that they want to say, you have free range to do whatever. You have free range to block, timeout, whatever it is. And you can email me afterwards and let me know who you block so I will not unblock them. I like to talk with you. Dean, would you like to do that privately or on here? I mean, either way, it's fine. I'll talk with you. Let's go. So let's go to Fresh and Fit.
Just keeping it real. I don't really date Black girls. No, because like most Black girls like annoying, how to put this, ratchet, and they don't know how to like be reserved. You're like the complete opposite.
You are not the stereotype.
All right. So he said most Black girls are ratchet, this, that, whatever. But you are not. Let me just say that was not a compliment. I see Dean is on, so this is good. Let's start, Dean. Hey, you're on mute.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay, I want to make
sure. How are you?
I'm good. You know, it's okay if I did get timed out. I just want to make sure I don't, whatever I said, I don't do it again, or whatever I posted, I don't do it again. I'm not asking for special privileges.
No, you're fine. No. I'm not telling. That wasn't for special privilege. I didn't see what you said.
Yeah, but someone was like special needs dean or something like that. But so when it comes to this topic, and you know my stance when it comes to I know you don't like the term pro-black, but just to keep it simple on
I
being
don't like
pro-black.
the term. I like the term.
Oh, I thought that you okay, my bad. And you know, like sober Bobo, like just an example of my stance. Like I don't feel like I need to explain what I feel about being pro-black to someone who's non-black. So that's just kind of hard body how I am with it.
I remember that. Yeah.
So you know when I said when you're talking about divest and what these bozos are saying are not the same thing, I have questions.
All right. What was your question?
So maybe if you would, I'd be curious if you poll your audience if they have a different definition of what you're calling divestment. But
Right. So, but before we go on, let me just clarify something. So there is a divestment movement which includes Black women who want nothing to do with Black men. They're completely done, blah, blah, blah. All of that. There are some people who have emailed me continuously to correct me on this, right? There is also a divestment that came out of some of what the pink pill talked about, right? And this is about essentially going where you're celebrated and not shutting yourself off from dating everyone. People say that's not divestment, that is swirling. And so everyone has been sort of redefining what they mean. And some people are very militant about what divestment is. For me, I am not a divester. This is not a divestment channel, but I do accept that women, based on the research that I have done, that Black women will suffer in the world if they choose only to date Black men. This is not based on my feelings. It's just, one, there's way too many Black women compared to Black men. So the numbers just don't work out, right? Then when we talk about eligible Black men, we're talking about prison, education, employment, poverty, and this is not just Black men, just generally. So if you only choose Black men as a Black woman, your options are de minimis. And this gives people an emperor status that I don't think is healthy for any relationship. Okay, I'm done. Go ahead.
so, and I want to put this up front. I would lose no sleep whatsoever if Fresh and Fit were banished to the Shadow Realm. I personally, I don't know. I personally just love Black women. I love Black people, and I support other Black female content creators. So I really don't care for that type of language on both sides. Like I'm being consistent, so that's how you know I'm not duplicitous or talking out of both sides of my mouth.
All right.
So I want to make that clear.
All right.
So
But
okay.
your question to me is,
So how can you say that they're two different things? Because what you're doing is you're acknowledging the pain that some Black women are going through and saying, oh, every Black man I've met has been crap, or every Black man in my family is crap. And then you're ignoring the pain that, say, a Fresh and Fit went through because they were either too lame to get Black women. That's what people say. Oh, you're just too lame to get Black women, which I find interesting. I know that's not what you're saying. I know that's not
all
what
right, all right, good. I mean, he might have been too lame to get Black women, but that's not true because
Black women love nerds. Like you can just find your lane. But what I'm saying is you're ignoring Myron and Walter. You're ignoring their experience.
Nope, I'm not ignoring their experience because if they said no Black women wanted them, they would lie. That would be a lie. So they're not. I'm not. There's a difference between being rejected and being killed. There's a difference between being rejected and being abused. right? There is a difference between being rejected and literally having not enough black men around, right? So at some point, oh my God, I don't know why I got heightened. I apologize. I'm not, you have not, whatever. So I think we have to be honest about something, right? There is a group of people in our community that is running amok, right? I think we both agree on that.
We both know who's doing the crime. Yes.
All right. And so if Black women are realizing what is happening statistically, right? And Black women are creating platforms to say, and you might disagree with how they're saying it, right? But if they're saying this is what is happening, I don't think it is right to equate their pain that is statistically proven with an individual's pain that is not actually real, in the sense that it is real if you've been rejected and you feel bad, but that's a part of life. Almost everyone who lives has been experienced.
Statistically proven. So is that to say that more than 50% of Black men? And I don't want to. So I'm not going to go down that path, because then they're going to accuse me of changing the topic and not focusing on fresh and fit.
No, you're fine. I brought you up here, so it's fine. Like I have time. We have. Oh my God, we have 800 people in here. I don't know how.
You get the lights
thank
up.
you guys. But go ahead. No, I don't. Look, if I am wrong about something, I'm very clear about this. I've been very clear. I will let this channel die before I stay in ignorance. So if you think I'm wrong or inconsistent about
I think you're
something,
very wrong. I really think you're very wrong. And
right.
I understand how you can't see that.
Wait, no, but, all right. You have the floor with me. Explain to me what it is I'm wrong about.
So keeping it on Myron and Walter, those two guys have a. I'm not going to throw them in the group of the collective, which is like the popular thing to do. Those two guys have a lived experience, and their lived experience had led them to believe that Black women are loquacious or whatever. There's been another content creator similar to your name who I don't care for this guy. I really don't care for this guy. He called a 7-year-old Darquisha, 7-year-old cheerleader Darquisha, and I can't stand that guy. He's been anti-Black. I really just don't care for anti-Blackness, if you're noticing a theme here. And then the video surfaces up, and his whole channel gets nuked. Like, people start realizing, him for who he is. But I'm assuming he might have had a lived experience that led him to call that 7-year-old Darquisha.
Right, pause.
Okay.
All right. So you think I am dishonest? Not dishonest. You disagree with me because an individual's lived experience should give them the right to speak down about the Black community you say you love.
So what I'm saying is, you're not being consistent. I have no bones if both of them go. Like I say,
right,
divestors could go. They have my blessing.
Right. So you don't disagree with me or whatever. You think I'm being inconsistent.
You're being. That's. Thanks for the correction.
Do you not understand why it is that I will support my stance on, Black women should go where they want, versus me not supporting Black men speaking poorly of Black women?
Do Black women have agency?
Yes.
So you're actually, no, I don't understand. I'm being honest. I don't understand. I know that there's.
Stop.
Okay.
Wait, stop. Let's take a step back. What am I being inconsistent about?
You're acknowledging that some of these Black women that come to your channel or just are in this divestment space have a lived experience where they feel like Black men are bad, Black men are not worthy of being in a relationship with, and they should go and date white, non-Black men.
All right. So Black women lived experiences I am supporting, but I'm neglecting Black men's lived experiences. That's what you're saying.
Bingo. I'm just saying for consistency.
Oh yeah, I would never be consistent with that because one of them is predicated on research. One group, black men's lived experiences regarding quote unquote black women is not real so far as there is not data to support their assertions. I am not saying individually they could not have experienced what they experienced. I'm sure a lot of us do a lot of messed up stuff and experience a lot of messed up stuff. That is different. Right? Like, I am not going to say, okay, yeah, black women are loquacious. No. Statistically, black women are the most educated, and the name connotes what he's saying, ghetto and loud and blah, blah, blah. He
Famous.
explains this.
Statistically, most black men are not going to violate a woman.
No, that it's not most black men. It's 85% of black women have experienced some level of trauma. So even if it's not at the hands of black men.
That's not 85% of black men.
Yes, but they have experience like you. You don't have the same kind of research on the hands of black men, right? So black women's experiences are real and statistically proven. There is a distinction. If you're saying it's not all black men, the truth is we know it's not all black men. We don't know if it's most black men, but if you're saying it's just a minority of black men, then it's sad because
so
at what point do all the good black men come in and step up? Because for me, if we are not doing anything, and by we I just put myself in the quote unquote good black men, but I don't like doing that. If the good black men aren't stepping up, then you're complicit. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like, we cannot expect the experience of black women statistically, not anecdotally, statistically, to be typecast and pushed to the corner because it's quote, I don't know, the bad black men who are just so few and it's not a majority. Because I'm going to come back and say, okay, but they're experiencing the trauma, so we're the good black man.
So I agree with you on one stance. Okay.
Before you do that, do you understand why it's not inconsistent, quote unquote, for me to have the position that I have?
I understand your position, but is it okay that I disagree with your position?
No, you can disagree. So we talked about two things. We talk about disagreement, and then we talk about it being inconsistent. I need you to understand why it is not inconsistent. Then we can get to why you agree or disagree.
So you're saying it's not inconsistent because it's based on the data, because 85% of black women specifically are violated.
Yeah. And
right.
Last year we had every 6 hour black woman was killed. That's black femicide. So I in my mind, it's like very clear to me. And again, I am willing to change my mind. But at one hand, we have a research-backed kind of stance. On the other, we have people talking about their feelings and their experience, which fine, I can talk to you one-on-one, but you don't get the right to have a platform treating black women this way. By the way, let me address this. I know I saw the update to 5.5 hours. This is rounded up to 6 hours, but also the report from the FBI that I read that is the most statistically accurate one has 6 hours. I know this has been updated. Until I get a sort of governmental sort of update, it will stay at 6 hours for me, because I realize I'm getting attacked a lot. You guys don't see this, but a lot of people are saying that I am using the academic background that I have to misconstrue things. So I have to be precise now, which the 85, we'll talk about that another time when I need to update. But that's why I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I want to be as accurate as I can be, because I'm getting a ton of like academic pushback, not the little foolishness happening on YouTube, but like actual scholars are reaching out. And I think it's partly because they don't like this being on the forefront. But go ahead.
So I think not that I think what's been happening on these platforms is that they're leading to a solution based off of statistics. Black femicide's an issue. Like that's not even up for debate. but you're leading to conclusions and solutions that are not necessarily related. Like, for example, if I were to use a statistic and come to this conclusion that I shouldn't date black women, you'd say that's ridiculous.
Okay, no, you
And
will
and
not.
that's
Wait, stop. No, I have to stop you. I have never said black women should not date black men. I have never said that. I cannot back that up.
you haven't said it, but it's been said on the platform.
I've never said, nor have I agreed that black women should not date black men. I have
Well,
never done that.
you commenting on that 85% of black women are okay. I'll take what you're saying at face value and accept that that your intentions are pure there. But what I was leading to in terms of taking a statistic and coming up with the conclusion, if I were to say, oh, you should not have sex with a black woman because they're the leaders in STDs and venereal diseases, that would be buffoonery, right?
That would be buffoonery, I think, yes.
Yeah, so this is why I say what's been happening with this femicide statistic has been buffoonery. And that sounds harsh.
Wait, stop. What is happening with the femicide statistic?
To cloak divestment, to cloak the divestment behind this femicide statistic is wicked.
Sorry. So for this conversation, we're going to use divestment and twirling. And I'm going to say I am pro twirling in that the numbers just doesn't add up. Which one are you asking me to defend?
It's and now I feel like I got so far off the topic because so
no, I promise I remember the topic. I'm going to get back there. I promise I remember, but I need to.
It's wicked to use black femicide as a tool to say, black women, you need to go save yourself and date out. I find that extremely wicked.
All right. That is an opinion that I'm not going to try to challenge. My opinion before black femicide, before I knew about black femicide, was that black women, statistically, because I read Ralph Richards' work, it just doesn't make sense for you to prioritize dating a black man if you are going to remain single for the rest of your life. Like, it's best to go where you can find love. Like, it doesn't matter that that man does not have your skin tone. That for me existed, that stance existed before the black femicide study. The black femicide underscores some of the major problems in the black community, and the fact that there are men willing to diminish the fact, like the fact that you're saying it is evil to do this, as opposed to saying, you know what, black women should be protected at all
absolutely. I don't want you to say that I'm not saying that, because
no,
one of the things that I'm doing,
you called the reaction evil, which is not my position, but I'm not even defending the position. I'm saying black women hearing the statistic should be scared. I would be scared.
Absolutely.
And you as a black man, myself as a black man, my first instinct is not what they're doing. My first instinct is the black femicide. Like, girl, do what you gotta do. It's not my problem. My problem is my quote unquote brothers killing you. That is the evil that I care about. Before you continue, you can marinate on that. A small minority of police officers are bad, but black men act as though they all are. Nia just said, they expect they must have faith. Doesn't, I don't know the abbreviation there. I'm so sorry. Have faith doesn't justify their self-hatred because, their experience, sorry. Because by that logic, black women should have written off black men a long time ago, but we haven't. It's an excuse to gaslight the ridiculousness of it all. Yeah, like, thank you, free babe. So go ahead, Dean. Sorry, I literally lost the chat because I was trying to like do multiple things. So go ahead, respond.
Okay, I'm not gaslighting, number one. Number two, black men should be doing more. And I'm not just here just talking, you know, like I monitor this space and I stay involved with this space because I think it's going to lead to some very, very toxic situations. And, you know, personally, I think that Black men should get more involved with patrolling the communities, whether it's through,
Pause.
okay.
Pause. Sorry, I just saw a comment. Sinji is live now covering this topic. There's 852 of you in here. This person obviously wants you guys to go over to Sinji's channel. This is a free promo for Sinji. You guys can go over there. I don't want this comment to go unseen. It is completely fine to be over there instead of over here. Please don't ever think you have to choose between me and any other content creator. Just go do you, live your best life.
So,
I don't know why people stop. I don't know why people do this. It's really disrespectful to do this. But if you are not a subscriber and you're just here to like, I don't know what this is, it's fine. I literally don't care. Like I literally don't care. But I just wanted to let everyone know that you just announced to the world. Thank you. Go ahead, Dean.
so I wish that they would stay. And I'll be quiet. I'm gonna go away. Trust me. Like Deanne and Autumn, I'm gonna go away. I'm not gonna, you know, do that stuff in the chat or whatever. But I hope that they do stay because I think that you, and even though you claim you're not a divestment channel, you are in the algorithm, brother. You are in the divestment algorithm.
Yes, because of what I talk about.
Yes, and
what I find. So you're saying you're going to go away, and this is
no.
not.
When I say go away, I'm talking about I'm not going to do that thing in the chat to distract. That's what I mean.
Well, don't do things to distract. If you have a conversation, have the conversation. The thing I'm having is, it feels like there is a discomfort, and we haven't even gone to the Myron video, right? It feels like there is a discomfort with people when we're thinking about what is happening. And maybe because I'm a fruitcake, right? I don't get the same level of, no, this is not true. Because when I went to sociology class, I literally went into sociology class to make fun of the people in the sociology class. And the lady that came out to talk to me afterwards, this was blue hair, all of it, the quintessential. I realized how smart that person was. I stopped and I listened for a moment. Then I spoke to the Black male teacher, right? And he explained to me that he will die knowing nothing would have changed, but he will spend his life pushing back against the narrative that the Black community should sacrifice itself at the feet of Black men. And he explained to me why it was so detrimental that someone, a woman, I'm not going to say what this woman did for him, right? After all the foolishness he had done, she sacrificed herself for him and he could never get it out of his head, right? This is why he started doing the work that he did. I realized every step of the way that I've gone, there has been a Black woman willing to help me in law school, everything, right? And then I started saying, maybe it's just my experience. It's not generalizable, right? Then I started looking at the stats and I was like, oh, it is generalizable. This is happening. Black women are actually getting their education. Black women are doing the thing. Then I started looking at the negative stereotypes. The negative stereotypes have Black men doing a lot of harmful things to Black women. Now, this was not my intention when I created YouTube. Let me be very clear. I was actually talking about the community generally. Then I was introduced to men online who did not do any of the research, talking about Black womanhood as if Black women are the problem in the Black community. They are not. They are not. We can blame racism for the problems if that's what you want to do. But we can also blame Black men for not standing up for Black women. So all I'm hearing now, right, because you've asked me a question, and we're going to get back to the fact that you you find what I'm saying disagreeable, and you're going to explain to me why if you have the time. But that for me is a problem because it seems every single one of the men who came on here, and I promise you, I would change my mind online right now if you show me where I am wrong, right? But you came on and you are saying it's inconsistent. It's not. One group has research to back them up, the other group does not. I am going to stick with that which I know. The research is solid, unless you can find issues in the weakness, in the research, right? So we've moved from my inconsistency because it's not inconsistent. I consistently stand behind what the research says. All right, now we are at the place where you disagree, and I want to know that which you disagree with.
So the research is, I'm not disagreeing with the research and Black femicide. I'm disagreeing with the conclusions. Like I said, I don't think that divestment all of a sudden is that panacea that's going to resolve, gonna fix your problems. And I saw a video recently with Real Talk with Yanni, and she was crying on that about her experience, and then she went into other stuff about how she felt like such and such failed Lauren.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is what I've been feeling for the longest time, because I know the nature of men and I know that evil is eternal. You know, like, and that's it has no skin color. But I get it. Trust me, I get it. And honestly, guys like Myron and Walter, they are a detriment to Black male and Black female relations. Like that
But
type of
stop. I'm gonna stop you there. So you're asking me something. I saw Yanni's video. The thing is, I felt bad for her. I felt sorry for her. I empathize and all of that. I have never said white men. I lit- one of my biggest regret on this channel is someone accused me of being quote unquote of uplifting white malehood or something like that. I forgot what she said. Katrina is her name. I have been trying to find this woman for
I miss Katrina. I do.
yeah, I've been trying to find her to apologize to her. I didn't kick her out, by the way. I don't like kick people off like that. And I've now created that standard, but I didn't kick her off. She left because I stopped her and I explained to her how I found some of the talking. I literally explained how I disagree with the whole white men are all good. And honestly, I have not seen a content creator that I know of that says white men are good and Black men are bad. Even when some of them are trying to pretend that like that's true, they never explicitly say it, and they say you should vet white men the way you vet Black men. Like I have not seen it. So I feel like it is a straw man argument.
It's not a straw man, but
No, you can interrupt. You're fine. You can interrupt.
It's not a straw man, and I'll explain why. Just because Donald Trump doesn't say go and invade the Capitol doesn't mean that he didn't incite what happened on January 6th. Can we agree to that?
We can agree to that. I don't.
I'm going to get there.
Go ahead, get there.
So just because a content creator doesn't explicitly say don't date Black women, or I'm sorry, well that too. Let's be real. Don't date a specific race of people. Just because they don't specifically say that doesn't mean that that's not the message. It's what they call a dog whistle.
I disagree with that.
If you look at the comments and see how people are reacting, that'll tell you the message that's being received through that dog whistle.
All right. So here's what I'm saying. This is an example. Some Crystalline came on and she was like, go where you're celebrated. And the orange pill said, no, that means don't go to Black men. Look, if the stereotypes around Blackness does not include celebrating Black women, that sounds like a Black man problem to fix. If you can dog whistle to Black women by saying, oh, go to men who can provide for you, and that means don't date Black men, that means that's a black man problem to fix. So the way in which they dog whistle to people, the way in which they dog whistle, if those are the standards and it somehow means that black men don't fit those standards, it sounds like black men's problem to go fit those standards. Like there is a level of complacency that I do not like. Now, I got accused of being elitist. I am now taking that mark fully, and I don't actually care about it, because I think at some point we are going to have to start saying, I am with you, Dean. I think we agree on the existing white supremacist structure that we need to fight against, right? Just yes or no?
Correct. Correct.
All right. While we do that fight, we also need to prepare an environment where children and everyone else in it, Black community, can do well. And we have to be able to do both fights at once, both battles at once, because I am unwilling to say, let's ignore what is happening. And you don't say this explicitly, but this is the vibe I get. It feels horrible, and I would never accept. We should only focus on racism and ignore the community because racism is the bigger problem. I've admitted I don't know what the biggest problem is, right? This is why I had the debate. But at some point, we are going to have to start protecting the people in our lives, not just in our lives, but in our communities.
Right.
And I don't feel comfortable with this idea that, well, Myron and Fresh, they are just the bad ones. No, there are too many bad ones. There are too many bad ones. And if there are not too many bad ones, then the good ones need to come together and get rid of the bad ones. And by get rid of, I mean excommunicate them, not actually get rid of.
I can promise you those two bozos will be gone, and that won't change.
Y'all said about Kevin Samuels, and look at this.
Well, I even asked this question to a young man on your show once. I was like, if Thanos snapped and got rid of Kevin Samuels and O'Shea, what would that do for Black femicide? And he was stumbling and fumbling because it won't do anything.
No, I'm not. You're linking two things. Like I get.
No, that's because he did it. That's because that's because he did it. But
I mean, I think there are people who want to come in. We're gonna do this for like no. It's coming to talk to you. We can do this for like 10 more minutes and then we'll get to the video. What I'm hearing, Dean, is it's not necessarily a pushback with what I have to say, but a discomfort with what I have to say. And I think it is okay to be uncomfortable. I don't know that I agree with your reaction to your own discomfort. And I think that might be, I'm not a therapist. I just started going back to therapy. So I don't know.
Therapy is awesome.
It's great. Everyone should do it. It feels almost like your biggest problem is the idea that you don't like the idea that whiteness is somehow a savior. If this is any consolation to you, I agree. There is no savior. Like, we are going to have to save ourselves. But while we save ourselves, I am unwilling to tell Black women what to do at all. Like in terms of who they date or whatever. And this is what's interesting about people calling this a divestment. Anything is, I don't tell people what to do in terms of their dating relationships. I look at the micro and the macro sort of community level and then the social political level and try to figure out what the problem is. And the problem is looking very clear to me. But respond and let me drop the link again. So 10 minutes. If anyone has something to say to Dean, you guys can come on. I'm going to go into the video in a moment. I'm confused. FNF made hate speech against Black women. Does the scholar want you to validate the pain FNF must be in to make the hate speech?
Huh? No. I definitely not. Definitely not.
Yeah. But how do you respond to sort of my reaction to your reaction, essentially?
So I am not trying to tell women. So one of the first things I said, divest, you have my blessing. My issue is the proselytizing of young minds, and I've been a big advocate of therapy. I've been in therapy for years, and I think that most people, after they consume some of this content, should have a healthy conversation with a counselor.
All right. But do you? I feel like you only do this on our channel because
No.
You talk about how you love Chantel, and you don't push back against her narrative in this way. Like even when you were here defending her, you don't. So it feels like you are one-sided in your.
So
Go ahead. Wait.
So let me say this: I'm a moderator on Shay Charday, and I push back all the time. So I'm consistent when it comes to protecting blackness. Like there's people who do this thing divestment, DIE.
Perfect. So that is exactly the problem.
Yeah, that's
so your discomfort is with the notion that whiteness is somehow, and that's fine. Like
no. My discomfort with that is that people are belittling the lives of people who have died, and it's like, to do that DIE investment is
we agree on that. We agree on that.
It's almost like when the whole Zach anyway, yeah. But yeah,
Holly James says, divest to rid oneself of something that one no longer wants or require. It has nothing to do with a man. Black men are just scared to lose their footstool. So that's the divestment from Chris. Thank you, by the way. Who was that? That crystalline use, it's like divest from the toxic behaviors. Go where you're supported. Thank you, Holly. But let's go ahead. Let's each person get to speak. We have 10 minutes. The first person, Kat, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. So I just want to make sure that everyone is listening to me very clearly.
Yep.
Okay, great. All right. So I wanted to sort of briefly address some of what Dean discussed before. Again, I've chatted, put in the chat that I feel like is very familiar. A couple of streams ago, I feel like you've had this conversation with him, honestly. What he's describing is almost to me wanting the collective of Black women to sort of have behaviors of someone with Stockholm syndrome, where an example of that would be a battered woman staying in a abusive relationship because she understands that her husband was abused by her mother or her father as a child. So at some point as adults, we have this responsibility to not push our trauma onto other people, and continuously rationalizing others' abusive behaviors and really not having them face it removes the accountability from them. So again, no one is saying here that they haven't had negative experiences with Black women or whoever it is in the past. However, making these brush blanket statements like this to describe a whole group is no different than a white supremacist saying that it's okay for a police officer to just shoot a Black man wearing a hoodie. I don't understand how it applies to women, but not men. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Kat. Sai, go ahead. We're doing this kind of quickly. I apologize because we literally haven't gotten to the video. Go ahead.
Oh, absolutely. Can you guys hear me?
Perfect.
Okay. I'm actually willing to let someone else go because I am going to be very, very quick. But I just needed clarification into who Dean was addressing at a point and where his sentiments came from. So I'm going to let everybody go through. I just needed to clarify something really quick, but I'll let everybody speak first because this doesn't need to be a personal vendetta or anything like that. We need to focus on the actual issue. I just needed some clarification. So if anybody has something to say first, absolutely. It'll only take me 5 minutes at the end.
Yeah. Someone said this is not going to be watchable. Before Dean go, so when I do the live stream, I actually do it because I like talking to you guys. I stopped a while ago caring about whether or not it's going to be watchable. So I just want to let you guys know that I actually do this part. I kind of enjoy. I really enjoy actually. Talking to you guys. So I don't necessarily think about whether or not it's going to be watchable. I know you guys are looking out for me. I hope that didn't come off as some kind of a read, but like I literally don't think about whether it's going to be watchable. I'm just talking to you guys. Deanne, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Dean. My name was mentioned with Autumn in the chat, but I'm not going to address that because Autumn will cover it. I noticed you were very clear about the wickedness of the stats on Black femicide being used for the supposed idea that Black women should not date Black men, but you were not as emotionally invested on the wickedness of Black femicide. I noticed a lot of Black women notice that. For the record, let me just state a couple things. Black women are not killing Black men at the rate of 4 per day or the rate of 25 per day. The FBI stats are very clear about that. Who's doing that? We all know. But again, no commentary from you about the wickedness of that. I would like to know, although because in the interest of time, the question is rhetorical. Black men are approximately less than 1% of the world's population. So, given that we must acknowledge that Black women are human and can date whoever they wish at any time, because we are human beings, I do not understand why the idea of more Black women dating everything that is available, given that there's only 1% of half of the men in the world, for that matter. So I don't understand why Black men keep getting stuck on this idea that Black women have the human right to date and mate with whoever they want. There are 700 million men of African descent, if you count our African brothers, our Afro-Latino brothers, our Afro-Caribbean brothers, of which Lemus is one, our African British, our African Europeans, who went up there during the early slavery period. It's just like, if Black women decide to date everything that is available on the planet, it's a problem all of a sudden. But it's not a problem that Black men, when they go to other communities, it seems that the same wickedness happens to other women, but that doesn't seem to be as big of a deal. No one uses wickedness on what Black men do to other people. And this is not all Black men. But we notice, Dean, that good Black men, I'm not finished. That good Black men focus on what the women do is wicked. But we don't see taking that same energy to their brethren, and it makes us less likely to trust any of you. Do you understand why that might be? Now I'm finished.
Thank you, Deanne. I think you wanted to respond. Wait, before you go, Mahogany, Clark doll tests prove internalized anti-Blackness begins well before anyone hits the dating scene. Dean is just obsessed with villain origin stories. Period. Well, Mahogany, please. Well, let me not do that. I'm not calling you up. But if you are here and want to join, please let me know. Period. You can respond, Dean.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off, Deanne, but sometimes when you get into your soliloquies, I can't judge the cadence.
No. I see what you did.
I didn't want to be petty, but I honestly wasn't trying to cut her off. Like, I don't do that.
But you did it, sir. Don't tell me what you're not trying to do. You did it.
That was really passive aggressive. But go ahead.
I know it was, but it was because of the response I got. But I've come on and I've said, Divest, you have my blessing. You know, like I'm not opposed to people who swirl. That's not my bag. So I that's not. And you know, Themis, that's okay. I wasn't trying to say that Black women should only date Black men. That's not what I'm on at all. Like I honestly wish that divestors would divest. Like that's genuinely what I feel.
All right. So they will, I think, the divestors and swirlers will swirl. They're like, we don't need your permission. I don't think they were
Thank
asking for permission either. So
Thank you.
I don't know. I feel like there's a ton of passive aggression, and so it is what it is. That was not a direct response, but I understand. LB, go ahead. And then I see Helen.
OT. Hi. Okay, so I'm locked out of my house right now. It's cold. But if my internet breaks up, please let me know and I'll just call back later. But I came initially to like push back on the idea that what we do on the internet does not affect real life outcomes. And this is my opinion, so you guys can agree or disagree, and that's fine. But
Is that
my
a
thought,
response to me? Wait, sorry. Is that a response to me?
no, to Dean.
Oh.
Like, I was trying not to be too specific because I feel like he's already
No,
getting enough of that.
call it like
It's
you see
okay.
Okay, okay. So since we're here, Dean, earlier you said that. Okay, so earlier you said that that if certain manospheric or manosphere aligned channels were to disappear off of the internet, that it would have no direct effect on Black femicide. I strongly disagree with that idea. And that's because, on general principle, I believe the things that we put out on the internet, the lives that we live online, have real life effects. We turn off the camera, but it has real life effects on every viewer. It has real life effects on you, even as a panelist. Like, if I think that like those of us that grew up in like the dial-up age and before, like we had that like weird like 10-minute waiting period with the weird sounds on our computers and stuff back in the day. Like, I think that the world we live in today kind of almost seems unreal, but the reality is that it's real, and we've told the generations that came after us that what they do online is not real, and that that's not real life. Like, we even have the like acronym in real life IRL. Like, we what we do online on Instagram, on YouTube, Periscope, whatever. I don't know what all the things are because I'm older. Like, I'm not old, but I have the spirit of an old ass person. I don't know all the apps. So, like, with that said, like the things that we do on all these online platforms have real life effects. This is our form of like, this is advocacy, and everything you say or do on the internet is advocacy for or against something. And this is a platform. This platform is almost 10,000 people. There are platforms in the manosphere that are bigger than that and reaching multiple people. And what it is doing, it's giving a pass and giving a voice to the complacent. And I spoke on this on the last slide. The complacent, those are the people that are not speaking up against the people that are killing Black women. Like, the ones that will just stay quiet until the man actually kills the chick because it was like none of their business, or they didn't want to get into it, or they didn't want to go against their brother or whatever. Like, meanwhile, people are dying, people are being abused, people are being damaged for life. Like, it has very real effects because it tells those people, oh, you're not that bad, because there's 10, 20, 30, how many ever thousand people out there that sit with you in your complacency.
Yeah.
And
No.
so it has, to me, that has a really real life effect. And yes, you may say that it's a stretch, but I promise you I could connect the dots between complacent Black men in the manosphere space and most Black women that die or get abused.
Before you
oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I do this. I do check myself in the moment, and maybe I was being absolute. Of course, there could be an impact, because if you simply Google incel shooter or incel mass shooter or whatever, you'll find articles on it. And I think on my channel, I even posted something recently with this guy Roman McLeod or whatever, who was in the white manosphere, who went on a mass shooting. So I was being a little bit absolute, and I'm correcting myself in the moment.
All right. Thank you both.
Can I say one more thing? Sorry.
Before you do that, someone said I'm coddling Dean. I don't know if you're talking to me, Cuddling Dean, or everyone else, Cuddling Dean. This is not me cuddling. I don't think I'm an aggressive person
They
or an
want you to
aggressive,
drill.
yeah, or an aggressive enough person. It is not my personality type. When I'm mad, I'm mad. You'll see it. When I'm whatever, I'm whatever. I don't engage the same way most people enjoy the kinds of entertainment on here. I love that about me, so I'm not going to change that about me. I don't engage that way. Not to disrespect you guys or anyone. It's just like that's just not. That's not me. I'm not going to be. That's not me. So it's fine. Go ahead, LB.
The only other thing I wanted to say, just to kind of like summarize and put in different words what I just said, is that in like as in the past where we had or people that we consider lone wolves, imagine a community of those lone wolves validating each other and telling each other that that's okay. Yes, like somebody pissed you off at school, you can shit up the school, or yes, like that woman stepped out of line, so we're going to turn a blind eye to what you're doing to her. Like these people that would be like one-offs in our society, like maybe there's like one in each town or something. Now all these towns, all the lone wolves from all the towns, or all the bad actors from all the towns, can come online and find hordes of thousands to agree with them, to co-sign their complacency. And that's all I'm going to say, because I know I'm being repetitive.
No, you're fine. But also,
Okay.
like, let me just say this. I am literally not opposed to quote unquote drilling or whatever. I find it entertaining too. It's just like not my style, but I will debate anyone. I'm just not going to quote drill. For the love of God, divestment is not swirling. Yeah, I mean, there is a movement. I think there's a distinction being made. I accept you that. Thank you, Sally Hemings. I don't support choosing one race over another just based on race. But I don't think that's even what you're saying. Engineer says, Steam, stop ducking my question. Person, I don't know. I would tell you, like I tell everyone else, there's like 800 people here. Honestly, I told everyone you can come on. If you feel that strongly about me ducking your question, you can literally come on. It's fine. I think the last person is Sai, and then we can literally get back to the video.
Thank you, Themis, and I am going to be quite brief because I'm usually pretty adamant about staying on goal and on topic, and this one seems to be a very important one. The only two things that I need to address are, again, a little bit of housekeeping in regards to kind of the example that we have seen previously in terms of passive aggressive comments, comments that do not have any basis, comments that incite emotion rather than stand in logical fact or intention. And we are literally seeing an example of that happen in real time. Where I come in and where I'm going to link that is Dean. This is not a personal vendetta. You know, we've had interactions before, but I do believe that you did call out Dean and my name. So where I'm saying that connects is that you hold yourself to a certain regard in one space, but then you act on another. And that is literally what we're having to see and having to fight and having to question consistently. That's where LB's comment of complacency comes in. And that is something that I hope that you understand, because I believe that you called out specific people, myself included, because when we did hold you to the regard and we did hold you to your actions and we did hold you accountable, something that you say that you support and that you do yourself, you then in turn stated something passive aggressive. You also interrupted people, and you have also created almost what's it called? An almost personality, I suppose, of a victim. And that is something that I cannot necessarily support. So what I'm going to leave you with this, Dean, is I think for clarification and how things need to move in the future on your presence here possibly, my email is agale.inquiry@gmail.com. Go ahead and send me an email so we can talk, so we can clarify things, so
Yeah.
this miscommunication doesn't happen again. And
Yes. Yeah, so I want to say something here, because this, even though this is not a woman's space, this is a woman's space. I'm not being passive. I could tell you why I'm in therapy,
Pause.
but I'm
really
not
quick,
No,
Dean.
no, no, no,
no,
no,
no. What I'm
stop.
saying is I'm not.
No,
I'm
no,
not.
no, stop. I'm gonna
Okay.
mute
Really quick,
everyone.
Dean.
I'm gonna mute everyone. I resent that. When you say this is a woman's space, what you do is you are disregarding the fact that men can show up too. Men choose not to show up. That is a choice on their part. Saying it's a woman's space allows you kind of cover. And it's interesting because we have been talking to you for an hour. No. For an hour. It again is this passive aggression that I find annoying. I have gone out of my way. I have gone out of my way to make sure that even the men who I completely disagree with had space to speak. The difference is, I don't think these people have legitimacy to engage in the way that they should engage on the platform. And so they dismiss it by saying, oh, it's a woman's space, because you don't want to actually engage or you can't engage. So I am actually annoyed that you preface what you're going to say by saying, oh, it's a woman's space. It is majority women. Unfortunately, that tells you a lot about men and their ability to make, to make solid arguments concerning what it is that they're doing. It is not a woman or man space. It is a space that anyone can come to. Continue. Do not address that. Just go ahead and address that.
I'm not going to address that, but what I was getting to.
Of course
was,
not.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
What I was getting.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Dean.
What I was getting to was that I speak to women differently than I speak to men. That's ultimately what I was trying to get to. So what might be perceived as passive aggressive is me trying to be nice and be on my best behavior, because really I'm not, I don't talk like this to men. I am very much blunt and direct. So that's why I was trying to, why I was saying that, to give the context why. But I get it. Trust me. And I get it.
All right.
Really quick, Themis. I'm so sorry, Themis. I don't mean to interrupt. I apologize. But again, I really think that I'm with you in terms of taking the attention away from this particular person at the moment. But I would just like to say again, Dean, you don't get it, or else you would be getting it. So again, I'm just going to say my email is agale.inquiry@gmail.com. I am not a representative or a speaker on behalf of Themis, but again, I have given you grace before and you called me out as well as some other moderators, so I think the attention needs to be directed away from you and the attention needs to be where you wanted it to go. So you got it? We're here. Have a good evening. Okay, bye everybody.
I think he left, but all right, the next one is Halima. Go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. Someone else can go.
All right. I think Kat wanted to say something back.
Oh, it's okay.
All right. Concerned.
So I understand, Autumn, and respect your decision there. So I'll divert from addressing Dean. I think that when we kind of go back to the subject of whether or not there's the preference is legitimate, the thing about it is you gotta understand that people at this point, and I read your essay, it's very much in line with my current position. It's that this is the kind of surrender of weak-minded individuals, but in reality, those people are still tastemakers, and they do have impact. A lot of times, they're the idea of this victimhood from everywhere, but this very real awareness that Black men are tastemakers globally when it comes to music, when it comes to culture, when it comes to sexuality, when it comes to the cool. And so regardless of whether or not anybody wants to put a monetary value to that resource, people's attention is a resource. And when we think about how these guys engage online, I understand that we can't, and this is what I got from what you said, Themis, I could be wrong. I understand that we have to be very careful about what we do or do not decide to say needs to be punishable, because there's implications in other spaces. The thing with this unique use case that I think we need to double click on is that in reality, other people outside of the Black manosphere are in these spaces deciding their opinions about Black women, because Black men are an authority on the women that they know growing up, the women that they were raised by and are their sisters and classmates and etc. The way that we learn about other people's culture is what they are is the way they interact with us. And so when we really sit down and decide whether or not these guys are should have repercussions, we have to be mindful that other communities are coming to these spaces, making decisions about what Black men and the Black community thinks and how they react, and they have repercussions there. You know, when we think about how a Black man disrespected in his show and podcast and kicked a Black woman out and almost dragged her, what does that mean for when police interact with Black women, when store clerks interact with Black women, whatever? We've okayed a lot of things, and art does have a way of manifesting into reality. And so I think we need to be mindful that we're also making insert word here. I can't think about it. I can't think of it, but we're also setting the tone to how to interact with us. You teach people how to treat you. And so I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think Go is next, and then Noma. Nana, sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to pick his brain because it wasn't making any sense to me. He said he's making it seem like he's siding with Fit and Fresh on their nerd outtake. And I can understand we all want to have retrospect and understand where other people are coming from. But he does it a little too much to where, like, I just don't know if he got a backbone or if he's agreeing, or like, I just don't understand. He's not being upfront and honest. We all have opinions. And if he's going to be on here jabbing on people, at least stand solid 10 toes down on your opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say. That's all that needs to be said to him. Like, I had therapy. I grew up in psychiatry. I was a kid of the system. So I know how this goes. And so I just don't like his lack of backbone. You can't do that.
The thing is, the reason I give, it's not grace, because I think people are like, oh, I think the people are saying I give too much grace to Dean. It's not necessarily grace that I give to Dean. What happens is he's coming from a very specific place where he is, quote, pro-Black. And in his pro-Blackness, he's like, oh, divest if you want. He actually disagrees, in my opinion, with divestment. Oh, people keep correcting me, with quote unquote swirling, right? And so instead of admitting that, and then we can go from there, he ends up always pushing back against narrative that would push or be used by women to say this is why we should swirl or open our options. It's hard to have a conversation where you're not admitting the discomfort you feel with women dating out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not something I can help you with, but so
exactly. That's something that he needs to take on every day and try to do better. So people don't think that, because that's in his willpower. That's what he can do instead of Fight
Yeah.
instead of trying to fight people on not dating out of the race, fight on being a better person that they actually want to pursue. Do that. It's very simple.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's why I don't think his therapy is working.
Yeah.
All right, but
I
I'm out. I'm gonna have a sandwich and finish listening to y'all. I just had to state my piece so I don't seem like a funky, musty hater.
Thank you so
Bye,
much. I like your
y'all.
hat. Have a good one. I think that when like I do worry a little bit about this. It's if I'm debating, it doesn't mean I'm going to have to yell. And I will catch myself before I say something that is outside the scope of the debate. And I think people are uncomfortable having debates because I think a lot of people are used to the loudest person winning, where I'm used to you listening to the arguments and seeing who actually wins based on a set sense of sort of standards for debate. Is that orange peel? All right, Nana, you're the last one. Go ahead, and then we can go to the video.
Good evening. How are you today?
I'm doing well. I love your voice.
Thank you. It's so good to see you.
Thank
Happy
you.
New Year. Happy New
Happy
Year.
New Year.
So I'm really happy to be here. I have to say that when I was listening to Dean, I felt triggered. I felt triggered when he said he thought that it was wicked for people to say, don't date Black men. I get the sentiment from coming from a Black man, but the problem is no empathy for the experience of Black women. And perhaps as a Black man, you just have not put yourself in women's shoes. I'm going to explain the experience quickly.
Mm-hmm.
In my family, I think we're pretty intelligent women and we're cute things. We are cute, honey. But
I love it. I love it. Keep going.
Here's the problem. My mother married 3 times, and each time the relationship, and she married well. The first, her first husband, they were young. He was in school studying to be a pharmacist. My father was a lawyer, and then she divorced my father and married again. All 3 of those relationships were abusive. In fact, my stepfather, I walked in on him trying to kill my mother. Fast forward to my personal relationships with men, they all tried it. They all tried to be physically violent with me. So I didn't see that example from my mother of staying in that kind of a relationship. But what I am outlining is a precedent. It's something that is happening too much and too often. Even my daughter's relationships, I'm seeing her go through that same thing. And as women, we can look around and we see all our sisters around us experiencing the same thing. We can even look in media and we're hearing the messages of women, gorgeous women, Beyonce, all kinds of celebrities going through the same thing. The disloyalty, the abuse, verbal abuse, emotional abuse, physical abuse. That's a dangerous situation to be in. And when you find yourself not being safe, I remember thinking that I was gonna have a man in the house with me to protect me. And inevitably, he ended up being the person I needed protection from. And so at some point, common sense says, you need to stop doing that. I divested before they called it divestment. It's a matter of personal safety. It can absolutely be a matter of life or death. And so now that I've explained that, if I hear that same person knowing that they've listened to this explanation and they say again, they think it's wicked to say, stop dating Black men. Doesn't matter that your life could be a danger. That to me, that is wicked. That is somebody that I don't trust. And that's part of the problem, is that as we continue to listen to the conversations, like some of these conversations, I didn't realize that like I knew they were deceptive in terms of how they approach relationships with women. The conversations they have about how to manipulate women. I'm talking about Black men, about how to manipulate women, about, you hear pump and dump. Now, this is new to me. I heard those I'm kind of old, but I heard those conversations coming up. But now on the internet, you're hearing like groups of people get together. They're talking about pump and dump, and in that terminology is including getting a woman pregnant and then leaving her vulnerable with your child. This is a conversation in the pro-Black community that they really don't discourage. You'll hear them talk about just kind of giving men full range. They'll talk about dating women younger and younger. And really what that's about is power and control. So the mentality, recently I heard I think it was Uppity Unicorn was talking about these divestment women. And she was saying they're not like your everyday women. They're women who are cultured. They're women who are educated. They're women who at one time were pro-Black. They were down with the community. What has happened is the more immersed you get in that and you realize that the people that you're there for are not for you, right? They are willing to throw you under the bus at any turn. And in fact, when they talk culture, what culture kind of is about is oppressing the women in the community. It's a system. And so I think that's it for what I want to say.
No, I appreciate that. One of my biggest fears is that, by the way, hinted by Marina. Thank you for that Instagram shout out. I appreciate that. It just popped up, but it's an interesting thing because one of my biggest fears now, a fear that I literally never had, is I don't know if people want to be liberated or to gain power to subjugate others. And that is scary to me.
It is scary.
Yeah, like hearing your stories and so many other stories like that, I am not radicalized in any way. It's just I am now aware of the tremendous amount of harm, and I am unwilling to ignore it. In fact, this video was not about Black men at all. To the extent I was talking about Black men, I was talking about how are we going to deal with this? What Fresh and Fit are doing needs to be addressed by Black men, because when Black women address it, they're going to be gaslit and say, oh, you are just insecure. So my problem is, okay, where are all these pro-Black men? If you're pro-Black, he literally said Black women, the Black women are this or that. Where are you? Where were you when Kevin Samuel said Black women aren't beautiful? Oh, you just show up on these spaces to defend. Like, all you have done is defended yourself, defended Black manhood. Okay, I no longer know how to trust you because you are defending that in the face of all this mess, and you never want to address the mess. Like Dean dismisses Fresh and Fit and literally say, oh, well, they're just them. Like, obviously they're bad. Cool. They have over 500,000 subscribers. So I mean, I wouldn't say they're just bad by themselves. Like, they're influencing people. And it sucks because, like, this was not about Black men generally at all. I was literally coming on to talk about the fact that these men are literally colonized. Words Dean himself has used. He said it's a colonized mindset, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, period, sure, whatever. How you should use that theorizing and you don't. This is the perfect example to point out. Like, we can talk about where preferences come from. I'm actually going to do this quickly so that we can get to the video, but you brought it up and I think it's important, but let's go. Let's do it. Part of where your preference for whiteness comes from is the fact that you did not facilitate an environment where blackness was the standard of beauty. Instead, you have bought into the Eurocentric standard of beauty. Therefore, you have been defeated. You have been dominated. You have been controlled. And now you have been subjugated. And you think that beauty is what they tell you beauty is. So it is what it is. It takes a strong person to look through the media and wake up and say, you know what? That's not my standard of beauty, right? It takes a good person, not strong, but good, to say, even if I believe that is beautiful, I am not going to come here and degrade the image of the people that bring me forth. Like, they're the one who bring, like, I don't understand how you can feel comfortable talking crap about the people who look like your mother.
Exactly.
Girl, the fresh fit. The fit one, I don't know which one is fresh, which one is fit. Don't tell me, don't care. The skinny one on the end, I don't know what his race is. He said he was African, blah, blah, blah. I didn't look into it, didn't care, don't know. The other one, however, is very obviously black. For you to sit there and say, oh, you don't date. Girl, at one point, and I'm going to play the video. We're going to watch the video. I hope you guys
famous. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I want you to answer this question for me. Just take a minute.
Yeah.
Who wants to date that man fresh? Who famous?
Thank you.
You want to know something unfortunately sad? There's some black woman who would actually date him.
There's somebody out there for everybody famous. There's somebody for everybody.
Yeah.
But listen, you get ready to stop playing, sir. Keep coming up here talking about who you dating and who you want. Nobody wants to date you. There's somebody down there on the corner. That's why the man out there paying people to date him. Stop playing.
He had a whole woman who was on. Let me know.
Sugar baby. I remember. I saw the video where they were trying to con women into sleeping with them for coming on the show. Just dusty.
Yeah. So, like, no woman, black, white, or anything, is going to deal with you because of who you are, right? Like, if a woman is with you, let me not say this. There are good women who make bad decisions all the time. So let me not.
All the time.
But
that's the point. It's a bad decision. That is the point.
Any woman who is with you, black or white, I'm a judge. And it is what it is.
We're judging you, ma'am. We're judging you.
Yeah, you
let
can
us,
keep
let
yourself
us see
together.
you walking down the street with fit or fresh, whatever their name is.
Like,
we're judging you.
If you can have a direct, honest conversation with black women the way you can with black men, Dean, consider that you have either dehumanized or infantilized black women and are ultimately not pro-black people. By the way, the adultification and infantilizing of black women is actually two sides of the same coin, and it's such an interesting. I'm a nerd-ish, kind of, but I feel like there are times when I can't actually go into the kinds of research I want to. Thank you for this. I'm going to actually do live research, reading, and review at some point. The fact that you bring this up means that you guys are ready for these kinds of conversation. So we're going to do it. Helena,
I see your point, though. You're talking about silencing people.
Yeah.
Not acknowledging their humanity.
Yes. No, I love it. I agree with her. Their own genes hold the very not right DNA they speak of. I don't understand. Like, as a black person, I am disgusted by any black person who will sit there and say, I don't. Like, how do you sit comfortable? And he's go, well, I'm from the island. I didn't grow up around a lot of black people. I'm like, wait, what? Wait, which island they do that? Because I don't know about that island. It can't be the island in the Caribbean because you said it can't be the Caribbean. That's what I know.
We're looking at you, sir. We're looking at you right now. Stop.
Their own, yeah. Thank you, Nia. Like what? Mahogany said, period. With a T. Fit looks like a. Helima, go ahead. You're the last person. Then we go to. We will go to the video. Finally, after 2 hours, we will go to the video. Go ahead.
I wanted to mention something LB said earlier about things happening on the internet reflecting real life. I'm making a broad assumption here, but what if those quote unquote educated lames or self-hating black men that cannot get to the quote unquote colonized mindset and the woman that they want, they're taking that out on black women, and hence we have those high statistics of domestic violence towards black women. I don't know if I'm making
Oh, no,
sense.
I don't know the answer, to be frank, but that's an interesting theorizing. I think that's also one of the problems I have, right? Where it's like, okay, you can vet all that foolishness, vet. I'm pro vetting, but like ultimately, there are people you won't see them until they reveal themselves, regardless of how much you vet. And because
That's
of
right.
that, I worry that you know how there are people who are like, oh, if someone lose, they'll show you who they are, kind of thing. No, I think give a person all that he wants, and then you see who he is, right? I think I think I want to see you successful, and I want to see what you do with that success, because I need to know if you are actually about. Let me use this phrase. I've never thought I would use this phrase. I want to see if you're really about that life.
Yes.
No, seriously.
I've never used that phrase. I've always wanted to use it. But I want to see if you really would come back, if you really would do for your community, if you really would care. And a lot of people, as soon as they become like, it's almost like they're doing everything to remove blackness. And I shouldn't say a lot of people that I've met, there is a need to sort of acculturate, to sort of integrate with the broader white society, and kind of brush off their past. And I understand why, because in America, there is this idea that blackness is bad, right? As a sort of blanket statement. We're talking about poverty, crime, all of that stuff, right? And I don't see blackness as that, right? And so coming from a so-called third world country, and I'm not talking about the UK, I'm talking about Jamaica, obviously. When I thought about America and I think about black people in America, I honestly went to the people in the books, the people who I thought were the intellects, the people who wrote. One of my biggest, let me not go into these particular things. I'm not going to say any names. So when I saw blackness, American blackness, for example, I saw this pristine kind of thing. And I knew poverty exists and all of that existed, but I don't know. I assumed a lot about the way in which we interacted. And then I came here and I recognized, okay, well, racism is a problem. All of that is true. And then I heard the conversations, and the conversations was not about how are we going to take our power back. They weren't about how are we going to push back against the white supremacist system. They weren't about how we're going to uplift our community, be there for our children. Those weren't the conversation. So from an early age, even here, I was very taken aback by the fact that we weren't focused on the right things, I believe. I won't judge too harshly because there's some of this that I have not lived. But I'm going to stop there.
I also wanted. I'm sorry, Themis.
Wait, before you go, thank you, Joy. Welcome to the membership. Go ahead, Helena.
It's something that pains me also about this whole situation of black men hiding behind preferences to degrade black women is that the social justice stuff that I have done. Imagine being someone who's over here, quote unquote, fighting the good fight against white supremacy, and you go on YouTube and you see black men saying the bad things about black women.
Yeah, that's
It's
the problem. Black feminists who are actively engaged in fighting for the black community have to run up against all of this.
Yeah.
They have to run up against all of this. And
it's
it's going,
sad.
yeah, like, can you imagine? And actually, I've seen this happen, not on a large scale, but there were two very well known, won't say their name, people on Clubhouse defending black men. They're published and everything. They did really amazing work. They're doing really amazing work in the black community. And when I said one of the moderators played Kevin Samuels talking about the color purpling of the black community, and I knew they were all shook.
Oh
They
my
were
god.
all shook because you were there fighting for these men, and
Right.
they were there degrading you.
Yeah, that's the heartbreaking part. That's the
Before I
and,
play the
and the
Russian
thing
video,
is, I'm gonna tell you,
But
I'm a straight lesbian. I don't date men, period. However, I do see people that look like me as part of my people. Right? I've looked at black men as family, like they're my cousins, they're my brothers, they're my friends, they're my father figures, all of that. And to find out that black men, at least here in America, I don't know if they like that globally, but they don't really see black women that way. They see us as objects, they see us as something to exploit. They don't look at us and see family. They don't see their sister, they don't see their cousin, they don't see their mama. They don't look at us like that. And for me, that was the heartbreaking part.
yeah, I agreed. By the way, someone just said they call you loud and whatever. To a friend of mine, a very close friend of mine, pro-black, he is like a really good person. He sent me this, and I'm going to play some of it. Let me we'll speed it up. I was not planning to play this. I was actually going to make a standalone video, but I'm just going to do it. And these are the women they call loud. These are the women they call aggressive. But guess what this woman is doing? She is fighting, and she put Cornel West, Dr. Cornel West, apologize, who I respect tremendously, in his place. But I'm going to play this. Sister Soldier, if you don't know her, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of diverging views on her, but this is super important. Coriander, you are here. Thank you so much for that. Let me play this, and then we can come back to talking about it. All right. Sorry, this was not on the agenda, but I have to. I literally have to.
The programs that I attended, all of the education that I had, college, public, and otherwise, nobody ever told me that I was an African woman. Nobody ever told me what the history of African people were. Nobody ever told me that America is business, and without business you will have nothing and be nothing. And nobody ever told me how to organize business so that I would be able to develop institutions in my own community. So now the sincerity of all of the programs and all of the education has to be questioned, indicted, and convicted, because the bottom line is that America is not and has never tried to produce African adults who are functional, self-sufficient, who understand their politics, their economics, and their relationship to the world politics and the world economics.
American side with the NAACP, the Urban League, and the traditional We Shall Overcome civil rights leaders of the 50s and 60s that have been all but abandoned and ignored by younger people, Sister Soldier included.
I think that the dice are loaded, and that's what's left out of Mr. Brown's piece. See, there was a period of time in this country after Reconstruction where African people owned a lot of land, owned a lot of businesses, and did a lot of things. But what happened was the American government, the Ku Klux Klan, and other organizations organized in smashing that effort. So it's not that we haven't tried to own land and have not organized businesses. It's that if you are African in America or in Latin America or in the Caribbean or in the continent, you will be hunted no matter what you do, because they do not want us to survive and become self-sufficient. And you can say no, but you haven't lived this life. You haven't lived this life.
To be happy. I'm talking about that. All right. Now, to paraphrase Senator Bradley of New Jersey, the state from which your piece was. Senator Bradley gets much right when he talks. He does, and he, among other things, and he's not claiming to be particularly original with the observation. We can't get there unless we go together. I have a terrible feeling that behind me are some people who do not agree.
Senator Bradley of the all-white United States Senate said we can't get there unless we all go there together. Sorry, none of us are where he is. That's number one. Number two, you're making a moral appeal to a country that doesn't have a moral conscience. The question becomes that when white people feel serious and angry and upset about abortion, they come out in the thousands up to the millions to say, this is what we believe about abortion. Where is the white outcry against white racism that murders African people all around this entire globe? It doesn't exist. So who are these white good people? I want to meet them. I want to see them. I know it's not enough.
But that might be all we can get.
And guess what? I don't work with all I can get.
This is super important. I'm so sorry. You guys might have heard an echo, but this is like the most important part to me.
Might be all we can get.
And guess what? I don't work with all I can get. What I work with is what I have. Listen, you have to have some confidence in the power of African people amongst ourselves to establish a foundation. We have. No, we haven't. We have utter chaos in our cities, and you got to see that. You can have a program. I'm not saying we've built a lot of institutions, and those institutions have not been effective. The majority of millions of African youth in this country are dying mentally, dying spiritually, dying emotionally, dying academically. And you may have a program, Mr. Brown may have a program, but what we got to talk about is an American government that tracks millions of African people who don't go to your program, don't go to Brown's program. Millions of African people, not only here, but all around the world. And if we are not honest enough to say who are our friends, who are our enemies, to know what a friend is, to know what an enemy is, we will constantly be trying to get into people's parties, to shake our butts with them, to get them to like us. And that's not the question. The question is, what can we build amongst ourselves to secure ourselves from our enemies so that we will be able to survive into the future?
Amen. The church says amen.
That was passion.
That people would call loud. That people would call angry. She had a right. Look, let me say something here. I believe that there is a system of racism. You guys will drag me. You have dragged me. I enjoy that you disagree with me, but I fundamentally believe in that. But that's what I believe. I'm not telling you what to believe. While we do that, it is important to me that when we see women on the front lines, and if you are misogynistic in any way, you probably believe women shouldn't be there, blah, 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 or if you're whatever, I don't care. I see equality. So my problem, and I will defend a woman standing up for the community in this way. We are not going to sit here as black men talk about how loud black women are and blah, 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 when we are benefiting from the fact that women are speaking up. Cornel West is a leader in the black community. He's an academic leader. He is a scholar in the black community. He had to be checked because he said, maybe that's all we can get. Girl, no. No. We're not going to just work with all we can get. She went in, she said, I am not, no. That kind of leadership came from a woman. Look, I don't know, I actually don't go into her politics. I don't go into her music. I don't go into any of that. I saw the clip and I'm speaking specifically to this clip, to be clear. Her passion, someone just wrote passion. Her passion, right? Her need to advocate, all of that, you dismiss when you talk about black women or this and then that or blah, blah, blah. Because if the male activist there, Dr. Cornel West, who I have tremendous respect for, if he is essentially saying, well, that's all we can get, no. That's all we can get mentality is why we're probably so far behind, because we need people who are like, no. You want my vote? You need to offer me something specific. That's it.
Well, black women will speak up like that. And actually that tone that you heard her speaking, and this is what happens in the home. This is what happens, and this is where the violence comes in actually sometimes. Because what's happening is I have seen it up close and personal. I've been in those conversations myself. You can see those conversations right here on Venus and Thoth, where you will have a brother sitting up there talking, we don't know what is he saying. I mean, and when you rebut whatever he's saying, because and with logic, they run out of logic. And when the logic runs out, that's where the violence begins. And so that's that conversation that you keep hearing when they're like, she won't let me lead. You know, you talking stupid. Listen. This not time
Let
to
me
play.
lead.
Okay, if you're not gonna stand up and do what needs to be done,
Girl, if you have
don't
to
have
ask,
time for you to play.
if you have to ask someone to quote, let you lead, you are not a leader.
You're
It
not
is
a leader.
what it is. Or that is not the person you should or people you should be leading. You might be a leader in a different context.
Yes.
And that's fine. But if you have to turn to someone and say, oh, she won't let me lead. Someone had the audacity, not someone, Mr. Let Go, had the audacity to say the reason we don't have a Black community is because the women are leading it. So if men were leading the community, we would have a Black community in his mind. So I'm like, okay, wait, then maybe you guys aren't leaders then. If that's why, then you're not leaders, because the people you think are quote unquote weak and shouldn't be leading, if they somehow are leading you, what does that make you? It don't make you a leader. That's what it doesn't make you. But what does it make you?
No, but they're too busy what they're trying to do is just sleep with as many women as they can sleep with.
Yeah,
That's
people's
the whole
mind are just in the absolute
preoccupation.
wrong place.
And how is that leading a community? That's you leading, not leading which was between your legs. That's not hot.
Yeah. Thank you, Nat. By the way, I still love your voice. I think Chanel, this is it. Chanel, and then Coriander, and then we go to Fresh and Fit. We have literally been on here for 2 hours and 30 minutes and have not watched their response, but go ahead.
So I actually wanted to talk about the Fresh and Fit video, so I'm happy to hold off for now if
All right,
Coriander wanted to talk about the immediate conversation.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Coriander.
Hi.
Hey,
How's it going?
I'm good. How
I
are you?
wanted to thank you for letting me up. Oh, by the way, there's an imposter running around posing as me, leaving super chats. If you see him, thank him for the super chat and then, tell him to keep it moving. So I wanted to ask a question to the women who march. And then I think it's so fitting that you played that video with the very militant pro-Black woman, right? Here's my question. And let me give you a little bit of backstory. I can't remember, it was sometime last year, a viral video of a Black woman getting attacked by this man at a fast food restaurant went viral. And, she was, I don't know what kind of martial arts training she had, but she kicked his ass, right? And that went viral. They were talking about it on a show called The View. Now, the non-Black women who come from a community where their men protect them, the non-Black women were a little bit perplexed. I think it was the Asian woman who asked, why is it that, this woman's being attacked and all of the men are just standing around, right? She's Asian. This perplexes her, and all of them were Black men. Whoopi Goldberg, being a Black woman, obviously, she was like, oh, she didn't need him. She didn't need him. She fought for herself. She whooped his behind. And the Asian woman, she reiterated, she was like, yeah, but why did none of the men step in? That is something perplexing to them, right? Their men don't watch their women get beaten up, pull out phones and scream world star. Okay?
Okay.
Now, I'm going somewhere with this. Right? They don't do that. They don't do that in their communities. That is perplexing. They don't sit around laugh. They don't sit around and egg them on. One Black woman told me that, this Black man was egging them on, saying stuff like, yeah, good girl, as these women were fighting each other like they were dogs. Okay? I saw a video. These militant, very pro-Black, proud women in this video. I don't know which video it is, but you guys probably have seen it.
with these black men literally putting the women on the front lines, because you know those protests got very, very violent. They were shooting rubber bullets, putting these women on the front line and telling the black men to stand behind the line of black women, and nobody passes the black women. Okay? Shortly after that Asian woman made that comment, listen, after that lady made that comment, right, a whole debate on Twitter in the black community got started about whether or not black women deserve protection from black men, whether or not you deserve it. The overwhelming majority of black men, hundreds of comments, video responses said no. And then when I remember one black guy in particular made a video of a black woman, I don't know what she was doing, and his title of his video with his thumbnail was pointing at black women. This is why we don't protect you, right? And then I remember seeing videos. Now, like I was born in this country. I was born and raised in this country, right? I've seen this bullshit from. Sorry, excuse my friend. I've seen the crap from a very young age, and it made me have the views that I have now. I've seen videos of these black men saying, so not only do you not deserve protection, they're out here saying, we don't even want you marching for us. They was like, we want white women marching for us. We want light-skinned women marching for us. I listen, you can't make this stuff up, right? Saying that they don't even want you marching for them. And then there's black men, and I take screenshots of these things, and I want to share it to the women who sit out here and march for these men. Look at this. They're out here saying that you don't do anything for them. When black women started that movement, Burn Your Capes, hashtag Burn Your Capes, in response to black men's blatant disrespect towards them, I'm going to be out here risk my life for you, and you're going to sit here and disrespect the womb you came out of and the women who fight for you, right? Black men were like, y'all don't do shit for us, because they don't see it. So I have a question for the women who are out here marching. Why are you out here fighting for the plight of and to protect a demographic of men who argue that you yourselves are not deserving of protection? Where's this one-sided loyalty and devotion coming from? And is it truly feminine? Because let me tell you something. These black dudes tell you that you don't allow them to lead and be men. Let me tell you how you let them lead and be men. Let them fight their own battles. Okay? The only thing you should be out there marching for is you don't have to be a divester or even a divested extremist like I am to support black women empowerment. Right? The only thing you should be fighting for, because the men are doing them, is your interest, black women and girls. What supports black women and girls? Because you have no one in your corner. It is very unfortunate. And this whole thing Fresh and Fit was doing, this has been going on for a decade. I think it's now 2 decades now. As soon as YouTube became a thing, I'm not going to name these men's names, but there was his last name, fake last name, rhymes with a mayor. Okay.
Tommy Sotomayor.
Agent don't.
Yeah, not gonna say his name, but I remember this man, and I was 12 years old. You guys, I was in middle school when I discovered this bull crap. I was in middle school when I discovered black men on YouTube running their smear campaign against black women, and we didn't nip it in the bud back then by retracting our support. And look at what it snowballed into. This man literally went to high schools doing public speaking to little black boys. They were relentless in their agenda against us, right? All the smoke for women, but none for the group of men who dominate them. Relentless. He went to high schools doing public speaking at high schools. I saw it with my own eyes. Telling little black boys that black women are the enemy of the black community, holding the black man back, and somehow in cahoots with the white man to conspire against him. And then I remember looking for that interview, and I found a different interview of him in a room filled with white people talking shit, excuse my French, talking crap about black women. These men have launched a whole smear campaign against you. You have to understand, it goes so deep. Themis, I think I showed you a video. The rabbit hole goes so deep. I think I showed you a video of a black man sitting in his car talking about he gives white men and Asian men and Hispanic men permission to kill all little black girls ages 12 and up. And you think this doesn't translate, this bullcrap that they're talking about in the manosphere doesn't translate to real life? Where this negatively affects people's biases against us, or where it translates into a femicide if they're out here on the internet advocating violence against you, calling men like Chad Wheeler heroes. There's this one black dude on YouTube, and all he does is post videos of black women being hurt or violated and calling the people who hurt or violate them heroes, right? This is hatred. What you're seeing against black women, the violence against us, are hate crimes, and this is what you're marching for. Why are you marching? especially when they told you that you yourself are not deserving of protection and that they don't even want you marching for them. March for yourself. March for Black female causes.
So
fight for that.
I was entertaining the idea that this was a setup, that the manosphere was somehow a setup to make Black men push away the the really good thing in our community, the Black women, on every stats, right? And then I thought about that. I'd never made this video because the research was lacking. But then I realized, wait, I can actually think that when there are so many men who are not being forced to watch, like they are literally just watching and consuming this stuff, and they're like leaning into it, defending it. Like a lot of the men who come on here to quote debate me and they have a softer tone on here are the same ones over on other channels. Dean said he's a moderator on whatever. And so, which I didn't know until now. And I am now wondering kind of like what the ultimate impact is of the manosphere. Like I am unwilling to jump to a conclusion about what it's causing without seeing the work, but I don't know if anyone is going to actually do that research. So I'm going to be left theorizing a lot. But I too am extremely worried about the kind of vulnerability of Black women, because the truth is, if Black women were to listen to the manosphere and give them the soft, sweet, submissive, blah, 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 uneducated, jobless woman that they want, girl, we would be in a crisis.
Messed up.
Like we would literally die out. Like essentially, because let's take Cornel West, who is an educated Black man with all the prestige, and Sister Soldier. Let's take their approach to white supremacy for 2 seconds. He's saying, well, that's all we can get. Okay, girl, I don't want that, because all you can get is the bones and biscuits, which comes from, I probably shouldn't do that. No, I'm going to do it. It's the bones and biscuits that the people ate and threw to slaves in saying that we are animals. So if you are only taking that which you can get and you are not advocating for more, do you want that kind of advocacy, or do you want Sister Soldiers kind of advocacy? And I'm sorry. Coriander, I accept. I don't tell women to march. I don't tell, because honestly, I don't know. I can't tell you to do that. I won't tell you not to either. I think Coriander and other women will tell you not to, and I support them. Do what you got to do. Don't protect yourself now, because obviously the community is not protecting you. But now I am scared, because it's like the people who did the writing for, I don't know, the new Jim Crow, for example, were Black women. Some of the works in contemporary America that is about actual meaningful change, they're coming out of the works of Black women. That's Black women's intellect. So for you to sit down on YouTube, you've not graduated school, which is fine. I like people can be educated in all kinds of ways, but to you to diminish the work of these people who are contributing so positively to our community. No, I'm sorry. If my voice, and maybe I am a hope that is not necessary, but if my voice is in any way helpful to the Black feminists who are like writing scholarly research and actually doing the work, if they can look to me and say, okay, at least one Black man is out here saying, okay, this is bad, I can do my work. You can. But I feel like that's so unfair. So this is why when women are talking about divestment, I don't fight, I don't push back against it, because it's unfair. It is actually unfair to expect these women to continuously show up for you and for you to be defending men's bad behavior. Like all the quote good men who have come on this channel have only been defended, not only Impossible, for example, Q, Delilah has not defended, but most of these men come on here and they're like, well, I'm against Black women being abused, but Girl, don't tell me no but. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear the but. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear the but. Um
Because they're interested in dominance.
Yeah.
They can't dominate the other men, so let's dominate our women. And I'm hoping Dean is still here and listening, because if after you've heard all of this, Coriander Yander's story, I heard her say what she said today on her channel, and that impacted me deeply. To know that our young women are being subjected, like a grown man would go on a high school campus and speak against the young women like that. It's just like you just wonder about the next generation and are scared for them. So when they talk about divest, yes, divest. No, we don't need to be out there marching for people who are turning around, kicking us in our ass the first chance they get, talking our name down. But what's happening is people are looking at them and we're like, oh, they're our sons. Like you just see them as your family and have got this mindset, have had it for generations, that we need to defend them. But I'm so glad for Cynthia G and for people like Coriander Yander and the other young women that are coming out now and talking about, showing us the whole picture of what's happening so that we can wake up and stop throwing ourselves under the bus.
Yeah. By the way, how do I join the panel? Cerebral, I think London said he has the link. Just click the link and follow it, and you should be backstage. I think Chanel is want to talk about the video, which I'm going to play now. Anyone who has their final words? I think someone was speaking now before we go to the video.
The last thing I want to say is, as I see it, where we are at this point, is spiritual warfare. And I think we really have to take a broader view of what's going on.
Thank you. I'm going to keep Chanel because she didn't speak. Helen, I think you were speaking.
Sorry, I'm here. Just like I said, sorry, I got a bit distracted. But yeah, it was just about the fresh and fit thing. I'm happy to wait if you wanted to keep up.
Yeah,
with
I'll keep you up with me, and we can play together. I think Cerebral is coming up when she gets here. Oh, there she is. Ali, go ahead. Ali? All right. Sorry. All right, Cerebral,
Hi, famous.
how are you?
I'm okay. Hi, everybody. Hey, Coriander. Everybody in here.
Hey.
Everybody in the chat.
Cerebral. How's it going, girl?
I'm okay. I just had to just give a little bit of my opinion on everything I've heard so far.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. I actually did a video about Fresh and Fit yesterday or the day before yesterday. I heard about them. I always knew they didn't like women, and I always kind of knew they didn't like black women because they put black women on their show now, but they never used to. And that man, I think his name was Dean, that was on earlier. Oh, thank you, famous. Okay. I have to say, black men, a lot of black men on YouTube, they weren't bothered until black women started giving them the same energy, started telling their experiences. There's a lot of, he has sympathy for black men in the manosphere who talk about black women. A lot of black
Your mic is a little low.
Oh, okay.
There,
Can you
there
hear
you
me
go.
now?
Yep.
Okay, that guy Dean earlier who was on, I said a lot of black men online, they weren't so concerned about the destruction of black people until black women started fighting back, started giving them the same energy, and started sharing their experiences of what they've been through with black men. I'm happy that you said it's backed up by facts. I mean, a lot of us aren't coming on here just to bash men, just to bash them. Some of us still think some black men are cute, but culturally, we don't like a lot of things going on in black culture. And, we talk about black femicide. We talk about Black women, what they go through that the news media refuses to talk about. And for divested women, a lot of us, I don't use that word anymore, but they're different. I know women who said they're divested that have Black fiancés. They just don't have one-sided loyalty. They don't march for criminal Black men. They put the issues of Black women at the forefront. Also, as far as Fresh and Fit, I said they were racist to me because if you didn't know what they look like and they were white or something, everybody would want to ruin their career. They would be called racist. The fact that they associate darker skin with being a hood rat, the first thing out their mouth, we don't want Shaniquas and LaQuishas. Since when are all dark skinned women named Shaniqua and LaQuisha? They think then he made an exception. Oh, we'll dabble with the red bone. If you're black, you're black. What's the difference in culture and personality because one person's skin is lighter? It's about skin complexion with them. Asian doll, I'm gonna say something not said. Who was it? Chris Logic or somebody, shout out to them. Asian doll, I was disappointed because she made some comments a few months ago. She hates light-skinned women, saying light-skinned women call her monkey. That ain't, I mean, maybe that's her experience, but calling light-skinned women bitches and stuff, it was terrible. There's a whole video on it, but I'm still gonna defend what's right. They were wrong for what they did. I find it disgusting that that Black girl that came on their show, they said, and this is in front of women not Black, oh, you're a different Black woman. I'm shocked how nice you are because you're not the stereotype. So if we as Black women, if I approach a Black man and say, I'm shocked, you don't have a jail record, you don't have like 3 STDs, you don't have HIV, oh, you haven't been to prison, you don't have child support issues, they would want to smack me. And if
You want to know something interesting?
Oh, go
3
ahead.
baby mamas.
It's interesting because the dean brought up a stat regarding Black women, and I literally had to stop myself.
I know what you're
What-
talking about.
Yeah. He was like, what if I said Black woman with STD by you saying what if you just said it? But interestingly, it is the Black men giving it to them. And not only that, it is Black men who decided not to live in their, you know what, let me stop.
You know
Let me
what,
stop.
Themis? I thought the same thing. I wanted to call in and say, well, who do you, just like you said, it's Black men that's giving Black women all of these STDs because Black men at large are so scared to go to the doctor because they know they have sex without condoms all over the place. And I find it, you can't defend Fresh and Fit, Dean, or anybody else because there is a pattern. And I said it in the video. Why come Black men, they won't, what are Black women known for that they can attack? We all have different eye shapes. We all have different skin complexions, but the dominant trait they can attack is maybe skin complexion. That's why they said we don't dabble in the brown or night riders, aka brown skin or darker skin. We'll make an exception for a lighter skin woman. And then the hair, we have different textures, but a dominant part of the hair is a curly or a kinky hair pattern. Now they won't attack. You never see Black men like them. They won't attack Arab women for hijabs or pointy noses. They won't say anything about Asian women's slanted eyes. They won't say anything about Hispanic women or Mexican women's shape that people talk about. They won't talk about Jewish women's pointy noses, but they feel so free and comfortable to pick on the Black woman publicly because they know no one's gonna defend it. And you'll still have even Black women that will come on their show or say, oh, he just hates his mom. I understand that, but we don't take it as serious as someone who isn't Black who would say it because
Yeah,
they know
you-
their career would be over if they did that to another race of woman.
Yeah, the funny thing is, I don't rank Black men as above Black women, but in a patriarchy, yes. And so when I think about people, if you punch down, you're weak. I don't care what anyone tells me. If you believe someone is beneath you, weaker than you, or has less protection than you, and that's the people you go after, no, you're weak. It is what it is. Themis, if we don't get to discuss the Moors, would you consider doing a separate video? I'm curious about your opinion. I actually started that video, but the research is kind of all over the place. I have the images. If I do this, it will be a really short video. Sorry, but thank you, only Alyssa. I've been looking into it.
I would love to discuss the Moors. Incidentally, I would love that discussion.
Oh, it won't be great. My friends who love the Moors so much and go to them for validation they're probably going to be pissed because build a nation, control a nation, but when we talk about a quote colonized mindset that prioritize whiteness, this has been happening for a while. So
yes, sir.
I just don't want to do it. I actually saw another content creator did a video on it, well, a live stream, and they talked about it a little. I think it was a bit reckless the way it was done, but I agree for the most part. So.
You know,
I'm interested in the research because I just think there's a lot that we don't know, or there's a lot that a lot of us don't know that we need to know.
You know,
Yeah.
there was a book on eBay, but it's no longer there. It was like $400 because I love to read about history and finding out the truth. But they did show a piece of the book, and it said the Moors are capturing the Negroes. Even though the Moors are still black, some of them might be mixed with some Arab, but they're mostly black. But they were seen as a different group. But they said they were capturing the Negroes in Africa, but they were also African too. So, because there are still people in denial that the Moors were black, they really don't want to believe it.
Yeah. Fresh and Fit do sound racist if you close your eyes. You don't have to close your eyes. Also, I'm not sure what I did to get timed out. Please let me know. Love the show. All right, so thank you, Monica. A lot of people are saying they're getting timed out. I don't know. I'll talk to the moderators this Sunday at our meeting, but I don't know. Apologies. There is a way that Fresh and Fit could have said their preferences. If their preferences is white over black and they're a black man, I don't think there is a way you could say that, in my opinion. But I get you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm disagreeing with you, but you can have your opinion. Without bashing or not mention it at all. That would be my preference. It was offensive and unnecessary. Period. The orange pill better come through. Dabbling in the dark and saying all those stereotypical names was out of line. All right. Thankfully you came around. I appreciate that.
Famous.
Is that Ollie?
Cerebral. Let me say one last
Yes.
little thing.
Oh no,
Yeah,
it's Moss. Sorry.
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead, Cerebral.
I really think it's offensive how Fresh and Fit, that black girl with that red hair, when they put her down in front of women not black, saying, I'm shocked how soft your voice is. I'm shocked you're not loud, because you black women, y'all are usually ratchet. Look at how them black men betrayed her in front of a group of women not black. And those non-black women, they just sat there, they didn't know what to say. And some of them smile. Some of those heifers that go on their show, they don't like black women either. I just need y'all to realize this. Some of those women not black, they don't like black women either. Not all of them, but some of them on there, they just sat there. How embarrassing that a black man, it was Fresh and Fit or Fresh or whatever, is gonna sit there in front of a group of women not black and say, oh, I'm shocked you're not a stereotype. Yet how can you say this to me and you're a black man and you have the worst fucking stereotypes on the whole damn planet? Are you serious? And you're going to disrespect me? You have no honor. You would do this in front of a group of women not black they were trying to be funny. They knew exactly what they were doing and they can forever kiss my ass with that. Themis, I'm going to be quiet now. Thank you, everybody.
May I say something before I leave?
Period.
May I say something before I leave? Because I do have to go clean up.
Is that coriander?
Yes, it's coriander.
All right. After my last convo on here, I'm coming differently on here. Thank you. I hope you're not only coming differently on here, but you're coming differently on the internet and in real life for black women generally. But go ahead, coriander.
See, I was waiting and oh yeah, that's right. I wanted to clarify something as a divester before I leave, because we've been talking about this in our space about the confusion and how people use the term divestment, Black women empowerment, and swirling interchangeably. And just really quickly, swirler is somebody who dates interracially, but they may still be open to Black men. They believe in choosing the best man for the job, regardless of race. But they keep all of their options open, and Black men are an option among many, not their sole and only option as a swirler. And swirlers are not divestors. Divestors are extremists when it comes to swirling, and that's what makes us very unique. We don't date Black men. We don't marry Black men. We don't mess with Black men and then, have sex. I mean, we don't, mess with white dudes and then have sex with Black men on the side. We've completely removed ourselves because we believe that you can't heal in the same place that you were broken as women, and that the only way for Black women to see real change is if they completely retract their support, not just financially, but even physically and emotionally from these men in order to see real change. And either one of these women, you can be a divester, you can be a swirler, or you can be somebody who's married to a Black man and still preach Black woman empowerment. Black woman empowerment is not exclusive to only divestors or only swirlers. It's for all Black women and girls, right? And I just kind of wanted to clear that up because I remember making a video that said this woman was like, my Black husband is divested. I was like, what the heck kind of, what? That makes
Can
no
I add
sense.
to that?
Who is that?
I'm Halima.
Oh yeah, go ahead. You're gonna be the last one, and then we're gonna watch some of this video.
Coriander, that's a refreshing point of view for me. I guess everyone have their own definition of what it is. Now that you said it, I understand from other people's points
Yeah.
of view. But to me, it's like the literal definition is to not be vested and invested in something. So I really, encourage the divestment because the divestment woman to be careful kind of how it can come out to the other group of people. I believe any man that you put into on a pedestal can look at that and use that to abuse. I believe like how some Black women highly put some Black men on a pedestal, and also some divestors highly put some white men on a pedestal. I think you should just like quote unquote pick the best man for the job, and not like openly degrade, or I wouldn't say degrade. I want to pick my words and say what I say it, and not like push any buttons. But like I see a lot of divestment women make an error in putting another group of men on a pedestal, and I think that can be actually dangerous to them.
We like I said, best man for the job is swirling, because that's anybody. But the OGs of the divestment movement, they've been talking about how people have been trying to expand the definition of our original movement to be more inclusive. And the thing is, we are gatekeeping, and we're letting them know, hey, divestment strictly means no Tyrones. We do not mess with them. That's what makes us unique from swirlers, because we're extreme in that manner, right? And so I just wanted to go ahead and clarify that. And I have to go clean up. So I will thank you for having me on. And I'll
bye, Coriander.
Goodbye, hun.
Bye. All right. Let's go. Someone was like, we don't want to watch them too. If we get annoyed through this, we can stop and just discuss. We've been on for 3 hours now. I don't know how there's still 700 people in the chat. I appreciate this. When Dean came on, I thought everyone would have left, but you guys hung in there. So I appreciate you guys. So let's
Can I
go.
say one thing to piggyback on what Coriander was saying?
5 seconds.
5 seconds.
I don't care.
It wasn't Coriander, it was Halima, about it seeming like divestors are putting other communities of men on a pedestal. I think where that comes from is the conversation about the difference in culture. in our community, the men don't value marriage. They want to exploit the women. It's a whole culture. You can hear it in the music. You hear it in their conversation. You see it with the baby mamas and how they don't stay in the household. You see the abuse and all of that kind of thing. What they're saying is that in other communities, the culture is different. So the people value marriage and family. The way that they think is just different. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. LB, yeah, you can come on, obviously. If you're moderators, if you're a moderator, you don't have to ever ask if you can come on. You can always jump in. We love you, Themis. Thank you. All right, let's go to the video. And if you're on stage and you want to talk during the video, just talk over it or something and I'll pause it. Yeah.
Listen, when Myron sat there and reposted what I said on the Shade Room, Myron, all right, listen, look, the amount of comments that I got.
Oh, but by the way, I don't know if we're going to get to this, so let me just say, these two black men sat there and have two white women use the N-word multiple times, and no one checked anyone, and it was so painful to watch. I just wanted to point that out, but let's continue.
For being colorist and this and that because I'm light skinned, like y'all really need to shut the fuck up. Like, bro.
Well, what did you say?
I was defending the podcast. Like, bruh.
This is not a promo. It's not a promo. I don't promote things at all. But Vitamin, I got your book. It just came today. I want to say I have not read it yet. And so I'm going to finish this by the end of this weekend, and I will give a review of it for the book club. Just FYI, one thing, I will not tell you if I'm going to do it on here, but I'm like really honest. So just FYI, I will let you know what I think about it after I finish it. And then you'll let me know if you want me to talk about it ever again. But I have not opened it yet. I just wanted to let you know, just FYI.
Yay for sharing the book.
Yeah.
There's literally the golden rule. Speak one mic at a time. Aaron always says this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was just speaking on
This is
my
about the Asian doll
experience.
situation.
Yeah, and I'm just like, bro, the fact that you want to talk out of line and then like he
Right.
keeps telling you, yo, stop.
Right.
Yo, stop. Come on. That's
Okay.
all, I've pinpointed.
Well, that's
the little
not the
things.
issue at hand.
No, but the amount of bullshit I got in my DMs.
Oh, because she's
Yeah, dark
brown
skin.
skin.
All right, so let's roll the clip, guys. Let's roll the clip.
First thing, you're not dark skin, you're white, but that's neither here nor there. She argues that she's not white and all kind of foolishness, but I'm not gonna say whatever. Let's talk race in a moment.
All right, so because this also was taken out of context as well, but it is what it is. Now that you guys see that how grossly things could be put out of context, yeah, I guess
Guys,
it is what it is.
whenever you see a clip, understand there's more
Way
to the
more to
story.
it, yeah.
So don't take the clip as gospel. Look at the whole content first, then make an assumption.
And they come to the conclusion
Yeah.
they really hate black women or women. Okay.
Okay. It's funny. I never used that one, bro.
How long ago
about the
was
black
this?
dating app called Black?
It's a while back.
Okay. Play from the beginning, Chris, just so they can hear fully.
No.
All right. Go ahead.
It's funny. I never used that one, bro.
What about the black dating app called Black?
It's funny. I never used that one, bro. But hey, man.
I mean, hey, bro, if you want to date a bunch of Shaniquas, go for it, man.
LaQuisha.
Yeah, like me and Fresh aren't really down with the brown like
Nah,
that.
man.
We ain't night riders.
Nah,
so
bro, I'm good.
Sometimes if they're red bone, but like in general, me and Fresh don't dabble in the dark. If you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
Okay. So last one, guys.
We're gonna have to do this quickly, ish. So first things first, we all recognize no one asked them if they date black women at all. Any assertion that this was them pointing out their preference is not only completely reductive, it's literally they went out of their way to talk about black women. Do you know this app called Black? No. You're done, right? Not only do you say, oh, I don't date black women, you then went out of your way to call them names. So Does anyone want to respond to this quickly? Like 10 seconds. This is not the response, but I just want to give. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Black.
Everyone.
Oh no, go ahead, love.
No, Black Love.
No,
you
I
go first.
just
Okay, I would say thank God you don't date black women, because like, goddamn, do I never want a black woman be subjected to you? Okay, please go date white women and be reparations for like slavery and shit. Because fuck it, dude. Like nobody wants you. Just stay the fuck away.
All right. Period. Like, yeah. Like honestly, I people like deplatform them. The part that I hate is that it does have an effect on people. Like if someone is talking negatively about me, I would feel some kind of way. But like I like that these people are being open, because what I can't do, Malcolm X talked about this, the wolf versus the fox. The wolf coming, you know, to run. The fox, you want to pet. Like I like. Someone said I like my racist. I like being able to tell. Like I don't like questioning whether or not. Now I know I can completely distance myself from you and anyone who associates with you, and that's just a clear-cut decision. LB, go ahead.
Oh, I think Kalima was trying to go.
No, you can go, and then Helena. I think then I can go back to the video.
So all I have to say to them, because I have now witnessed this and it affected me, just like hearing that. So now I need a response. To those guys whose names I don't even know because they're that irrelevant. Fuck you guys too. Fuck you too. Like not fuck you, but fuck you too, because that was a fuck you to all black women. I don't care what shade you are, because according to their definition, they may have dated me, depending on like how like they like them. But even if a guy like that came to me, I would say fuck you, and I have said fuck you to guys like that. Like nobody wants. First off, half of these. Okay, I don't know what these guys look like because honestly, I missed the video. But half of these guys have darker hues than the girls they're going for, and then they want to sleep with them. They make babies with them, and then like, what am I supposed to expect you to treat my child like? If you had to make, like, if I had to pass the paper bag test and you don't, and we're gonna make a child that may not pass the paper bag test, how are you gonna treat my child? Like,
yeah.
Just
Color
like, why would
appearance.
any sane woman even sleep with them? Like, I wouldn't even risk it with a condom and birth control. Like, that's how I feel.
Yeah.
It's so
No,
disgusting.
You had mentioned something.
Wait, before you go again, Helena, go ahead. Sorry, I'm trying to be coordinated so we can get through some of this. But go ahead, Helena.
Oh, I was just taking note if you guys see the laughs from the crowd, like the condescending laughs after they said that. Like, to me, that just spoke volumes.
Yeah.
I was gonna agree with you. Like the pick me behavior of, well, I'm not gonna blame it completely on them, but like the kind of behavior of the other women there. I know why they're doing it, because they don't want to be bullied by them, and they somehow suspect that by capping for them, that they'll be immune to the abuse later on. Like, hey, I'm on your side, it's gonna be okay. But in reality, this is just like a losing battle. They're just kind of like putting down the next woman over until one day it happens to them.
Yeah. I wish if
Good observation. Good observation.
Yeah. I recognize that there are people, for example, who went on Kevin Samuels and they're like, oh my God, I watch your show. I love your show. And I'm sitting here like, wait, what? You just got, because this person got dragged and Kevin Samuels treated them poorly. But it's like, you watched other women be treated poorly and you thought you were going to be different. So it's a very strange thing for me to watch women continuously show up for them and be there wanting validation. Like, let them be with their white in my mind, let them be with their white women, because girl, let's be clear. Fresh was the one with the sugar baby, right? I'm not. Let me stop. Let's continue. And
Yeah,
then
he's the
we'll come
one.
back to
The sugar baby.
this. Girl.
All right, so pause. So here's the thing, guys, and I want to make this very, very clear. We got 10,000 plus people here watching.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
We are not a politically correct podcast. You know, we say what we want. We say a lot of controversial stuff.
We speak our truth.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a big reason why we've been able to build the following that we have. We are not politically correct. We don't care about what.
Good. That's actually, someone said accountability took black men out of the house. This is actually one of the most honest things I've heard, and I didn't pick it up the first time. He said, this is why we have been this successful. What he describes as not being politically correct is actually him being really degrading to women, and black women in particular. And he is right. That is why they have been successful. If you look through their videos, the one where they're kicking out women, the one they're talking bad about, that is why they became successful. Like, he is actually correct about this. There is a premium, right? There is currency in shaming black women and using black women's image in this way, unfortunately. Let me continue.
People necessarily think. We say we want. Now, here's the other thing. We make fun of all races on this podcast. White, black, whatever.
Asian.
We bring white girls in all the time. Hey, do you like the BBC? Hey, oh yeah, you're a night rider. Ha ha ha. Whatever. You know, we make fun of Hispanics.
Sorry, I have to do that.
Does he have
Interesting. He thinks no. He thinks telling white women that they like the BBC is somehow making fun of white women. No, you are still making fun of black people. You are acknowledging a fetish that you are being used for, and you thought that was an insult to the. You said you like night ride. You're a night rider. Again, you are insulting yours. Like, I literally don't understand. He's literally pointing out the times where he makes fun of white people, and still the comments he pointed to was still making fun of black people. Like, like what? Like, he doesn't even see it because he's so confident. He's like, I insult white people too, and then goes to you essentially call black people the N-word. Like, okay, girl, good. Literally, people are like, the only thing black men are good for is their BBC, and you think that was somehow an insult to them? You call yourself night. You said they're night riders. Who is the night they're riding? It's you. You are the insult. You are the insult. You are the reason this is insulting in your own mind.
It's sad.
Girl, I can. People really go to them, talk about, oh my God, it's the preference. But let me continue. Oh, this is hard. You guys can take notes or something. I'll let you guys speak after in a moment. Sorry.
We make fun of black people, make fun of white people, we make fun of everybody. Hell, yesterday we had some white guys in here who were making fun of them, right? Hey, we got some white bitches in the house.
Yeah, we said every nigga needs a white guy in the background.
Yeah, like we make jokes on everybody. Yeah. This is the reality right now. We live in a politically correct pussy society that can't take jokes and gets triggered by everything. If you make a joke, people get mad. You're a colorist. You're transphobic.
Girl, his performance of masculinity is so strange to me.
You're They're coming after Dave Chappelle for it. Yeah. It's ridiculous. Okay. Here's the other thing too. When it comes to dating and your personal preferences, no one bats an eye when women say, I want a man that's 6 feet tall, makes a certain amount of money, blah, blah, blah. Those are considered preferences. But if I say, hey man, I don't date black girls like that. Oh God.
You hate black women.
How dare you?
You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous.
My mom's black. Your mom's black.
Yeah.
My sister's black. Like, bro, we just have a preference.
If we hate a black woman, would we bring African American women and black women on the show?
Okay, but
All right, now we can have a little discussion before we go back. All right.
Can I say something really quickly?
Before you do, after me, you can. So it's interesting talking about, I don't date black women. Wait, black women say, I date this, not excluding anyone. You don't see how you excluding someone is different than black women saying what they prefer. Now, let's ignore it. Let's say they were equal, right? They were both, quote, a preference. Let's take it. Black women want a tall man. We can go to a black woman who wants a tall man and they can explain why they want a tall man. Maybe they want to reach the top cabinet, right? Maybe they want to wear a stiletto and still not be taller than their men. Maybe it's evolutionary biology, which literally is about being able to protect yourself and extend your own life, right? So you want someone who's, quote, physically fit. Not saying it's right, it's toxic, just for everyone out there. Short men need loving too, I guess. I don't know, I'm not short. All right, great, fine. Let's go to someone who says they want white woman. Please explain to me what that preference is, where it comes from, and what it means. Because you can do that for almost every preference, but I don't know how you can do that for whiteness without devolving into racist tropes. All right, anyone can respond to that. I think Black Love was going. Sorry, Black Love, go.
Oh, I was gonna say you gave them so much grace with that counter argument. I was gonna say they're liars. Men complain about women not liking short guys all the time. Men are always complaining about women wanting more money all the time. He's trying to conflate these two alienable characteristics. But before he even got to that point to make his argument, he was already wrong. Either wrong or lying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He was defeated before he even started. But there's never any pushback because then everybody would feel like, oh, they can't say anything, or if they interrupted him right then and there, like he would have just shut them down.
My thing is also you don't get to. I wish he had a smarter woman. I don't know. These women might actually be smart, but I wish he had someone to say, well, no. You don't get to turn this into an argument about. You don't get to turn this into an argument about preferences when you literally degraded women. Like, it's not about. Girl, look. Yeah, the way y'all been dragged through these YouTube streets, no one want to be seen with you. So it's fine. No one cares about who you prefer. What you did was not about preference. Like, you can say, yes, I have been dominated as a man and therefore I don't like the womb from which I came. Fine, we can accept that you have been socially, politically, and economically dominated. Therefore, you feel comfortable enough to get on Beyonce's internet to say some foolishness like Black women are called this name and that name. Completely fine. I am fine with that. We're all fine with that because we don't care about your opinion. What I don't like is you thinking you can gaslight the entire world into thinking, oh, this was about preference. No, we are mad because you called people name in a way that is ultimately what most people would say is racist for any other groups to come out and say it. And like most people, we can get a person of the culture to come out and be the mouthpiece for white supremacy, and it feels like this is what these people are. But I don't think they're smart enough to know. Let me stop talking. Go ahead, anyone else?
You know, sorry.
Sorry. Sorry, it's Janelle. I just wanted to say one thing. The way you can tell it wasn't just a benign comment based on the reaction in the room. When he first said it, when he was talking to the girl with the red hair, the way that everyone else in the room reacted, Fit immediately busting into laughter. Laughter from behind the scenes. Even the non-Black women in the room, you see them get a little bit chipper. And even when he's going to list these stereotypes, there are non-Black women mouthing and or saying words that they're thinking. There's one woman in the back when he goes, oh yeah, Black girls are normally annoying, ratchet, and he stops for a second thinking of it. And a white woman in the back comes up with her own word to fill in.
Let me show you something. While you say that, this lady with the red hair, don't know her. She is super aggressive. I don't care. I think men and women can be aggressive. It is what it is. My problem is she gets to be aggressive and no one calls her masculine or anything like that. She literally was attacking that other woman. She's like, why do you think we're here? We are here to give you a space to talk. Girl, why are you here? This is not your podcast. You don't have to give anyone no space to talk. I wish for a moment the black lady they brought back, I cannot play that part of the video because it makes me really upset. I wish I could have taken over her body and responded specifically to this woman right here. Her. The fact that they allowed her, she's Jamaican, I found out. They allowed this woman to speak to their quote sister like that annoyed me to no end. And then had the audacity, both of them, this one with the red, both of them have red hair. All right, so the both red hair women just kept saying the N word, just kept saying the N word all throughout the night. So I go ahead. Sorry,
but no, that's the thing, right? Is the way people can tell how a statement is supposed to be taken based on the reaction. That's why when you watch a lot of sitcoms or shows, a lot of them will put like oohs or laughter in the background. It's supposed to inform how you're supposed to feel about what's going on. And so had it been what they say, right? They're saying, we are just, words have meaning. We are just stating our preferences. Just is supposed to invoke some sort of neutrality. Wasn't supposed to be a grandiose statement. We are just stating facts. I don't typically date black girls. But if that's the case, and I'm Fit, I mean, Fit didn't take it as just stating your preference, because why would he laugh like that if he's reading it as, I'm just saying I don't like black girls? I mean, he knows Fresh, right? He knows that information. So he and the producers in the back of the room read it as a read, which is what it was, a read. It was meant to read that girl down instead of a regular bland statement of fact.
Yep.
And if I'm Fit, best case scenario, you're stating facts, but worst case scenario, and if I really don't have nefarious intentions, worst case scenario, you're saying something I know could potentially harm our podcast, our platform, and screw up our money, which we've heard they really care about. So the reaction in either way, once again, assuming good intentions, either way doesn't make sense. The only logical explanation is Fit knew Fresh was talking out of his ass. He knew he was saying something offensive. He knew he was reading that girl, which he was enjoying. And he knew that he was going to get money from his subscribers, and black women's feelings be damned.
Oh, you just gave me mahogany pink. That you just gave me full on mahogany pink. Yeah. How is blackness and shortness or blackness and brokenness even compared? Yeah, right. Thank you, Afri.
Like the only actually it's not the money. The money can't even be applied. Like the only thing is maybe height, but like not really.
Joa, I don't know if it's Joa or Joa. The link is there. Please come up. I will make space for you. Come defend this. Are you saying they should be able to use it? Is it I should not be so judgmental of them using the N-word because they're in Florida? Are we saying based on your jurisdiction you can use the N-word as a white person? Please come up and do not text it in the chat. Please come up and clarify the stance for me.
I think
can I share my opinion on this one?
If you have red hair, you can use it.
Y'all, can I
Go
say
ahead,
one
LB.
thing? Because I'm actually gonna get off of here.
Oh yeah, go ahead, sir.
Just give me 3 minutes, y'all. Just 3 minutes. You know, I get so irritated about this height thing. I'm 5'8.5", almost 5'9", and I've dated shorter men, but why is it a shaming thing when black women like tall men? Every woman, it's a universal thing. Around the globe, women prefer men taller. We feel more protected. You know, I don't always wear high heels. I'm already tall, but if I do want to put some on, I've dated shorter men, and one of them was insecure about it. He didn't like that he was way shorter than me. So, I mean, a lot of women, we like taller men. We want to look up to you. We want to feel like you're a little woman and stuff. Even if you're a damn near 1 inch or 2 inches, just a little taller. I could date a guy that's 5'8". You know, I've dated 5'7", but I prefer them to be my height or taller. And I'm tired of black women being shamed about liking taller men. I mean, most people aren't even that tall on the average. Okay, also, the last thing I want to say is that it's good black women are seeing who their enemies are. Stop always thinking the white man is racist. The non-black men are against me. That's not true. You need to face the fact that you got men in your own group that's just as racist as you think or claim other men and people not black are. Okay, face the reality. People are saying it's not racism. To me, there was some racist things said by them, offensive things. They are the enemy to the black woman, those two men, and that's how I feel. And I just thank you for letting me come on here, everyone, and Themis and everybody. Thank you.
No, thank you. I appreciate you. And that was a read. You should have said thank you because I literally wanted to punctuate your sentence by saying
Oh wait,
period.
I'll stay then. Hold on, I'll
No,
stay.
I wanted to punctuate your sentence right there by saying period. But when you said thank you, I couldn't say period after the drag.
Okay.
But I
All right.
appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank
Have a good
you.
night. And obviously come
Bye.
back.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. All right. So we're gonna watch some more. I like the panel talking. So Reese is here. We can see the link to come on again. London link just posted the link. There it is. I will also thank you. All right, let's go back to watching.
All the time.
The question.
Let me finish.
Okay.
We would
Please.
not if we had an issue with them. Our dating preferences are our preferences. Just like you have the prerogative as a woman to date a man that makes a certain amount of money, a height, income, whatever it is, no one bats an eye. We are free to choose who we want to hook up with and date. Like, what the hell? Like, there's not wrong with having preferences. Why is it when men have preferences considered discrimination, but when a woman has preferences, she's championed for it?
Oh, I know what it is. Men can have standards.
Exactly. That's the reality. So,
Can we chime in?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just think the biggest question is like, whether that's your preference or not, like, what is the issue with black women? Especially like,
there's none.
Are you a black man?
I love them.
Yeah, we don't have issue.
I ain't gonna lie.
Are you black?
I love
My
black
parents
girls.
are from Sudan, so yes, I would consider myself black.
Well, you're black, right?
Yeah.
Why I think he was like sad when she was like, "Oh, you're black, right?" And that was like, I feel like he thought that was disrespect because he probably like, "No, I'm kind of black, not really, but like, girl, no, you're black." I don't know why that is an insult to him, but it felt like an insult to him.
Apparently you could be Dominican. But like, I really need to know what the issue is. Like, I was like, okay, like as I was getting ready to come here, I seen the thing on the shade room. I was like, oh my god, I have to.
There is no issue.
You ask a gay guy what is the issue with women? No, he just likes it up the butt. Like it's just their preference.
But why?
Was that the answer?
No. Let me just say, this white lady decided that she is going to explain why a black man having a preference for white women is not a problem. Girl, I could not.
She said he likes it up the butt.
I could not have been there. She was attempting to conflate sexuality with quote unquote preference. She doesn't understand that literally she could have been dragged if this was clipped properly and put out in the world. Like, she's essentially saying being gay is a quote preference. Because when you're asking what's the difference, girl, I'm not even going to do this with it. I can't do ignorant statements. So I'm going to leave that alone. Quickly, if you want to respond.
You know what? I do want to respond to that. Because I know that the conversation around homosexuality, bisexuality, heterosexuality, the whole push for homosexuality being socially accepted came from the argument that, or I guess this was the argument that got it
on this way,
was that it was not a preference, but that it was something that you couldn't help. What I will say is that I'm naturally a bisexual woman, but I chose to be a lesbian. That was my choice.
Yeah. I don't think I think it would be political suicide to think every gay person chose to be gay. That's all I'm gonna say on that. Let's continue.
But I'm saying make room for choice. I'm not backing down off of.
Yeah. Oh, I'm an advocate for all of this. Like I feel like it. I think it should not be necessary for you to be quote born this way for being gay to be okay. That's my stance. Like it shouldn't be necessary.
Was that Nana that was
I would
talking?
like to.
Oh, sorry.
All right, wait. All right, everyone who wants to talk, you can get 5 seconds, and I will count down those 5 seconds. Let's start with
okay.
LB.
I just wanted to know if that was Nana that was talking because I have questions behind the scenes.
Yes, that's me. Hi, LB.
Okay, hi. Sorry.
Now y'all flirting on my camera. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh my gosh.
Y'all use the private chat. This is
Yeah, we'll do that. Totally
Themacentos
forgot about it.
Themacentos meetup. Who wanted to say something else?
I wanted to say something. Themis, why the idea that they're out here pissed off that people are coming for them when they called out Black women by name, you sent for me. I'm confused about how you throw up a bat signal and you're afraid that, and you're all of a sudden shocked that somebody shows up to defend themselves when you call somebody out by name. I just find that to be completely bogus.
You want to know something? Yeah. And I wish people, it's like when Chris Brown talked about people's hair and then Black women got upset and then he said only the ugly bees are upset and then Black women felt like they shouldn't talk because they didn't want to be classified as an. Please don't care what these men think. If you feel some kind of way, come out and say it. I will defend you to the end of this world. I don't think it is okay to like gaslight people into saying, oh, it's because you are insecure as a Black woman that you feel upset. No, you don't want these men. It's fine. What they said was BS, and you have a right to speak up about the foolishness that they're talking about. Like, don't be gaslit into saying, oh, because I don't want to be seen as insecure. Who are these people? Like, no.
If I may.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I feel like I've cut you off.
No. We're
Yeah.
interrupting each other. It's fine.
I just tried to say this point and it feels like this would be the perfect time so much because I was kicked out so many times.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. But
No, it's probably my fault. I'm sorry.
But what I wanted to say, hopefully this is a good time, I think so though, was that I was shocked because I listened to you and other people, but I've had a very different experience because I don't live in America. So some of the things that I hear aren't my experience. But I found it very shocking, and I'm going to use names. So if you want to cut me or if you don't want those names to be used on your platform, you can always say it. But I was watching Abba and Preach's reaction to what happened with, I forgot her name, but the woman that I think is famous that came on the
Asian doll.
podcast. Yeah, exactly. Her. And what I was really annoyed about, and I even talked about this to my brothers, which are younger, because they're younger than me. I'm French, so I might not use English very well, was the fact that they weren't clear enough. So what I mean by that is what I find annoying, and I want your thoughts on that, is that somebody who has a huge platform like Abba and Preach, and specifically Abba, who claims to be, let's say, to have a preference for Black women, hears people talk about Black women in this way, very clearly in
derogative ways and doesn't feel the need to be clear about his rebuttal and be very, he was very ambiguous about it, and I found it very, very weak and annoying. And I feel like that's the first time where I felt like um, some of the talk about black men not defending black women made sense to me, because I
Yeah,
felt like it was so necessary at that moment because it was so insulting. It didn't need, it was so unnecessary, the words they used, and it was so easy to be very clear about the rebuttal, and I didn't understand why it wasn't as clear as it needed to be.
I did watch Abba and Preach, and I actually thought they would have pushed back harder. Um, they're not manosphere, they're not red pill, but they're very red pill adjacent. Um, which is why when they did not call out the lead attorney, when the lead attorney spoke about that man who killed his ex-wife and ex-girlfriend, and he defended them, and Abba and Preach just kind of pretended like it didn't happen, and didn't react to that. That was when I was like, all right, girl, I see. So it wasn't surprising to me that they didn't go as hard, but I would agree with you that I would have expected more from them, but I've learned not to expect too much from them.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah,
There's something I
before you do
noticed.
though,
Yeah.
before you do, actually go ahead. Reading super chats is hard, but yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, what I was gonna say is that while maybe we might appreciate ABBA and Preach dunking down on Fresh and Fit as hard as they did, that it brought attention to their bad behavior, we need to be honest about ABBA and Preach. Like, as much as they might pretend to be nuanced, they're really not. Like, they are skating the wall of like misogyny, and that's just the truth.
Yeah.
These guys are free speech absolutists, and they will never push back in such a way that it might limit their ability to say things in the future. And ABBA even admitted himself that there was a long time in which he just hated any idea having to do with feminism, even though he could not really articulate why. And he would constantly demand nuance, but would never actually take the time to have the conversation. He would just do 15-minute videos to like dunk on it and then move on, right? At no point does he ask a feminist to have a conversation with it. Even in his like Instagram live, the conversations are short. He actually doesn't want to have the conversation and get some pushback. Same with Preach. It's all fun, but I don't think they have the range to actually like deal with any of these conversations. At the end of the day, they're just comedians.
But
And
if I may,
that's what I had to accept, because I was a huge supporter of them, because I wanted a more sort of nuanced and balanced view, and I would see them keep pushing a sort of agenda in the opposite direction of what I think the research would agree with, but I kept going. But there were many examples where I was like trying to check out, but the lead attorney, they literally review essentially everyone that I think is like horrible, and then they just ignore the lead attorney. And I realized the lead attorney and them, they're friends. They've been on each other's podcasts, and I was like, all right. So it's a lack of, I'm not going to say it's a lack of integrity, but like I don't think they want to rock the boat too much, and I don't care about rocking the boat. Like the way Crystalline and I started talking on a friendly basis before we started communicating, I made a video saying she was wrong about Candace Owens, like, and I didn't care. Like I love people and I care about people, but that does not mean I'm going to agree with each specific point. And she was woman enough to say, well, we disagree on that, and that was that. But it wasn't, I don't know. I feel like people aren't, like, people make clicks, and once you're in a click, you can't disagree, and that's not okay. It's always black women feeling be damned. Kevin Samuels also decided it was okay to sacrifice us for money. Also, not a white woman telling us why it's okay for black men to prefer black women, right? Like, they realize well, I mean, I think they see a sucker and they're trying to lick. Thank you, Jay. I don't know who that was trying to speak, but please go
It
ahead.
was it was me. I was just trying to say that I agree with everything that you're saying, but the reason why I felt so annoyed with it was because I felt like um everything that Fresh and Fit said on their podcast, and I had heard it before, um, was more than just attacking women or even black women. I felt like the choice of word was very racist, blank, point blank,
Oh yeah,
and I
yeah.
felt like Abba and Preach had discussed other people that had made such comments very aggressively, very clearly. And so I find it very unfortunate that they didn't. And of course, I'm not expecting anything from them, but I wonder, this is my position, and so I'm posing the question to you guys because I don't have much more to add to the conversation. um, if you have how can I say this? So I feel like the reality that I'm hearing about on this podcast, which I really enjoy listening to, is not mine. I live in Canada, and around the people I have around me are immigrants mostly, and I don't see the same thing. But I would want my brothers to be forceful about their protection of any black woman if they were hearing these words. So I'm wondering, I have said this to them, but I'm wondering what can I do in my community so that these things make sense. And these people, Abba and Preach, are from Montreal. I'm from Montreal also. So it robbed me even more like the wrong way, the fact that they didn't say enough, I guess. So that would be my question, and I really don't have much more to say.
Yeah. My I don't I don't like telling people what to do necessarily, but I would say make sure the people you are around, um, watch them obviously, and see when it's time for them to speak up. If they speak up, and then speak to them before anything happens about their position. I don't think you should wait. Well, you didn't say this, but I don't think it's practical to wait until something happened to see how other people are going to react. I think it's something you have to investigate before something happens and before you're in a position where you might need their help, not just you, but women generally. And I think I forgot which content creator said this. I actually really do forgot. I would have said the name, but they're like, if you're around men who are immersed in the kind of red pill, black pill talking points, they say be very careful. I say walk away. Um, and the reason, okay, let me caveat. You don't have to do any of this, obviously. This is not me giving a suggestion. I'm saying if I were a woman, these are the things that I would do because I think your personal security is important, and I don't think it's easy to navigate friendships and dating as easy as people are saying, oh, you need to vet, you need to vet, you need to. It's difficult. Like people are liars, and they're good at at lying. So in terms of what you should do, try to find people who are good people. Um, but how do you know if they're good? Watch them and take every red flag you get as important. It's not okay to play with your life because it's essentially playing with your life. But I don't think this is an American thing. So even if you're in Canada, I think it still applies. But again, I don't give advice. That's I have a lot more thoughts, but I feel like it would go too far down the route of giving advice, which this is essentially giving advice. So I'm gonna stop myself now.
Yeah, I'm so sorry because I said I didn't have anything to say, but I do think you should talk about this. The reason why is the part, at least I'm gonna make a suggestion. I'm taking that initiative. Um, the the issue I'm having, or the thing that I feel like I would want your take on, if you're willing to give it, is navigating arguments um,
Mm.
in the black community, so meaning with black men in relationship, because I find that that is an issue that I see across the board. So not only like, let's say, I wouldn't say that is an African American problem. I would say that is a problem in our community, everywhere. And I find that to be very dangerous, not only for safety, but even to the men that wouldn't go as far as being violent. I just find it's not efficient for our community because you don't listen to the other person and their arguments, and so you don't evolve well enough, in my opinion. So I would really enjoy you talking about that subject and everyone else that always participate.
I'm going to do a video on my other channel where I do actually talk about debating and stuff and importance and how to do it and all of that stuff. I am not going to answer the question directly because here is something that I find to be a problem. The way in which I debate and speak and engage in discourse is very technical. It is extremely technical. And because of that, I usually think that people will get it at the end of the day. And I'll explain at a later time why that is. It actually works. And people who I debate with on here, off here, when they engage with me, it's very difficult, unless I'm definitely wrong and they're definitely right. It's very difficult for them to leave the conversation without knowing that they messed up. The thing is, to learn that is to not use it in real life. Because I realize that people, when they are wrong, and you point out that they are wrong, there are some people who have very violent reaction to it. I don't know if that is safe. So how do you converse and not debate, but converse with people? If they're aggressive, you don't in real life.
Can I say something?
Yeah, if you are safe and it is a discourse and you want to talk about how to construct a meaningful argument that connects the thesis to the conclusion, we can talk. But if you are attempting to win a debate about Black manhood, womanhood, all of that stuff, and the stats, I would stay away from that, depending on the person you're talking to, because it can get real unsafe real quickly. All right, go ahead, Black Love.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say part of my appreciation for your channel is your ability to concisely make an argument, which is already a rare thing for most people. Most people are just really bad communicators. I struggle with it myself, which is something I appreciated. But secondly, I have to say to the woman who asked the question is probably don't, unfortunately. I've even had this experience myself when I was trying. My brother, unfortunately, is really into the manosphere thing. And part of my fear of these people is that it was kind of leaching into his brain. And my attempt to challenge him, there was anger there. Like he almost wanted to fight, even though he never would. But you could tell that he wasn't registering the argument. He was feeling it as a personal attack.
Yeah.
And especially if you're a woman, not only would they feel that their intelligence is being challenged, but that you're also making personal attacks on them. And unfortunately, part of the problem with Black men in the Black community is unfortunately, a lot of them want the license to do violence. That's kind of the toxic problem with the manosphere in general, that to men, not even just Black men, to men in general, it is the license to do violence. And the arguments are never good arguments. They're just a simple occasion to justify what they really want to do, which is bash women, brutalize women, dominate women, and to not be humiliated.
One of the comments on the video about that young Black lady who was found dead was that, see, other races of men don't take that back talk or whatever. When they don't have the police, they do this. And that essentially highlights what you were just saying, Black Love. It is wanting to dominate, wanting the power that they think other groups of men have. And that is a problem. Anyway, they said the guy is preaching. Yep.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Could I just say that Black Cloth, I feel like not only challenging all that you said, but also challenging their manhood. And the only nuance I wanted to add was I don't think it's a manosphere only problem. I think that any discussion that becomes very where they're losing arguments can become violent just because
Yeah.
they don't like the idea that a woman is, and I feel like it's almost socialized, a woman is winning, and
Yeah.
it challenges their manhood. And I think being specific about that is better because
Th-
I don't find it has anything to do with manosphere
th-
problems.
that is that
Yeah.
is
Wait, wait,
very
wait.
true. Sorry, I was gonna agree with you. That is very true. But however, in the Black community, unfortunately, different forms of patriarchy take different forms in every community, and this is specific to the Black community. This is why I would say caution to not do it. That's all I wanted to say. Sorry.
I know. I think Themis is at a point where he needs someone to procure his sound. Oh, that's nice. I like compliments. Let's continue.
I speak on it. Why don't you talk about what you like?
Okay, so wait,
as
can I
opposed
say
to what
this?
you don't like.
Wait,
It's true.
Can I say this? In the video, it was a comment.
There was a
Remember how
comment.
like they get paid to read out stuff?
Yeah.
It was a comment that said, "Oh, have you ever using the dating
Black
app Black?"
Yeah.
So that's how the whole
Right.
topic even came to about their personal preferences.
Yeah, because our chat
You understand?
talks to us. Yeah.
So at
No, sorry. We don't understand. Why are you explaining anything? Why are you explaining anything? You want to know something that's so frustrating? This is what's so frustrating. She is there saying that's how it came up, when in actuality, none of it came up. They affirmatively brought up dragging Black women. They asked, do you know this app named Black? Nothing came up from that. It is a yes or no question, literally a yes or no question. But what they're doing is they are defending their position in the hierarchy of beauty. That is all they're doing. That is all they are doing. When they hear, oh, Black men love white women, them identifying with whiteness, even though they overtly disavow it here and talk about, oh, I'm not white. She says, oh, I'm not white, I'm Jewish. Okay, girl, Judaism is a religion. So I don't know what you're talking about, but it's so frustrating to see them here defending this idea that a Black man liking a white woman only and rejecting Black women is not an issue. But we're not even going there. It is, they were degrading Black women. She is like, oh, this is a conversation about the preference. They're literally not talking about their preference. They literally were out there dragging Black women. This Black woman have a problem with it. She's asking Black men and you, because you understand your privilege. And look, I am not going to go after these women for understanding their privilege. Use it. Use what you got to get what you want. If they're going to pedestalize you, lick. You see a sucker and you lick. Do you, right? Someone said the black man's kryptonite is the white woman. And we need to protect Black. No. If your kryptonite as a Black man is white woman and they can come in and do whatever they want to you because that is your kryptonite, that sounds like a you problem. Ain't nobody have time to protect you from your quote preference. Let them take them. I don't care. But it does bother me that you feel the need to interrupt her, who she didn't do well in this conversation because she was dragging the other Black woman, but we're not going to have that conversation yet, right? You wanted to check her for asking them about something. You're doing too much. I don't know who you are. I don't care who you are, but you're doing too much. I think someone's fire detector is going off, and I think the chat is annoyed by it. I didn't hear it, but someone said, "Can I?" So if I'm gonna let 3 people talk.
If it's
Go
okay
ahead.
for me to add something, that just literally just came up in my head. It's just weird to me that these so-called women preferences, whatever, it's almost always a weird iteration of what the typically ratchet black women that the same men are describing that are so bad, and that they're making this blanket statement about all black women are being, but these preferences literally mimic these behaviors, but for some reason it's okay on them. And it's just this whole weird thing with preferences that people keep conflating with exclusion, technically, because you preferences based on phenotypical traits are not the same things as a preference based on like social status or someone's economic background. I just don't understand how people keep conflating preferences and just excluding a whole group based on their skin color or their hair texture or their features. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
All right. Before I agree with you. Let me just say this right now. Judaism, I promise you, I will get canceled for this if I need to, but it is not a race. I have seen all kinds of people, even in my own family, who are, well, my family is black, so that, who identify with the Jewish faith. I am sorry. I am so sorry. I am not going to accept that Judaism is a race. Now, if you can show me work on this where it's literature that, because I do know Judaism, there is a classification that allows for sort of a racism, but it is still not a race. And I'll talk about that more if we can, but I am sorry. I am so sorry. It is not a race.
Well, the Hebrew Israelites are Jews too, so no, you're right.
Yeah. So I know black Jewish people. I know white Jewish people. So I am sorry. I don't need more than words.
No, I completely agree with that. That wasn't the point. The point is just generally speaking when people are addressing that.
Kat, that was not you. I was looking at the comments and someone was like, "It is a race." Also, race is a social construct. That's not where I'm going with this. I'm actually saying even if we accept race as a sort of acceptable thing, well, I mean, even if you're calling it sort of an ethnicity, like it's still not a. All right, let's continue. This is not the hill I want to die on, but I don't mind being canceled for that.
You're right.
At the end of the day, it wasn't like, oh, I don't like black women. Like, no, bro. They just
It's literally what they said. It's literally what they said. I don't know why she's here. Let me stop. Let's
we just have a conversation.
She's here to be the.
Why don't you like black women? I'm just curious.
I mean,
for the
here's the
people.
thing.
Like nobody might question why.
Oh, I love this. By the way, in the workplace, when you have a Karen coming after you, just kind of ignore them and then go do what you want to do. Like let them be mad or whatever and don't engage at all. Let them freak out. And what she just did was brilliant. I mean, I'm not saying she's brilliant, but what she just did was brilliant. She knew her space and she occupied it. This lady is like, no, this is what they blah, blah, blah. She let her talk and then she just ignored everything she said and then went back to her question. Love that for her.
And people
Are
don't like
they
what they
too
like.
opinionated?
But wait, before you even get into why, I just want to hear from the horse's mouth. Like, what is the issue?
So see,
because I'm a whole black
So
woman.
see, honestly, right?
I
Speaking,
just
like,
want to know.
you had your preferences, right? Did I question your preferences and the guy that you wanted? Remember I asked you earlier on the show.
But I didn't get in like a specific detail as like race. I just want to know like what your.
I know. Hold on.
It's still a
But
preference.
it's still a preference, right?
Yeah.
So whether you like a guy that's tall, buff, whatever, I didn't say why do you like that. I just said cool. I respect your opinion. We said on platform, hey.
But you could have, and they would have told you why they like a buff guy. And you, not being buff yourself, would have probably felt some kind of way. They could have told you why they didn't want to, they want a tall man and not a short man. And you probably felt some type of way. All right. They could have said, I want a real man. Let me not do that. So now all of that it's fine. They're asking you to explain your preference. I mean, it's your prerogative if you want to, but we all know that your skin color being a preference for you is a problem. Well, I mean, Fresh don't know that because he's going to try to explain it. But.
Venus, can I
Myron,
jump in here real quick?
yeah, wait. Myron is going to not. Myron is not going to want to answer, but still answer. Go ahead. Who is that? Is that concerned?
That is concerned. Yeah. Also, fake news. You don't, when these women state their preferences for tall men or men with money or whatever, they absolutely do have a problem with
No,
that.
yeah, Black just talked about that and said I let them off the hook for that because they do have a problem with it. So if their point is moot. But yeah.
Yeah, like why did you have to defend your woman being a gold digger if you didn't if there you don't have opinions about what women should and should not want?
Yep.
So that's all I wanted to add.
I mean, the whole problem, the whole thing is to bring women on there and shame them for. Yeah, I'm not doing this. That's
Famous, can I say something?
You know what? Commented, hey, use the app called Black to get black girls. No, we don't
Basically,
retake
it
them.
has nothing to do
No,
with race.
No.
not me on mute talking. Reese, go ahead.
Hi, sorry. I just wanted to throw this in before we continued. I'm watching this whole debacle unfold, and I really had to sit here and think to myself what my frustration is. And I think that I finally have an answer. My frustration here is just watching the results of colorism on display. What I'm seeing here is two pedestalized preferences acting like they are experts on the Black experience and on Black issues. They are literally here feigning expertise. They feel supremely qualified to speak on this like they're subject matter experts when they are not. It's quite frankly how Brittany Renner ends up coming around to a college, being invited there to act like she is a subject matter expert on quote unquote game. This is what I'm looking at, and this is exactly what I am frustrated with. That's all I wanted to add.
Oh, no. The thing is, I'm not frustrated with it because give it a couple months, these same men are going to be out here talking about how these white women use them and these preference, Brittany Renner, trapped PJ, and all of this foolishness. After they pedestalize them, of course, that's what you're going to get. So I get your point. I take your point, but they will be right back out here. They will be right back out here talking about how we need to protect them, protect them from their kryptonites. Absolutely not.
Agreed. Let them fight their own battles. But carry on. That's all I wanted to say.
I'm glad they both have red here because it makes it very easy to know who I'm talking about.
No, just ask your questions. Me
That's
personally,
fine. Hold on,
me
I
personally,
wanna know why.
Me personally,
You may not wanna know why.
Let him answer if he can explain it. I mean,
me personally,
I wanna know
right?
why.
Me personally, my first girl that I ever had sex with was white. So to me, it's like, okay, cool. That is what I'm used to. And then from there, I was in Barbados, and a lot of tourists come to the islands. That's what I'm used to. So to me personally, it's like.
Did this man, again, we talked about this. Did this man just said, coming from Barbados, he's used to white women.
This guy's a chaser.
Exactly.
I am confused.
I remember he's the one that slept with over 1,000 women.
Girl, he made this whole lie about him meeting. He met this football or basketball player, I don't know, and the basketball player didn't know anything about Miami, and then was gonna have a house party and invited him to the house party, and they had like an orgy or something. A straight up lie. The whole story was a lie. And I'm sitting there thinking, wait, y'all know this is dumb, right? And they really edited it and posted it. I don't know how they sit there and do all of this, but now this man wants us to believe that he is used to white women from Barbados. Barbados is what he said, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So I'm not sure who he's trying to convince. I don't know, but it might mean another Barbados in Europe. Maybe there is an island named Barbados in Europe where he could be used to only white women. Because none of this makes sense. Your preference for me, not speaking for any woman up here, your preference, fresh, is a problem. You have been dominated, subjugated, and you have accepted that kind of programming. That is cool. But looking at you right now with that face and this chain talking about, oh, you date white women, that's all you're used to. Your first girl, well, the first person you slept. I don't believe any of this at all.
Me either, me
Can I
either.
say
Were used
though?
to white women in Barbados. None of that makes sense. You should be ashamed of yourself. And as a black man, as a black fruitcake man, correction, it is very disappointed to see a man who thinks he's alpha be so subjugated that he is willing to praise people who do not look like him to fit in to things that he does not belong in. And let me be clear about this. So no one can, well, I don't care what anyone does. I'm not going to clarify any of my stance. You can drag. It is interesting to me that a man this shade, right? That a man this shade would talk so poorly about people who look like him. I know exactly his type. His weak voice. Yes, I'm going there. My voice is weak too. So hey, welcome to the club. His over attitude, the fact that he follows behind the other one, Myron, as if he has no control over what he does, means you, sir, are not what you call alpha. Your definition of alpha is not what you are, because an alpha is a leader, and you can't lead anyone anywhere because of your colonized mindset. You are not, you sat there with this lady who was apparently in it for money, a sugar baby who used you, didn't even want to touch you. When you posted that video of you and her, she literally recoiled at the touch of your hands and moved her face so you could not have access to kiss her, and then came out, made TikToks about how to scam men. You, sir, were the man that got scammed. So you don't get to sit here and drag other people. And by the way, I'm not shaming that woman. I am here for that woman. That woman knew what she was doing. She went in, got money, if she got money, but she definitely got exposure, and then she kicked him to the curb. He literally sat there, looked like an idiot, talking to DJ Academics of all people, dragging him for his choice in woman. So no, you don't have the right to talk about any kind of woman. You don't have the right to talk about anyone. You are literally sleazy. If I've ever seen anyone who is sleazy, it is you. Your face. No. This is important, because I did go back through all of his press releases, right? And so you can pay for press release so that you can boost up your persona, and then you can get verified on Instagram and all of that stuff, right? So he paid for these press releases. I'm not saying, look, we can go to court if you want. I'm going to drop allegedly here because the site actually has verbatim all the things that he's saying he does in a way that is precisely the way every other scammer puts it out there. So that's one thing, but let's do allegedly first. Second, talking about he's starting like this studio company, he's gonna have his artist or whatever. This man has never, look, It is not. He is not the 1, 2, or 3. Now, am I going to be talking about Myron? I am not. I don't care about the other guy. He says he's black. I don't know if he's black. I don't care if he's black. I actually don't care. If a white man come out and say, I don't date black women, I'd be like, period. Asian men, period. I don't care. A black man says it, I don't care. But when a black man looks into a camera and talks about black women as if he's somehow better, as if he's somehow better than black women who gave birth to him, you, sir, are not the 1, 2, or the 3. Like, it is so absolutely disgusting for me to sit here and see him do this. And the reason why I want to talk, the reason I care about this so much is because other black women cannot do this or don't feel comfortable doing it. The reason they don't feel comfortable doing it is because you are going to be gaslit as a woman who comes out and have a problem with it, because they're going to say, oh, you're insecure. Oh, only insecure women are going to come talk about it. No, regular people who have a problem and have pride in their community are going to talk about this. I don't know why other men aren't coming forward and dragging you for it, but you deserve to be dragged. Again, I don't care about Myron. I don't know his race. I didn't look into his race. I didn't care. He looked like he could be mixed. I don't care. Didn't look into it. He is black just like me. We are both black. And so him, I have a problem with. The other guy can do whatever he want to do. Don't care. You can, whatever. No, I'm going to have a problem with him. I'm going to have a problem with you sitting there comfortably talking about how you don't date black women and how in the Barbados that you are used to white women. No, you're not. You're not used to no white women. No, you're used to being around black women. And the problem is, I think one of the problems is that maybe we should think about the manosphere in a very different way and maybe accept some part of the manosphere saying, oh, black, the only part of the manosphere we should take, and I will take this, but I don't give advice, so whatever. You probably should like raise your standards as black women, just raise them up, eliminate all of these people. Because for me, watching this man sit so comfortably here talking about his preference is annoying to me. And I'm glad I can say this as a man. They can't drag me for being insecure the way I know they would be dragging black women for being insecure if they talk about it. So I'm fine going off on this because this is a problem. You are dominated. The fact that you feel so comfortably speaking this way means that you have literally accepted your own domination and you are not a leader and alpha. You are not. You are none of those things, and it's fine. Not everyone is meant to lead. Some of us are meant to follow, and you, sir, are a follower. I have absolutely zero respect for a man who would sit there and talk down to the woman who gave birth to him. Absolutely not. It is not a preference. You have internalized racism, and it is abhorrent. You are abhorrent. I have absolutely no respect for a man who would speak so poorly about women who gave birth to him in front of people who don't even look like him or like him for that matter. No, absolutely not. So yes, we can continue watching. Oh, Pink Pill is here. People said the Pink
That's
Pill.
right. Hallelujah.
Yet I've never said never date black men, but they harass me. Yeah, right. Oh my God. Oh, hey, by the way, welcome.
Hey, Themis, can I say something?
Let's do it. Oh, sorry. I know people wanted to speak. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Like,
No, go ahead,
okay. So one of the things that stood out to me, and I'm kind of like, I got stuck a long time ago because I'm so stuck on these false equivalents that, like, it's a bias that always comes up, a cognitive bias that they struggle with. And so, like, they got me with and I'm going to get back to the relevant point, but they got me with the, I'm from Sudan, I'm black, false equivalents. This is my preference. It's like this. No, those were false equivalents. Like, you keep doing that same thing over and over again. And it's like, Like, even if you don't know the name for it, can't you tell how the two things are not the same? Like, saying that you don't like something, not the same as saying that you do like something. Like,
Yeah.
excluding someone is not the same as choosing something. Like, it's like all the
Can I address her point real quick?
Oh wait, I'm not done yet.
Okay, sure.
Okay. And then because like I have more than just that to say. Like that just bugs me, all the false equivalents. But and I could break that down further if there's like a rebuttal to that part. But the other thing that I wanted to say is that I don't know, Themis, if you were just saying, like, repeating what the women said about just being there and being afraid to speak up because there's Black women in the room and they're going to say they're insecure and stuff like that. My question is, why are you the Black woman in the room? Because like I have made the mistake of going to the wrong person's chat, like on a live stream like this. I have done that. But like what I won't do is accidentally sign up to go to somebody's show, go through casting, sign a contract, get paid, and then say, oh, I just wasn't comfortable speaking up. No, you knew what it was. You knew what it was well enough to get in your car, get dressed up in the morning, get in your car, go there, sit through it, and then most likely sit through it multiple times. Like, you chose to be the Black woman in that room. So if you're going to choose to be the Black woman in that room, then represent. Or like, like, how are you going to be the Black woman in the room and then just let them talk shit and not speak up? Like, if you're not going to speak up, then what are you there for? Because like you didn't have to be there. You did not have to be there. And I have no empathy for those women that are in that room and feel like they can't speak up, because you put yourself in that position. Nobody made you go there. There are plenty of places to go get money. You could literally post some pictures on Instagram, make some money, and they don't have to be naked. Like, but you chose to come onto this man's show and now you want to play victim? No, I have no empathy for them.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was a little mad about that.
No, you're fine. Themis, that was a drag for fifth. Gave me like the thing is, I wasn't even trying to drag. It was like I am so frustrated with men like that look like Kodak Black talking about Kiki Palmer is too dark for him. Like I'm sitting here like.
Can I just? This has to do with her point, but I think in general, you guys are giving these guys.
Wait, yeah, thank you, Alyssa. Go ahead.
You guys are giving these guys way too much credit. They don't have an answer. Everything they say is ad hoc. They're just coming with something on the fly. They actually probably don't know. They don't even realize that it's racist. They're just dumb. Okay, that's the fundamental truth. There's no bigger reason. There's no explanation. I feel so bad for that woman because I could feel that it was a genuine question on her part. This is probably something she's had to deal with a lot, right? I don't expect her to be like the challenge that these guys needs, because these guys would have filtered her out before she even got there if she was there to challenge them. Okay, it's not on her. Like, she's doing what she's doing. It's not on her to be ready to have all of these things. In fact, they designed a show so that women are at an uneven field. I think somebody had mentioned that they take their phones away while they're having the conversation so they can't look up anything, while the men still get access to their phone. They don't expect men to give them pushback. They expect women to give a little bit. So the whole show is designed so that every woman on there, even if they feel some type of way about it, they don't have the tools right then and there to be able to push them. That's why he uses the tactics of not interrupting me. It has nothing to do with them wanting an honest conversation. It is designed to bash women. Point, period.
Before we go on, race, ethnicity, and nationality are all different things. Period. To be Sudanese is just yeah. I mean, that's why I said I don't know his race, but thank you. I think.
Can I respond? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so even in listening to you now, I was looking at the framing of how you framed that. I feel that you still framed it in a way, and I'm not against you because I do agree with some of the stuff you've said today. Like, it's not about that, but the way that you just framed it just now still framed them in a sense that they are a victim, and they are not a victim. They chose to be there, is my point. And like, maybe the question in the moment was genuine, but like, that has nothing to do with anything because they knew what it was before they came. And if they didn't know what it was before they came, they didn't do due diligence. Like, we live in the internet age. They could have Googled them before them. They could have watched a couple of their shows. They could have did a little research before they put themselves on a public platform
I
and disrespected
completely.
the Black
No,
woman's
stop.
image in that way.
All right, so you guys both can hash this out in a moment.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I think that I think when it comes to it's a very strange place to be because one of the things is where do you put more blame? And for me, I'm going to ignore that for a moment. Remember, I said we're going to ignore this for a moment, and the reason is these women have consistently said that they actually like the show. And so if you like the show, it means you've watched the show and you are now invested in the show. So I do agree with you, Black Love. I do. Actually agree with you more than I agree with LB here in terms of putting the blame on the men who are actually performing and causing the harm. But I also put blame on, like, no woman should be in this room. But I can't tell you what to do. Like, I don't understand how they are in this room. Like, I don't know how you get and say you love the show. And like, do you not understand what is happening here? Why you are being used in this way? This man literally said that being the way they are is what makes them popular. So they are using your image to elevate themselves, and you are allowing it.
Themis, can I clarify one thing? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. This is not to take away, and I would never do that. Take away the behavior and the liability from the persons and people engaging in the bad behavior. I put it disproportionately on their end, like I would do everything else. Go ahead, Elby, and then we go back.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, as like his point about the show itself being tailored to not be in the benefit of women and especially not Black women. I fully agree with that. I agree with that, and I think that they need to be held accountable for that. I think that it's disgusting, and they need to they need to take accountability for what they're doing, because like what they're doing is not a good thing. And just because I want to hold those men accountable, because I do believe they need to be held accountable. I also think that everybody involved in the making, in the casting, and every aspect of their show is accountable in the situation. Man, woman, Black, white, Hispanic, whatever. You knew what you guys came here to do today. And if you didn't know, then that's on you for not doing due diligence because you're on a public platform.
Yeah.
That's all that I was saying. But I wasn't strongly disagreeing with the whole thing, just pointing, sorry.
No, you're fine.
It broke up, but I was just pointing out how he framed them as victims.
Yeah, no.
Can I?
Wait,
Can I real
no,
quick?
no.
Okay.
No. Sorry, because we're gonna just keep going.
I'm done
back and
too. Sorry,
forth, and I don't want to do that. This is why I did add some level of blame in this to them. They're not victim themes. The women go on the show for free promotion. Yeah. And I think a lot of them, I mean, they pointed out that a lot of them are OnlyFans girls, I don't know. And they promote it, and men actually go over there and increase their following. So, I mean, period, they're also using them. So it is what it is. The part that I hate is the fact that Blackness gets trampled on in an effort to uplift the platform. That doesn't just hurt Black women, mind you. This is the thing that I don't understand. Like, it's almost like we're just so short-sighted. It's like, ooh, give me, and I'm gonna be rich, and I don't care. It's your image is a problem. You become a problem, and even if you can create a bubble where you live in. Oprah Winfrey, one of the richest Black people in the world, went overseas, and because she was Black, she was treated as if she could not afford a bag, right? The way you show up in the world is not going to matter if you are Black and you continuously drag blackness through the mud. We know, and we can still blame racism if you want, but we have a level of power now that we never had before. That power comes through social media, where we literally have the power to control our image. We can make our image whatever we want it to be, real or not. We've been through a lot of not real. So we can also create positive images about who we are. We have that power now. We can become the Wakandan warrior. We can be Black women in luxury. We can be educated Black men. We can be business owners, entrepreneurs, strong, powerful. We literally can be anything we want on social media. And y'all choose to perpetuate stereotypes that are baked in racism, and then you call everyone else racist for it. Like, I don't understand. Like, we now have control. We now have control of our image. Like, sure, we have psychological damage. Go to a therapist. Fine, that's fine. But we can't now blame everyone else when grown men are bashing women. All right, let's continue.
Can I please jump in just for one comment about what you're saying?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll be quick. I think that one thing I want to highlight here is maybe they are short-sighted because our goals are different. I think that to them, power is being entertaining and being liked, or at least being seen. And so when you and I and the people here are thinking about okay, what is the impact of this? Da, 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 da. I think we have to be honest that their goals are just to have fun and to see what they can get away with. And that is where we diverge. And I think that can help you to lower your expectations, because these aren't the dudes who are looking to really have meaningful wealth. They probably accept that they are only as relevant as they can be problematic.
I accept that. The problem is, if I lowered my expectations, I would not have a channel. I would not care. And I recognize that it's hard, and I don't expect anyone else to have to be that optimistic, because honestly, every single time I see stuff like this, it's so bad. Like, I'm devastated all over again because I have so much hope, right? And like, no, you're going to meet these standards. I know you don't have a choice. You're going to. I am going to die trying to make you meet these standards, because it's absolutely not going to be okay for me to be okay and then leave everyone else and them just like not doing better. Like, it's not okay for you to say something like that, knowing that there is a little Black girl watching YouTube and will come across this. Like, I don't know how you feel that comfortable. I don't know if he has sisters or cousins or nieces that are female, but how do you say any of this? How do you say any of this without thinking about the implication and the effect it will have and how it might reverberate throughout the community, right? I talk about sort of what the studies of animals and whether or not you can anthropomorphize any of the conclusions that we get from these animals to human beings. And the rat study was one that I talked about, the monkey study, if that was one that I talked about. And so much of what we see based on these studies that, like, we literally cannot make it without each other unless we decide to go to another community. And it's unfortunate because if I give up hope, I am done. And like, literally hope in the way that I don't have evidence for why I should be hopeful. So it's what I have to cling on to. Like, and I'm not going to just give that up, but I do understand why other people will. I don't think the Themis and the other men thinks the black woman on the show is a victim. I think he was speaking in general how women would be gaslighted if they spoke about. Yeah, I was speaking about women in general. Thank you. If that was a confusion on here, that's what that's what I'm thinking about. The problem I have with the current crop of women of the divestment community is that they won't deal with any black men yet. Here we are on a channel of black men who is our ally. It's misguided. Thank you, Crystal. And actually, this is also one of my biggest fears too. To be used as an example of good, because I am so afraid that I would hate for my image to be used to make women trust people who shouldn't be trusted. But I'm not going to clarify that at all. But Crystalline, you and I talk privately, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that so much, more than you will ever know. Themis, it's obvious you raised with good morals, values. We need more like you to fight, speak up, and defend Black women. The others can't be helped. You do you. Very proud of you. Thank you. Me doing me, though, is me trying to help them. So we'll see.
Like, I just prefer because that's what I'm used to. It's not because I hate black women. And my mom would always be like, yo, Walter, why don't you bring a black girl home? It's because I don't want to. It's not I hate black women. It's like, I just don't want to. So that's my preference.
Okay, now let him explain
you
why he don't
Well, I
prefer
mean-
black women.
With all-
I'm just curious.
No, it's fine.
I like that.
With all due respect, I don't have to explain myself. I'm just gonna keep it like that. Like,
Period.
like just like no one questions a woman when she says I like this and that. You know, we respect it.
It doesn't matter
I don't
why.
think any man has to explain himself when it comes to his dating preferences. It's only when certain minority groups are mentioned, etc. If I said I don't fuck with white girls, no one would give a fuck.
I would ask you
That's
why.
the reality.
Okay, that's not true. If you said I don't f with white girls, they would again. I posted actually posted Crystalline at one point on my story, but I posted a black goddess image, and I was saying this is so beautiful, and literally there were white women in my DMs mad at me, telling me white women are also beautiful. Now, I didn't say white women weren't. I didn't say anything about white women at all, and they were upset. So, and I talked about all the football player and basketball players who will post black women and talk about how beautiful they are, and in the comments, and there will be exposés about how they're racist. Fox News will run with it about how they're racist. No. You don't get to say, if people say praise black women, white women, literally without even mentioning white women, they also get upset. I will tell you this. If I met a white man who said, I don't date white women and I only date black women, I promise you I wouldn't trust that man. I promise you I wouldn't trust. If I met an Asian man that says, I only date white women, I don't date Asian women, I would not trust that man. So yes, when I hear a black man say some foolishness like that, it is some foolishness. It is what it is. It is some foolishness. And he's like, I don't have to explain myself. Then goes on to explain himself. You literally bring women on and they tell you their preferences and what they like in a man, and you call them all kind of word. Black love, you told us this, you are no longer here. Timothy, I know you and you have helped me. Y'all have no idea how this man has nursed my wounds behind the scenes. He would never say, but oh, thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Oh, I don't know why I put that back. Let's continue.
Yep.
And I would have to give you the same
But I
response.
do think-
it's
okay.
it's I would give you the same response. I don't owe you a response.
But I do think that's true too. And I
It's an
do.
issue
and I
only
think no
when.
matter what.
Can you please let me finish?
Oh, yeah.
You guys are asking me and I'm answering the question.
I know,
So
sorry.
you know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, no, you said respectfully you don't have to answer the question. So you're not answering the question. They should interrupt you, but go off, sis.
I need you guys you're asking us and we're telling you, with all due respect, we don't have to explain ourselves to you guys about what we like. Just like we're not going to ask you to explain yourself about what you like. We might poke some fun at it.
Yeah.
We might ask you, hey, do you think this guy is actually prevalent, whatever? The crazy thing to me is this. If we had said, we don't date Latinas, or we don't date white girls, or we don't date Asian girls, no one would bat an eye. But if we say, you know what, man, we just don't prefer black girls. Oh, God, that's racist.
Yeah.
No, it is not. It is just
No. People upset because you call them names. That's the racist part. Like, okay, what you said was the racist part. What you said was the prejudice part. What you said that you have a preference for white women and you don't date black women, in your own words, not mine, that is not what they're saying is racist. That's not racist. That's just you accepting the fact that you are dominated and you accept your domination. No one is going to be mad at you for that. You just need therapy for that, right? Like, you just need to accept that you have been subjugated and dominated, and it's fine because you have accepted what you were given. Like, that's fine. Like, we're not all strong enough to overcome the narrative being pushed about beauty. We're not strong enough to overcome the fact that some of us have been in Tariq Nasheed, who I will never quote on here again. Some of us have been butt broken, right? Like, some of us have been dominated. Some of us have been colonized. It's fine. Some of us grew out of it, and we are strong enough to know that this is not reality. We are better than this. Others just break. Some of us just accept it, and that's fine. That's different. Like, that you like white women is understandable when you have been dominated. Like, and white people created a society where whiteness is uplifted, right? Like, they won in that sense. So that's fine. We just need to work on that. What you did and what you said was the problem, because how you name call people is different.
Just a preference, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I think it's ridiculous that we live in this clown world nowadays where we have to worry about people's feelings. If you guys have an issue with that, you don't got to watch us.
You know what's fresh? You know what is fresh? It's fresh that you're like, oh my God, why do we have to worry about feelings when you literally went on a copyright claim campaign against people who were talking about you negatively because you felt bad? You literally came on and said everyone who was speaking negatively about you, you were going to give them a copyright strike. So your feelings intruded in your masculinity, right? And so you went out there and started striking people's channel. You had to go and retract that because your feelings didn't matter. The law, the copyright rules don't care about your feelings. So absolutely not. You don't get to weaponize feelings when you operate on feelings in that way.
Get the fuck out of here. This is Fresh and Fit. We're not going to change. We don't bend. We don't fold. We say what the fuck we want to say, and that's why people love us.
Here's the biggest part, right? Why is it so important what I like? It's what I like. So if I don't like a certain, I don't know, height, color, weight, or race, that's just on me. I don't question you on what you like.
I just think it's so much racism going on, like, and there's so much colorism going on within the Black community. Like, it's such a touchy topic. You may not understand. Y'all may not
I'm the only white one in my family.
It's like, it's such a touchy topic. Like, y'all gonna sit here and act like it's not an issue. Like, Black people aren't getting killed every day by white people. It's an issue. So y'all can feel that way, but at the end of the day, like, don't get mad at the backlash because people are getting killed over their race.
Oh no, I'm not mad at all.
You bring up statistics all the time,
You don't have to like.
Why don't you bring up the statistics with like?
You don't have to.
Dating to killing.
Those statistics don't have anything to do with
Please let her finish. One mic at a time. I'll give everybody a chance to say their.
Yeah, these white women are really out here like piping up and like I am sorry. I am so sorry. This is not your conversation. You, that's not your conversation. And I know this is not your conversation because everyone wants to be pedestalized. So you, from a place of privilege, because these men have put you there in this situation, you don't get to speak as if this woman, look, I'm going to get back to this. This is even part of the online movement along. Yep.
Thank you.
You go, and then who's next?
You don't have to. You don't have. You can like whatever you like. I think that's fair to like whatever you like. And I always tell my homeboys or my homegirls, like, please be honest, like who you want to like or whatever. But like, let's be honest about what's going on in society, and let's be like, let's keep it real. Like, I'm a light-skinned Black woman. I understand that there's colorism in the world, so I'm not gonna sit here and pride myself because I know what's going on. I know the privilege that comes with being a light-skinned Black woman.
You know what's interesting? either a couple minutes before, a couple minutes after, she was like showing her hair and like, oh, my hair is real. You can pull on it. So it's interesting. I'm not even going to go there. Let her speak her piece.
So it's like, are we going to sit here and act like it doesn't exist? It does. And that privilege that gets, that is given to different ethnicities, and even it's like, it's there and it exists. And it's like, it's a lot of like segregation from people who are a certain.
Okay, I don't know what she's talking about here. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. I literally have no clue what she's talking about here. I mean, I appreciate the effort. I really do. He has a lot of energy when defending his preferences. Why is he mad? The truth don't get mad, right? LOL. Right. Thank you, Monica. I literally don't know what she was talking about there, but let's go. Yeah.
Color. And I think it's a very touchy topic. And I think that when you mention it, you have to understand the backlash that comes with it. You could like whoever you want to like. But I think if that's the case, like you should praise what you do like, and you should have your reason behind why you like that. So you don't put
So
yeah,
okay.
so it's like
She had a point, then she carried on. Like, you almost had it. Like you are like, I mean, I love the effort. Girl. I love the effort. She really tried.
So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's
you address it, and then we'll go. Then you're next,
So
and then you have some.
my
you have
granddad,
something too, right?
my granddad went through racism, right? He grew up here in the States, went through hardships, all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
I didn't go through that. So for me to understand and feel that, I don't. So what I choose to like is what I like. So the whole colorism are.
Oh my God! All right, no. I'm not going to comment on that. By the way, if anyone want to comment on that part, like he was like,
I will. Fake news. Colorism exists in the Caribbean.
No, wait. He said he went through some of this, and that he didn't go through this. His grandfather and people like that went through this, so he didn't live it, so he can do whatever he want to do. Does anyone want to take that portion, just that small snippet?
If I
would like to, please.
All right, who said I would like to, please?
Kat.
All right, Kat, you go then. I think Chanel wanted to go.
Yeah.
Did Reese want to go or no? I heard 3 voices. All right, just you two then. Kat, go ahead.
Okay, so 2 things. Historically, that would have been a moot point.
It just means if you didn't live through racism, if you didn't live through slavery, then you should worry about it. That's
I mean,
what
I don't
he said.
understand that, because even if you're going back into recent history with civil rights leaders who've gone through, Jim Crow and segregation and all of that, and a lot of them choose to marry out. So that doesn't make sense if you're just going to make that analogy and understand these facts. But also contemporarily, it's also impossible to, and again, of course, this can be challenged here, but again, generalizing this, it's almost impossible to live anywhere in America and not live through some level of microaggression because of your skin color. Even if it's not overt, you're still going to go through it. So again, the rationalization to me is just, it's almost comical. I just don't get it.
Yeah, I agree. But here's the thing. I agree with you. There's no but. It's so interesting to hear it because it's like, girl, so all these people fighting for your rights should not have fought. Like, these men are so short-sighted,
So this was like further proof that Black men are not community minded. They haven't been since the 80s, right? We've been like, and before that, but that's like the first time I can really identify there was backlash about what was going on, how Black men were acting, particularly in rap, right? There was like conversations in the beginning of rap about how the lyrics, the visuals, the statements were bad for the Black male image in the Black community. And they en masse said, I don't care. And so now you have this man who doesn't deny that racism exists, right? Once again, words have meaning. He doesn't deny that racism exists. He doesn't even deny that colorism exists. He said, I've never experienced it, which, you know what? I'm going to take him at his word. Let's say he's never experienced racism or colorism. The fact that he has not been able to look outside of himself and see, even though I haven't experienced it, this is something that affects my community, so therefore I should move in certain ways. They're not community minded. And even when you just said, how is it that does Myron have a sister or an aunt or a mother? How do you say that and then not notice that you could be potentially hurting the image of the women you love that are around you? It doesn't matter because it's individualized. Everything that has value is individualized to them and in their minds, because it's associated with them, it has value. It doesn't have anything to do with the larger community, nothing to do with the larger culture. And that is the reason why when Black women think of the resolution is to remove ourselves from the thoughts of community as well. That's why people think that's the response, because that's how they move. And so we're like, okay, well, I mean, if we're going to be alone in a community with you, we might as well not be in a community at all and be focused on our individualized central happiness. Because at this point, I mean, it's pitiful out here.
Yeah, Demas, you have some folks kicking up mess in the chat. Who? Exactly. I like TNT, but his alliance with her isn't the move. My alliance with who? I am confused. I don't know if I have an alliance, but okay. I'm not a part of a group. I say what I want, when I want, how I want, backed by research. I don't. She's talking about me. Look, my friendship with Crystalline is not YouTube. It's not on YouTube anymore. We have spoken, and I like her. There is nothing you're going to tell me about her on here that is going to change my opinion of her. However, I will go through what we need to go through together because she has shown me nothing but love and support. Now, I don't like, I'm actually going to address this publicly. So I will stop hopefully getting these emails. I get emails from people explaining how this friendship shouldn't last and I'm an idiot, all of that stuff, right? I am not saying things won't happen. I am not saying things don't happen. I am just saying that I want to experience my friendship meaningfully and truthfully. I am going in with good faith. She has shown me nothing but good faith. So I don't want to disrupt that with people talking and trying to tell me how to conduct myself with other people. I hope that makes sense. I do care for her very deeply because she has shown me nothing but kindness. All right, let's continue watching.
Or racism stuff, I don't know that. I'm from the islands. That shit doesn't happen to me. That being said, hey, this is my preference. Now, to answer your question, yes, is it real? 100%. People are dying every single day. But let's be real here. Is that my life? No. So I'm not going to talk about it. It's not my life. So I really don't know. But
I guess
Go ahead.
just say I'll just agree and disagree with both of you guys, right?
Mhm.
Can you speak into the mic so they can hear you?
Yeah.
please?
It's definitely an issue, like she's saying. I think you had a beautiful comment, like how you explained it.
Mhm.
And I think you're right too. It's not your life. I think she's just saying to be mindful. You know what I'm saying? Because it is an audience.
Mhm.
It's your audience. It's your platform. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, just be mindful. But I think you do have a point. Like, I think you are right. In society, they're always like putting all these expectations on people. Like, oh, what do you like? What do you like? No, you don't have to pick who you like. Whoever you like that's who you like. Just like if I like a man or I like whoever, it's your choice. It's your prerogative.
Can I add something before we get I had a Black man push me out of a section for the Spanish girls to sit in the section.
I understand.
So
but
it's like I've experienced hatred from just
But
being
I
my
think-
ethnicity.
But I think what
I
they're
have too.
saying,
And I don't think
but
anyone.
I think what they're saying is it's not a personal problem. You get what I'm saying? Like, yes, it hurts us. You get what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
I think
like-
this is good for women to hear. Like, it does hurt us because we think like, oh, it's me. But he's simply just telling you like,
that's just
it's
what
just
he said.
not you,
Yeah.
it's him.
Yeah.
It's not,
Right.
You know
Like-
what I'm saying? It's not a personal problem. That's basically, if I'm hearing
Yeah,
you correctly,
just
like,
my type.
and I agree with you too. I agree with both of you.
Yeah, like
but
just
I
because
think,
I'm me.
No.
But
Am I saying, oh, never, ever, ever in life date a black woman? I didn't say that. I
We've
just
actually
said,
dated black girls.
Yeah, we have. I'm just saying, like, if I had a choice and to choose up front, hey, I might just go this way. But that doesn't mean I might not find someone that I like that's black. I'm just saying, right now, hey, if I had a preference, maybe that.
Who was
That's all
up
I'm
next?
saying.
You
I
had
think
something,
it
and
was
then you had something,
Yeah.
right? Or no, were you finished?
like,
I
You
can
finished
talk.
your point?
Yeah,
no,
Okay.
I have something too.
So, them two? Yeah, no, you had something, and then you had something. Then we'll go to you.
And actually,
I'm chasing his
no,
love
straight.
story. I'm chasing his
Hold
love
on.
All
story.
right, ladies. Yeah, we want to make sure everyone gets a chance to speak.
And just after this as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I was on the yacht party, I was with a black chick.
Okay.
No one said that.
Yeah, of course not.
Nobody watches the Patreon videos.
Yeah,
Let
that's
me
right.
stop.
It's like, bro,
They just want to pick and choose, cherry pick things.
And
But go
touch
ahead,
it.
go ahead, please.
Sorry. No one wants to cherry pick anything. You literally just said it. I'm getting kind of annoyed, so I'm gonna just let this finish in a moment, and then we can find.
So you kind of answered my question because you did say that like if you did date a black girl, like you would date a black girl. So when I was actually gonna ask Myron because like you guys are your family is from Africa, so like if you went back to Africa and you found a beautiful, gorgeous woman that you were attracted to, like would you date her and marry her?
No, I've told my mom this actually too, because she's asked me. I'm from Sudan. She's like, "Do you want to marry a Sudanese woman?" I said no.
Oh, I know she didn't specifically have to be Sudanese.
No, but that's where my parents are from. So
Okay.
yeah, the answer is no. Like I have a certain particular look that I'm looking for, and just Sudanese women tend to not match that.
Okay.
You?
He looked at her like you asked her to say.
No. I was looking at her.
Like all I just wanted to
This is funny. Ben Shapiro has ushered in the style where just because you talk fast, you're supposed to sound smart, even if you're talking nonsense. Fresh is hostile because he understands. Well, they're both annoying. Low self-esteem, pick me. Yeah. I don't understand why any woman would feel it necessary to articulate themselves in this way to make other men, to make these people feel good. No. Well, let me not tell anyone what to do. I will not justify myself in this way.
Say that to me, like racism, like shouldn't be like a problem. But like I do understand what you're saying about how black women or black, they're getting killed every day. But I mean, I think it goes for any type of race. Like it shouldn't just like concentrate on just the race in general. Like everybody's always getting killed, no matter the race, color,
That would
whatever.
be beautiful
like,
if everyone thought like.
How did I miss
matter.
How did I miss the All Life Matter? How did I miss All Life Matter here? I did not. Girl, let's not. Let these women go out and march. She's like, everyone is period.
Ooh, I can't. I'm so sorry for interrupting.
No, please. It's only 4 of us. Y'all can interrupt whenever you want.
because I've been like disrespected before by black women, and I have nothing against black women. I've dated black men before. Like I've been with black men. I've had black friends. My family, they're all dark. Like they may not be black like from Africa, but like all my family from Cuba, they're black. And they're not.
They're originally from Africa.
Yeah, I understand, and that's perfectly fine. But I have nothing against that. It's just your preference. Like I think they're just over like drama, whatever that word. Like they make it such a dramatic like situation when all they're saying is what they like.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I get that.
Again, at no point did they say what they like. They literally trashed black women and said they don't want black women. No way. Like you could have said, yeah, I like white women. No one cares.
Who was up next? You had something, then you had something. And then
I just
you.
don't understand how somebody's sexual preference becomes like such
Yes.
a political issue. Like
I was
what,
thank you.
where they
Exactly,
choose
that's
to
what
put
I was
their
gonna say,
dick
same thing.
has nothing to do with people dying.
I'm sure you did not see how someone's preference can become a political issue. I'm sure you don't see.
Thank you. Like, bro.
I was gonna say the same your fact, no, it doesn't. Your fact is a point. It is a fact, and it is
No,
valid.
because people
it is so
literally
true.
will Please let her die.
finish, please let her finish, please let her
People are
finish.
not dying
Because of their
he
skin
chooses-
color.
Like people are not dying because
A relationship.
to sleep
They wanna smash a chick, that's
Ooh,
fine.
that's not
Guys, let her finish her points.
Okay.
One mic at a time. Stop interrupting. Go ahead.
I mean, that was just.
That was it. So you,
It's not really a political
here's the thing, they
issue.
cut you off because people weren't really able to hear you. So just finish your point. Say it again one more time so
It's
people
just like
can hear.
their sexual preferences. Nobody's political issue. That's what he chooses to do with his life. That's what he chooses to
Oh,
do with
true.
his life.
That's a fact,
And
yeah.
it doesn't change or diminish the fact that there is a lot of blatant racism in the world
Right.
and that people are dying, but one has nothing to do with the other when it comes to them.
Like, who are they in
Yo,
this giant world?
If anything, I ain't dogging my black queens.
Okay.
Well, because that's the biggest issue. The black women are like, well, why do you hate us so much?
No, it's not hate.
No,
though.
it's not hate. It's about you. It's about
anything. Let me
Please,
piggyback off what you said, and I'll continue back on the topic. I wouldn't say it's hate. It's a preference. It's just like how they ask. They ask us what's our preference with guys, and we say 6 feet. We like tall guys with muscles. Will we talk to a guy that's 5 feet? No. Will we talk to a broke guy? No. Does that mean that we're gold diggers because we wouldn't talk to a guy that don't have money? No, that's just our preference. So
they literally called you broke gold diggers. They literally on this very podcast. They've criticized. Like, I don't understand. Like, if I've ever done this, please call me out for it. Like, whenever I'm inconsistent or whatever it is, please call me. Do not let me get away with this, because this is kind of embarrassing where they're like, oh, it's your preference, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, sir, no. You have spoken this way before. Like, no. Everything you're saying is okay for a woman. You have done. The white girls are white splaining. Ella, God, this okay. Honestly, the conversation, everything that this girl and the girl with the red hair, everything they've added is literally irrelevant. Like, we could do without all of it. The white girls are white splaining. I can't. I like that.
But
Read
Themis,
is-
oh,
There you
sorry.
go. There you go.
But Themis, can I just add something here that clearly they don't understand the political implications or any implications, because quite frankly, when we're talking about preferences, they come out on the winning side of this. So of course they don't get any of they have no understanding of the negative implications, because they're always on the positive side of the spectrum. So all they see when they hear the preference conversation is, oh, this is going to be a positive because that is how it has always worked out for them.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
that's all I'm seeing here. More they've just been inoculated in their little space, their little bubble of preference, and it's all roses and sunshine on that side. Meanwhile, the people who get downed on the other side can't relate. That's all I'm seeing. They can't have a deep conversation because they've never been in a position to have to relate.
Yeah. So beautiful. Now, this is how you speak to protect your friends with style and grace. Thank you, Themis. Oh, thank you. Someone said, such intellect. Thank you, Joy, by the way. Thank you, Coriander. Becky. Go ahead, Albie. I'm not doing this with goes with today.
I'm still outside until this fire burns out. So if my audio cuts out, please let me know, because sometimes the picture cuts, but I don't know if you can hear me. So I just wanted to add to what she just said, and I fully lost my train of thought. I apologize. I'm so sorry.
You want me to sing to you so you can remember it? I can sing. While you remember it, my Instagram is down there. I show you how to make smoothies. I'm kidding. I do nothing on Instagram.
I'm so sorry. I fully lost it. A lot of background noise here. But
okay, whenever you remember, you can just interrupt me.
Okay.
If their preference is a certain type of female, that's just them. Because I have a certain type of male that I like too. I dated a white guy before. He probably was my best boyfriend ever. But that doesn't mean I'm racist or I would never talk to a black guy. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
That's just my preference at the time.
Yeah, because you did not exclude a whole group of men because of their race. This one did. And the thing is, it's not like he's pointing to statistics about protecting your peace or anything like that. He's just talking. And the reality is, he's the other guy was like, oh, it's not the aesthetics that I'm going for, period. It's not the aesthetics you're going for. Why are you going for that aesthetics? You know what you're doing. It's the white supremacy talking points masked in the title preference. It's time to divest. It is white supremacist talking points. It literally is. I don't know. This is why, one of the things, if we could accept this, I would be fine. Just accept that men aren't naturally leaders. If you remember, interrupt, go ahead.
No, I fully forgot that thought, but I had another one that I wanted to share. But finish what you were saying. I'm sorry. It keeps cutting. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Please don't forget, because it's interesting to me, right? That actually, no, go ahead. Go ahead. I actually will wait till the end.
Oh, I'm sorry. But I keep apologizing. I have a bad habit of doing that.
Fine.
The way that I break it down to kids and like clearly like she's on that level, and I try not like I'm not name calling per se, but I'm just saying that the way that she's able to understand, she needs it broken down on a smaller level. So the way I break it down to kids is like we don't talk like we don't like you don't go for people for unchangeables. Like for one, like your race, your height, like these things are like not changeable. Like it's different. It's not the same. But even especially race, like that's unchangeable. Like that is our genetic makeup. Like you like saying that you prefer one race or the other is not the same as saying that you prefer tall or short or rich or poor or
Yep.
educated or not, because those are all changeables. And like you're coming for unchangeables, and there's nothing wrong with being black. Like it's kind of like it. I can't even call it intellectually dishonest because I don't like so many of you guys have said I don't think there's any intellect there.
No, but
Somebody
the thing is,
oh, okay, yeah, you can't change your height. So technically, I feel like height discrimination is a little messed up too. But I'm not even gonna lie. Like I feel some kind of way when I date somebody shorter than me.
you want to know something funny? Actually, she's gonna say she's Jamaican, and I'm gonna be like, oh my God, why? Why did you say it?
Did I go back to talk to a black guy after him? I surely did. Would I go back to talk to a white guy again? I surely would. You know what I'm saying? So it's just my preference. That's just me. I don't think who you choose to be with in a relationship has nothing to do with racism. Because you could be with a white person and you're a black person and you literally have much love for a white family, or you know what I'm saying? So I just think that society overall is painting this picture like, okay, if you date out of your race, you're automatically a racist. That's not true. Because it's just like I'm Jamaican, and it's just like if I don't talk to a Jamaican, if I go date somebody else, I'm a racist against my culture. No, I'm not feeling them right now. Probably next 5 years.
Girl, why you say you're Jamaican? Why did you put it
She's
on
not
me?
racist. She's prejudiced.
I am. I was so sad. I was like, oh my God. Why?
Years. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I see it. It's nothing with racism to me.
All right, and I just wanted to make this a small question back to you. So basically, that question that you guys asked us, if you guys would lower your standards, you said absolutely not. You want your specific girl, and you know Sudan, whatever. I'm not sure where you say you're from. Sudanese. Yeah. So you would not
unless she
lower
meets
your
like a certain
standards.
requirement, but I know on a balance of probabilities, it probably won't.
Okay, now back to the actual topic. What you said, which honestly, everybody, we get it. It's definitely not about any specific race where anybody's attacking, more like your preference. That's understood. But more than your preference, it is being attacked. Like you are being attacked because you mentioned a colored woman. Because like you said, if you mentioned that you didn't like Hispanic women, honestly,
We don't give a fuck.
we would not be having this conversation. Now, I came on this platform last time. I said a word that literally I am getting. Oh, if you guys literally went on my thing earlier today, I had a whole story poll with questions asking like, how do you guys feel about me being light skinned, saying the word nigga in a.
Did this girl just say it again? This lady said she's light skinned.
They are so confused over there. So confused.
Wait. Hold up. Wait a minute. You come on now. Come on.
Light skin what?
You're a light-skinned white woman. Like, are you a light-skinned white? Like, does light skin translate to like a light-skinned white woman, a light-skinned Asian, even if Asian is not a race technically? Like, what are you a light-skinned what? Because you're not a light-skinned black woman. So unless light skin can be used with other races, someone said she's a dark-skinned white woman.
I think that the fact that they're using terms like light skin, red bone, yellow. Oh, wait, sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I I think that the fact that they're using terms like light skin, red bone, yellow bone, I think that shows how ignorant they are to the Black culture. Like even like the terminology we use. Like we're not talking
No,
about
I think
anybody outside
I
of us when we say
I
light
think the
skin.
opposite. I think they
Mostly.
know what light skin means in the Black culture, and they're trying to use it in this context to imply that they too are a part of the Black culture. I think she knows
Oh,
exactly
seriously?
what she's doing. Because she's
Wow.
talking about, why can't I use the N word? Because I'm a light skinned person. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. No. She knows what she's doing.
No. Okay then.
She,
I didn't know
she
that
does.
she did that too.
That's the N word. She's literally saying, why can't I use the N word? Mind you, they're talking about these men's preferences, and she's going to add in the middle of this conversation, why can't I use the N word? Wait, what? Wait. Sorry. So let's make me bigger a little bit. They're talking about preferences and stuff, and this woman felt like it was the right time to come up and say, oh my God, meanwhile we're doing that, you know what's bothering me? The fact that I don't get to use the N-word. I put up a poll on my Instagram to figure out if I can or cannot use the N-word. Y'all too bold. Y'all too bold for this. Y'all too bold for me.
My question, why do they even want to use it?
Sorry.
It's so
Yeah, I said I
get
like
it.
my racist so I can tell them, but this is too bold. She's like, okay, we're going to derail this whole conversation because we're going to talk about me, and it looks like the Black men in here like white women. So I'm going to say I should be able to say the N-word and see what happens, right? So this girl, let's go. This is such a problem.
Not see, I feel even uncomfortable even
Oh,
saying
wow.
it right now
Nigga.
because of like bro, literally when you said it, I was like, finally, like she feels me, like bro, I mean it
I'm
as
from
yo,
Miami.
bro,
I'm
not
gonna
just that.
let- no,
Half the
I'm not gonna
songs
let
we
the
listen
internet-
to,
none of that, no.
half the songs we listen to, literally like conversations. So people started saying like, oh, you need to know the history about it. All right, I'm Jewish. All right, if you guys know a little bit about history,
You're white.
I'm Jewish Hispanic actually.
Okay.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Hablo español. Vayamos a la clase.
All right, so Hispanic is not a race.
Ignorance.
Jewish is not a race. Again, what are you? Like, I am Jewish Hispanic. All right, girl, period. So I know your language, I know your religion. We still haven't gotten to your race. And this one is coming out saying, oh, the N-word, right? So she's like, oh, even right now I feel uncomfortable after you said the N-word. This one is like, oh, I'm just going to say it. And they're just going back and forth saying the N-word. And I'm sitting here like, really? Tell me more. So you two Black men at the head of the table, y'all not gonna say nothing? Oh, I forgot. Fresh, you said you don't experience racism, so you're not gonna do it. You both like white women or whatever, and you don't date Black women. Is this the type? Is this what happens in these households? Are white women just running around saying the N-word? Because like I'm
nigga.
Huh?
Like they just wanted to get up and just say nigga. It just was. They just were trying to resist, but they just couldn't do it anymore. And then there's the thing of let's get the conversation and attention back on me. Please.
Girl, this don't make no sense to me. I like, okay, look, I'm not a tough guy. Pharrell is like my celebrity person counterpart, because he was like, don't tell me anything. I am not a ride or die. I'm gonna snitch. I'm not a tough guy. This is where I lie, right? Like, I'm not a tough guy. So if I am around someone who is saying the N-word, I will politely excuse myself. I'm not going to check you. I am not going to, like, if it's a big like man who has nothing to lose, no life, whatever, I'm not going to fight you, because I wouldn't do that to a man. If a white child do it, because I wouldn't check the man. I'm not going to check the child either, right?
Yeah.
Unless I'm over the child in some way. I'm just going to excuse myself because if you're fighting for you to say that word, I am not going to know. I also don't sit and explain racism to people. I don't enjoy it. I'm not going to sit here and explain to a white person why you should or should not say the word. If you feel comfortable in saying it, go do it. I'll bring you to Camp Turn, drop you off. You can say it there and see what happens. I won't check you for it. I'm just telling you, just upfront. I'm not gonna lie, like, oh, you said you were alphas. You guys should have checked her, but apparently y'all don't care. So it is what it is. There are Black people who have bleached their skin just to get better job opportunity. The skin preference goes deeper than just we know, girl. I am from Jamaica. Girl, the way they talk about this cake soap. I can. Oh my God. We have 666 people in here. Can someone drop off or someone come on? I don't like this number on my screen. Absolutely not. No, thank you. Someone left.
James,
Thank
can
you
I
all.
add something to this?
Please go.
Is this what happens when everybody gets an invite to the cookout? And I do mean everybody to this proverbial cookout. Black men have hyped this woman up right into the delusion stratosphere. I don't know what kind of drugs they have in Miami in 2022 to where this white woman can look at all of us to come and say, Ola, come on, look, you're still not Black. Stop it. The level of what's the word I'm looking for? Entitlement that she has. Look, just stop it. I don't care. Roll up a newspaper, hit her on her nose. Stop it. Spray her with a spray bottle. Stop it. It's
Do you want to know
disgusting.
something interesting? No, I have not. I don't want to make this too declarative, so I'll say what I've experienced. I have not seen anyone checked them about her ability to say the N-word online. Like, obviously this shenanigan is going on, but like no one has done a video pointing out like, y'all literally had these two white ladies saying the N-word.
Yep.
Let's
Can
continue.
I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Who gets the word?
Okay.
No.
So, me personally, with the N-word, I use it jokingly sometimes. And when I use it, it's to apply to people who are actually meeting the definition of the N-word. And like, to me, it's like, if that's what you want to be it. I would never call anybody that who doesn't refer to themselves as that. I would never I would never do that, because me personally, you can call yourself an N-word, you could call your friend an N-word, you can call your baby daddy whatever N-word, but what you're not going to do is refer to me in that way, and that's where I draw the line. Now, to me, it's up to every individual Black person whether or not they're going to let somebody call them the N-word, knowing the historical context, knowing the actual definition of the word. That's on them. But so I'm not even mad that in that space that they're allowing that, because that's on them. If they all want to let her use it and she feels comfortable to call you N-word and to refer to herself as an N-word or to be referred to as an N-word, that's on her. Like, that's not my problem. Like, that's just how I feel about that word. Because I think that like some of us stress out too much about them using it. As long as they're not using it against me, I don't know if I care, but
Yeah.
I know that a lot
I
of people
care a lot. I care a lot. I think about whether or not someone is calling me the N-word, and I would not appreciate anyone calling me the N-word at all. Jokingly, not jokingly, I don't care. I don't like it. If you call me the N-word, we are not friends. If you ever, not even jokingly, I get it. The people, you guys can have your fun. I don't do that.
I say jokingly, I call other people that refer to themselves as that.
Oh yeah, no,
and that may be wrong. Oh yeah. But what I'm saying is, I would never like we're friends. No. Like, I would never jokingly just call you the N-word. Like, that's not funny
Yeah, and
or
there's
cool.
not
Yeah.
not you, but there is a debate about whether or not even black people should use the N word. I don't care. I don't even look at people poorly. Black people who say it, I literally don't care. I know for a fact, however, that you are not going to call me the N, not you.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not to say I'm going to do anything about it. I am just going to disassociate from you. Like, I'm not, like, no, I'm not letting that into my vicinity. You don't get to, like, we don't talk that way. Like, you don't talk that way to me. Now, if we're rapping Nicki Minaj looking A-N, then yeah, you can say all the N words you want. If you're rapping, period. But for black people, I'm talking about, like, not
Yeah.
you're gonna bleep every N word if you're white and you're my friend. You're gonna bleep every N word when we're rapping. I don't care how many N word the song has.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna bleep every single one of them. No, absolutely not. Or don't sing the song. They're not blocking the gate because they're trying to get out. Try Twitter. They address the girls there. Yeah.
So my thing with a person, like a non-black person who's comfortable rapping the N-word around me, to me, that tells me you're too comfortable with the word. Like, you're so comfortable with the word that I'm gonna have to question whether you're gonna use this like outside of the song as well, like to refer to yourself and others. And I can't associate with that because, like, I do have associates who are deeply offended by that, and I wouldn't want to bring them around each other, if that makes sense.
Yeah, the thing is, the funny, like, I have people who use the N word day in and day out. I actually have one friend. He wanted a mentor, and we became friends in undergrad. We don't talk a lot anymore. He wanted to be a rapper. Literally, after every single word he used, and he said the N word. He actually attempted to call my brother the N word when my brother visited my school, and my brother said no, and I stopped talking to him, and I had to explain to him why. We became friends again, but the thing is, like, I understand too much what that means, where it came from, and I accept that there are groups that are trying to regain it. So I'm fine with the N word. Like, I'm actually fine with it. Just don't call me the N word. That is it. That is it. That is all.
But it seems like there's a mentality that goes with it. There's a mentality and an attitude and an underlying, I feel like I'm scrambling a little bit. I'm fumbling a little. But there's an underlying, I want to say, disrespect to it, even intraculturally, when people are just talking to each other like that, throwing that word back and forth. So I think it's kind of, for lack of a better way to say it, it's kind of a crowd of people. I mean, what I mean is that kind of like you're saying, okay, so these people are not really, we probably won't hang like that. I could high and by, but these are not really my people right here. Because,
Let's continue.
Tomémonos un mate. אני גם מדברת עברית. את רוצה לדבר עברית? Okay, like, bro, I am not white. You guys are all racist literally because you saw me as white skinned. Bro, whoever made those comments about me saying nigga, bro, nigga, you fucking racist as shit, not me. All right? So, literally, because I am a certain color, I literally am not allowed to say a whole fucking word.
And
like,
it's not even that.
Yes, because you're a color, or not a color.
So the comfort with which they want to say the N-word, if we said, like, I'm not going to go through all the racial slurs, but if we said any other racial slur that applied to any other race on a regular basis, just in casual conversation in every song that was on the radio, like, if we just casually just started saying that, it would be a problem. Like, if I just and I'm only going to use one slur, but if I just casually started referring to white people, as the C word, like if I casually did that on a regular basis, like, white people would look at me like, whoa, like, what are you doing? That's so weird. Like, you're being so mean. but they can say N-word casually all day long and they don't see the problem. I definitely see the problem. I just don't have time for them as long as they're not saying it to me.
Yeah. They're like, just because I'm a color, I can't say a word. It's the entitlement for me, girl. Like, these grown men are sitting there not saying anything. The black women are sitting around not saying anything. Yeah, girl, no. Mm-mm.
Yeah,
I couldn't be on my
In
podcast.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, let me continue.
Mhm.
Hold on.
What
So,
are you
no, but my
saying?
point point isn't even about the word, isn't about the fucking. It's about literally. It's because it's about colored people. Like, why? We're all human. We're
Hold on,
fucking
hold on.
human.
Go ahead,
That's
go ahead,
it.
go ahead,
Yeah.
Okay, well, to piggyback off of what you said, the history that comes from that word is very deep. Okay, so at one point in time, like, if you were
Yeah, no, but me too. Like, I can't tell you how triggered I am. Like, I don't even care about them. Like, people do what you accept in your home. And so it's their podcast and they're just letting these women, I just can't. That are using the K word used to reference these people. We would
She did.
yeah.
Someone said she said colored people. She sure did.
Yeah.
In the chat.
And the thing about it is, it's rude. It's like, can we conduct ourselves with some grace and dignity? But I
Well,
think
hey,
I get someone.
someone just said ghetto. So I think this is ghetto. So
that part.
My mom would refer to them as people of no home training, because I was raised that words have meaning, and be very careful what words you associate with yourself and with the ones around you and the ones you care about. So, like, to me, that's a sign of disrespect if you're using such a disrespectful word towards me or in my company. Like,
yeah,
they're giving real ghetto.
And this is exactly what that's exactly what happens when women don't actually value education. There's literally no range in this conversation. No one is making sense.
Agreed.
By the way, yeah, this is the part of the conversation where we're just all kind of laughing because none of this makes sense. No one is giving anything.
Can I
So
also
yeah.
just piggyback on a piece of the conversation, Themis? You brought this up twice now, and I have to agree with you. Can we address the two fake alphas on the end of the table? Sitting down looking at each other, quiet and complicit and completely useless while this conversation is being had. They have no energy for this woman over here spouting the N-word, but they will kick off a black woman in a second for saying you're mean. Do we see the disparities here? Do we see them yet? Is this supposed to be an example of the unghetto? Is this woman supposed to be it? Because I think not. What she is attempting to do in her blatant ignorance and disrespect is to ignore the historical context and dehumanization of an entire race of people that is exemplified by that word. And she wants to say it's just a word. You, ma'am, can kiss my look. I'm not
Yep.
going to curse on your channel. So let me bring that back.
Let
But
them have the
she needs to get
preference.
out my face.
Yeah. Let them have the preference. They belong together. Let's not stand in the way of true love. Yeah, let them keep their soft and submissive queens.
My
Okay, and
sentiments
this-
exactly.
Oh, sorry. This girl in the white jacket is killing me. She's killing me so much because she's trying so hard to like play a role that she's not prepared for. Like,
Yeah.
and I'm just like, oh, friend,
I
like
gave
you're
up on
trying,
her
but you're
when
not doing it right. Like you're trying,
no,
but you're not
she's
quite
not playing
there.
no role. She's not doing it because she literally came in and she was like, "Oh my God, my hair, it's long, it's so real. You can pull it, it won't fall off." She was doing all of that. I was like, you are accepting the ideas around blackness that you think you have transcended, which in a sense make you believe you're better than other black women, right? Because of stereotypes. So no. If you believe this is some kind of, not you, LB, but let me just say, if you believe this is some kind of savior person trying to stand up for black, well, it's not. It's really not.
So you
That's
know,
interesting.
live in the
Facts to that, but let's say I feel her. I feel her. Let's
Let me finish.
Let her finish.
I have something which about
this
that.
is where
Hold
it
on.
comes from.
Let her finish.
Black people have adapted the word and changed it to nigga because that's what they called us, black people. Okay,
Jewish
like,
people were called kikes. You don't hear us saying hey kike with
I
us.
understand that Jewish people
Hey, let her finish.
went through
Let
the
her finish.
Holocaust. Everybody has like
Everybody
shit
went through
that
they
they
shit.
went through. But it's like certain black
Ma'am, why are you angry? I don't know why you are so upset.
She
Literally,
really
someone
want
is
that word.
explaining their offense as to why it is that they don't like the word, and you are cross, angry, miserable. Let me stop.
Oh, Themis, she's the new
aspirations. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
she's like the new stereotypical angry black woman. Let them have it.
My thing is this girl
can
with the
keep
red
that
hair.
too.
She is saying, I don't know why I can't say this word, and then explaining exactly why she can't use that word. Because no, we wouldn't use that derogatory term that's used towards Jews in like everyday conversation. Like, how does she not see the difference? Like, you literally asked the question and then answered it, and you're still mad. Like, what are you talking about, ma'am? Like, I'm so confused.
Right.
I have a
and
theory.
that root word nigger comes from
Negro.
like the color black and
Right.
whatever.
Negro.
Yeah, thank you. Like it's derived from such a derogatory like
Girl, she is trying. You have to cut her some.
She had too much vodka in her cup. She keep losing her train of thought.
She needs to be kicked off. It's crazy.
Let's continue. I'm giving her some grace. I don't know what she's
Too
doing,
much
but
going on.
she's
She
trying
just need to go ahead and
something.
have her cocktail and just settle down.
background. So it's like people take offense to it. Me personally, it's
Someone said that's not the history. The struggle is really real. She's the one trying the. Yeah, she's.
She go ahead and finish her cocktail.
Because she is trying. I'm here for her trying. That's all I ask. That we try. We can try together. That was a Life Jennings quote, but we don't want to go to him today. Not today, Satan. Life Jennings was one of my favorite singers, by the way.
What do you mean did he die?
He didn't die, but he did some things that I didn't appreciate. But I used to scream really loudly when I was a child, so I could get the raspiness that he has.
Oh.
Then I said, not a PhD.
especially living in Miami. Can I tell y'all a funny story? It was this husky ass white chick. She was big as fuck. She used to be like, yo, what's up, my nigga? I'm like, who the fuck about to check that bitch? I'm not finna check that bitch. Y'all want me to check that bitch so she can whoop my ass? Like, I learned at an early age in Miami, like, they say the term nigga out here as a form of endearment.
Yeah.
So they don't understand the history behind it. But I'm from Cleveland. It's different in different parts. And it's different, like, especially with different white folks and, like, people that aren't with the culture.
Girl, no, absolutely not. None of them should be able to say that's my stance, period.
Like, you with the culture.
I'm graceful, so I will forgive people. I like slip ups and stuff like that. You are out of your wits or whatever, I'll forgive you. But don't defend the stance. Don't do it. And yeah, she really trying. I don't know if she's trying to do what exactly, but she is trying to do something.
Okay, like, y'all, I get that. I get that. But, like, a lot of people ain't with the culture. So when they say that, they trying to say it like as a derogatory statement. Like,
well, that's
you
but a black
piece
guy
of
calls
shit.
a white guy nigga.
Hold on. So,
Or yeah, or like let's talk about this term
I
Karen.
really want to say something.
Like white
Hold
women
on.
get very offended when you say Karen, and I love that so much because finally you feel what it feels like to be called something that you don't like.
I honestly.
I don't
Girl,
like
not
that.
you equating Karen to the N word. Not you in. Oh my God.
Yes,
No, don't
Karen is
respond
not
to
the
that. No one,
N-word.
please. Yeah, don't respond to that. Absolutely not. I mean, she is trying. She is really trying to do something, very much something. Young Miami. I don't.
Can I point out something that she just did? No? Okay.
No, the thing is, I want you to, but like, I don't want us to like
It's
actually
not about
have.
the Karen thing. Oh, sorry.
No, I don't want us to have like an intellectual discourse on this unless it's a joke. I want to do it because like
No, it's not a joke.
it's not worth it. Like it's really not worth. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking, like, she made a point to talk about the intent behind the use of the word. It's the word itself, not the intent behind it, that is offensive.
Oh yeah.
Just for anybody in the world who may not understand that, I'm
You're
pretty sure your audience does.
intellectualizing. No,
I'm
we're
so sorry.
laughing.
I'm so sorry. I don't know how to laugh. It's not funny to me. It's like sad and weird.
It is sad and weird, and I will laugh through it. Demon,
Okay.
she needs to stop trying.
I'm gonna be quiet. because I'm just like trying to
You're
make
fine, you're
sense of
fine.
it.
Well, I have a theory why the woman is mad.
Why?
My theory is that they have ghetto aspirations. This is a kind of ghetto platform because of how the guys do it. It's ratchet, right? They that's what they're doing. And so the white girls get pedestalized in that environment. So they feel empowered at the same time. Part of their power is being part of the hip hop community. And as a part of that community, the people say niggas. So they listen to the music and they want to be able to. So I think that's why she's mad, because it's like, you know, you trying to limit me in an atmosphere and environment that really I'm supposed to be privileged in. That's my theory.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
real
Let's
quick.
play it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you might not feel it, but
Hold on.
All right, ladies, we're gonna make a quick announcement. Hey guys, we're gonna kill the Twitch stream because certain words were used. So we're gonna kill the Twitch stream. We're gonna keep it going though for y'all. Don't worry. Just guys on Twitch, do me a favor.
Hop on YouTube.
Hop on YouTube right now. YouTube.com/C/Fresh Fit Miami. Okay, just type in Fresh and Fit on YouTube, and we're gonna be there, guys. All the Twitch guys, because if we continue with this conversation, I know Twitch is gonna
first
ban us.
we'll raise somebody first.
Guys, stop.
Tune in
It's a
for the
very important
raid.
announcement. All right, so yeah, switch over to YouTube, guys. All the Twitch guys, switch over to
Tune in
YouTube
for the
right
raid,
now,
guys.
because we're gonna kill the Twitch stream right now. Mo, kill it.
And
after the
and
raid,
then we'll go back.
After the
And
raid.
then just add to the point, and also get the likes up, man. We got a lot of people in here, like the video, sub the channel. So just to add to your point as well, here in Miami, like I used to live in Hialeah 2 months. I have not heard the word nigga more in Hialeah than I've anywhere else. So a lot of Hispanic people just say it because the culture, the music. So it's a part of this whole like Miami vibe. That being said, some people get offended. Honestly speaking, I understand why from the past and from history, but we're in 2022, man. I mean, like, come on, bro. Like, at some point, when does it stop? So that's what I'm gonna say.
And
So he just gave permission for Latino and white people to use the N-word. So
And that's what they wanted.
Girl, I can't. I can't. Like I just can't. I do not know why, but Fresh's voice and speech cadence is so annoying to me. So I think I know why. And it's not just like him having an accent, because I have an accent too. I think he is trying to speak in a way that's not natural to him. I actually think he might be a softer guy, really trying to oomph it up, and it's not oomphed up at all, right? And so it, like, you can tell fake a mile away. Well, apparently a lot of people can. 500,000 people can tell. But it's very clear to me that he is not that girl.
Fresh is the one from Barbados, right?
Yeah. He's just not
Okay.
that girl. He really is not that girl.
He gives me like teddy bear,
Yeah, a teddy
like if
bear
he
that
was
you put
just
in the corner and you don't actually play with vibe. But
yeah.
he's just not that girl. And he really wants to be the it girl, but it's just not him. And so it's quite clear that he follows Myron around, that he does what he's told. He brought his guests on, and his guests got kicked off, and he couldn't do anything about it, right? Like, it's just what it is. Like, it's fine. You can be a soft, squishy bear that we put in the corner and not play with. But I find his attempt at bravado to be kind of off-putting too. I do. At this point, I've had 3 glasses of wine, so who knows what I'm talking about. I'm definitely not going to rewatch this, and I'm not editing anything out, and I will
need to
keep it
get a
public.
glass of wine.
I filled this all the way up, and now I'm not holding the stem because I'm over it.
Can I
Deanne
add something here, Themis? Actually, 2 things. There was a time in healthcare where social determinants were never considered to be, a reason or a contributing factor to somebody's health outcome. Now, that's all we do, literally, for any area of medicine that you can possibly think of. So it's very funny to me seeing people not being able to associate what I would consider hate speech against certain group and tying that or making a correlation with spike in violence and other things that are physically happening to these people in real life. The second thing, I mean, I have a bit of a I have a more pessimistic, I want to say, view because what I am seeing right now is sort of like witnessing the imploding of the Black so-called community. I don't know how else I would describe it. Whenever you're no longer seeing that sense of belonging, that sense of identity, that sense of trying to retain culture, passing down anything, legacy. There's such a lack of foresight. It's no longer embarrassing to me. I think it's just, I don't even know how to describe how I feel when I hear a lot of people in this space that are like the Funk and Flabby guy speak. It's almost repulsive because then I'm thinking they're gonna have children and their children are going to have children and what that's going to look like. And I have children. So it's just very difficult for me to be able to visualize what this next generation or the 2 next 3 to 4 generations are going to look like when this is the mindset that people are just running around, just marketing and just, exposing each other, other people too. It's just mind-boggling. I don't even know how to feel about this.
No, I agree with you. Period. Let's continue some more, and then Deanne can jump in.
I
Like, at
like
this
you
point,
bring
it's like,
power
right.
to it when you bring aggression behind it. Like, if we could all just stop giving a fuck, then it won't matter anymore.
Exactly, but that's the thing. Everybody wants to hold on to the past, right? Hold on, let me say this. Because I was raised in Opalaka, and I was raised around a whole bunch of, you know what I'm saying? A whole bunch of niggas. Because at the end of the day, how they treated me as being my skin color, they used to be like, white girl, bitch. I ain't white, I'm Puerto Rican. Do you not know my history? My grandfather and my...
Girl, you don't know your history. You saying you're Puerto Rican, pretending like that is a race, means you don't know. It's you who is the problem. You are the problem. You are the weakest link. I am not white. I'm I'm Puerto Rican. Okay. But what's your race though?
Public service announcement: races are not ethnicities.
I am Puerto Rican. Okay, cool. I'm Jamaican. Like, what is your race? And I was actually told this when I came to America. Someone was like, oh, you're not Black, you're Jamaican. Go, no, stop talking. Like, literally, I'm not going to engage any further in this conversation because you don't have the range to continue this conversation. Like, I am not black, I'm not white, I'm Puerto Rican. Okay, well, what? like legit, what?
My grandmother's fucking black, so how you gonna come at me different? Like, just
Girl, not my grandmother. I need the receipts. I need the receipts.
You
gonna
said
start playing with these.
have an African background.
I'm gonna start playing with these people. I'm gonna be like, my great grandfather was white, so where's my privilege? Can I have that?
Girl, like she said, my grandmother. I can't. Not my grandmother is black. So your mom isn't black, and your dad isn't black, because those would have been the most direct people to compare to, right? So you gonna say,
You have me over here
You
breaking
know,
community
like-
guidelines. She's stupid.
No, I don't use that word to describe people, but she's acting stupidly. I will say that. You said that, not me.
You were
said that, not
absolutely
me.
right. Like, I'm just all messed up because of this video.
Well, no, you're fine. I'm all the way drinking too much at this point, because they just
it's just so
the
much.
whole bottle is done while I sat here. All right, let's continue before I lose my. Oh, Deanne, do you want to jump in, or do you want me to play more first?
Actually, I'm trying to figure out. See, I don't drink, and therefore I'm trying to figure out how much more of this can I take.
Yeah.
Hi,
Go to
y'all.
bed.
How y'all doing?
It is 12
So,
midnight.
yeah. So I came on to point out two very specific things. Number one, when the men in the community have gotten to the point that they will publicly degrade the women, other communities of people line up to get their licks in after that, because there's no protection. The reason you cannot take that Jewish Hispanic young lady and start putting out either of the two sets of slurs that would come for her, because Jewish men and Latino men are not going to have it. You're going to pay for that. But these men have let it be known, and all the good black men who will not stand up and shut these men down have let everyone in the entire world know that the black community is open for the picking.
The whole
This
world.
is what you're seeing in front of you, the whole world. So when we talk about divestment, now you have to look at the idea that since the community is going to be overrun, the only sensible thing to do is, of course, to run for your life, because they have opened the gate and they are allowing low-class people from other communities to get their licks in. This young lady is not what you would call the most desirable person in either of the two communities she thinks she's from. But she is allowed to come in and get her licks in. And when you see that, understand your community is about to be. Secondly, you are looking, and the previous speaker actually already said this. These people are auditioning. I say this all the time, but they are auditioning for their place at the bottom of the social ladder in the United States. Do you think the kind of people that make the decisions that affect the future of this country would now have any of these people anywhere in their circles ever? You think you're going to climb out from a public situation like this ever? Are your children going to be allowed to climb out because your mama and grandmother was this person? You think the people who are putting together artificial intelligence and who are getting ready to set up the economy in the future, I haven't heard a thing in this conversation that would help me do anything in the 21st century. This is the same stuff that white slave owners, low-class friends, or who thought they were low-class friends, but the same low-level racist conversation that was going on in the 19th century. But the thing about the 19th and the 20th century was before the end of the Industrial Revolution, you could get away with it. The people who swallow this content, in addition to being radicalized into terrorists in their own community, are also being dumbed down to the point that when the communities are overrun, they will not be able to escape to anywhere but scattered to the four winds, death, or prison slavery. How do I know? I'm San Francisco. I'm 10 years ahead of where this kind of foolishness will take every so-called remaining Black community in this country if it is allowed to flourish. We are watching people set up their ticket to be obliterated. And I'm not talking about in 20 years. The economy is going to make a big flip because all the jobs that keep people going who do not have the range to work in the knowledge economy are slated to be replaced by 2030, maybe 2035. But you are watching people commit public suicide. And everybody who thinks that this is cute, and everybody who thinks these men have something to say and that these women are of substance and of value, our minds are being led down the same road. So as much as we're sitting up here and pushing back against this, it's necessary that we do this so that people can see that there is an alternative to being sucked into the abyss. Because that's what's happening here. And it makes me very sad, but it is necessary to put out the warning that believing this foolishness will take you to a whole bunch of places you don't want to go. And for those in communities that are overrun by this, the other hordes will be at the gate. So the only choice you have is to get your children and get ready to go.
Yep. Thank you so much, Deanne. I feel like we shouldn't continue, but I'm going to continue.
I know. There's still more, I know.
No, it's not actually done. I want to finish this last part just for completion, but I appreciate that. I appreciate you. Why is I need to remove my Instagram there. All right.
Because my DNA bullshit, chromosome bullshit, whatever it's called, got switched up. You know what I'm saying? Because my skin is lighter than yours. Everybody always feels some type of way. Oh, you can't be saying that word. Mind you, we are in Miami. Now, how we use that word, what's up, my nigga?
Do you feel like you have African descent?
We all mixed up now.
Okay.
My religion is Santeria. I practice an African religion, so nobody's going to come at me.
Girl, not I practice. Girl, let me stop. I'm done. Let's continue. This is some food.
Did she just say every practitioner of Santeria in the world right now? Never mind. Let me stop. I'm sorry. My bad. Let me go on mute. I can't.
I'm
Christian and I can't. I felt that.
And what
We get to
about
pick
it?
our race based off our religion now. So is most of the world like Roman because they follow like Christianity or something, or
German because they're Protestants? I mean, what is?
I mean, what she's acknowledging is her indigenous roots, and that people in Puerto Rico, part of their ancestry is African.
Girl, Elizabeth Warren said she was she was Native American.
Yeah. 1/16 or somewhere in there.
I understand she practices a religion, but that does not mean that you're part of the ethnicity necessarily.
This kind of brings up another point that I think we rarely discuss, and that is what light-skinned people go through in the Black community. My mother and my sister were light-skinned, and I know a number of light-skinned people. Now, I've been around for a minute. I grew up through the civil rights movement and have heard light-skinned people talk about their struggles in the Black community. Matter of fact, didn't somebody like Keke Palmer come out with something like that recently, she was talking about mixed race people, but still they've been calling them Black hair forever until recently. But that when they're light-skinned, that they're not really fully accepted. They damn sure aren't accepted as white, but then they're not fully accepted in the Black community either.
Okay, so my mom is light skinned. I consider people said I shouldn't say I'm dark skinned. Girl, I don't know what's happening in this world anymore. So I'm Black. I don't know what I am, but my mom is actually light skinned. So let's use her. All right, not use her. She and I, one of our first disruptive conversation that I have, because I don't want to negate her experience and her personal sort of anecdote, but she was afforded a tremendous amount of privilege, I believe, in terms of the dating market growing up. And yes, people were mean to her and were jealous of her and all that stuff. But I don't, okay, I'm going to diminish a lot of people's experiences here. Oh, thank you. I post her on Instagram a lot because she like literally sends me pictures to like say like she's vain. She's very vain. I am trying to understand something, and this is if I wasn't drunk, I'm not drunk. If I wasn't drinking, I wouldn't have said this. There is a kind of need in my experience, but maybe not generalizable, where I've met people who are light skinned and they try to embody victimhood as a way to shame other people or silence other people from talking about the real issues regarding colorism. Because let's be clear, being light skinned in the Black community is more pros than cons. There are people who are you're going to have your own sort of personal experiences that are bad. But as a whole, you get treated better, not just by Black society, but by white society. So it's very difficult. It's not hard to empathize. You can come to me as an individual, tell me your story, and I will hold you. I will nurture you. I will try to heal you. What I'm not going to do is prioritize your pain over people who are statistically in the same way that I prioritize Black women over Black men in the terms of their statistics to back it. For Black people who are light skinned, they have been awarded. I know there's a lot of light skinned people here because I follow you back on Instagram. Almost everyone that follows me, to the extent I find your Instagram interesting at all, I'm gonna follow back. It's fine, but I am uncomfortable prioritizing the idiosyncratic nature of the light-skinned person experience over what is happening that is traumatizing a large group of people. That's my only caveat. So I get that each person have their own experience, but I don't prioritize that pain, which I probably need to think about more. Because even with my mom, I literally looked at her and I was like, look, we're not doing this. We're literally not doing this. You are not going to sit here and pretend like you did not benefit from being light skinned in this world. You're not going to do it. And she was like, yeah, but I mean, people are mean to me. Yeah, people are mean to me. People are mean to everyone. It wasn't just because of your skin tone, but black people with darker skin are getting discriminated against overtly. So that's not what I prioritize. This is not a colorism channel either, but I don't prioritize. I cannot prioritize that pain. I can't.
Well, I mean, I think it can be a both and. It doesn't have to be an either or. We can.
Yeah, but I think when I say prioritize,
that's just
I
one.
feel like and I'm not pushing back. Honestly, I think it's like so de minimis in my opinion, which is wrong. But generally, it is so de minimis to me that to talk about it in any like meaningful way from me would seem disingenuous. Like because I don't feel like if a light-skinned person gets attacked, I'm just going to be mad about the attack. But I am not going to think light skin caused people to react poorly to that person without not with colorism either.
I hear you.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking at this as someone who comes from like on my mom's side and my dad's side different backgrounds. Like so on my mom's side, they're more like, most of them are like medium brown to light skin, so they're on like more the light skin spectrum. On my dad's side, they're more on the dark skin spectrum, like from medium brown to like every shade of brown on that side. And what I've noticed is that with the part of my family that is more light skinned, and like honestly on both ends, it's kind of a fear reaction. So a lot of the light skinned people on my mom's side of the family, if they do get offended in a situation where like the darker skinned people are being exclusive in a space, I think it's like it comes from more of like a, okay, so I'm not light enough or wide enough to be accepted in this space, and then I'm afraid that I'm going to get pushed out of the one space that I have left to go to. And so I think it's for them is more about like community. They don't want to have no community because they don't see each other as community. They really could be a community for each other, but they're seeing it from like a perspective of fear and like a feeling of loss. And whenever a human is in that place of fear and the threat of loss, they're gonna have like very visceral like just reactions. And that's not an excuse, that's just like my observation. And then when I look at my dark skin side of the family, I see a lot of like not wanting to identify with struggle, not wanting to be other. Like I have one aunt, she's very dark skinned and she only associates with predominantly white people, to the point where I've heard her Black friend complain that she gets treated different because she values being around them so much, because like I guess for her it's like proof that that she's not just a victim, proof that like I don't know how to explain, but I just see it as fear reactions on both sides. Like nobody wants to be excluded from the overall community, which is predominantly white. And then also people who are like, because as a Black person, like as a dark skinned Black person, you're not afraid that you're going to lose the Black community because you are the Black community. Like you are the heart of it. But as a light skinned Black person, I think that they fear losing both mainstream and the Black community and not knowing where to go. But I think that they need to realize like they can have community with each other, and like culturally, ethnically, we can be a community, but racially we are not the same.
What is your Instagram? It's flashing at the bottom of the screen. Not a professor. 5 hours in, not a Professor Themis lecture. LOL. Yeah, we're gonna end it here. This is hard for me because I do try my very best to empathize with everyone. I really try. But I do find that Black people in America, particularly in America, will accept literally everyone as Black. Like they will. I have seen people fight with someone to tell them that they're Black, and I'm like, look, I don't mind being in an exclusive club. So if this person don't want to be Black, like they're not Black. Like I don't know why you're fighting. But I've literally seen someone fight with a biracial person, not physically fight, to tell them that they're Black, and I'm like, why? But so I get you, LB. I don't know about them being feeling like they're being excluded. I think in my experience, and which is very different from LB, I think. But in my experience, when people bring up, "Oh my God, I'm light skinned" or whatever, they're looking for brownie points. Sorry, this is bad. This is really bad. Like they're like people are like, "Oh my God, it's just so hard being light skinned." I'm just sitting there like, "Girl, we're not gonna have this conversation."
Yeah,
we're not
no,
having
that definitely.
Say that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that is definitely like a gross and weird thing for them to like bring it up as like just a random ass talking point, like, "Oh, poor me because I'm light skinned." But what I'm saying is that like as far as the conversation of excluding certain Black people from the Black community, I think that they're afraid of losing like their culture because that's what they're raised with, that's what they identify with. For example, like my great grandmother, when I was little, I used to be like, "Who's that white lady?" And I would get like, my mom would be really harsh with me. She's not white, she's black, da 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 da. And I'm like looking at her and I'm like, that's a white lady. And so like I think that what it is like the people that this person has grown up with, like all the shades in my family, we identify with each other and we share culture, even though we don't share skin tone and experiences in life, because all of us have different experiences based off of our skin tone, our features and stuff. But like, as far as culture, like food, music, history, we share something. And like, I think that what it is like, they feel like they're not being allowed to share that anymore because times have progressed and there is actually a space for us all to have our separate like community.
All right, I'm going to move on now, but
sorry.
No, it's not. No, please, you're fine. The way in which Black people across the world, but particularly in America, pedestalize light skin and like praise you for it, I am sorry. Your personal experience and trauma is going to be something that I empathize with, but it's not going to be because you're light skinned. And I know that's harsh because light skinned people, like every other group of people in the world, have been through a lot of trauma. But being Black and light skinned amounts for too much privilege for me to engage in the kinds of empathy that would require me to talk about light skin and their experience, the negative experiences in any meaningful way. If I did that, I would be disingenuous. Like I will sit there and tell my own mom, and that's because like as an individual, I know of a girl who, because she was light skinned, someone cut her hair while she was in class out of jealousy. Those are idiosyncratic sort of experiences where people were lashing out. And I'm sure there are myriads of other reasons, right? And I get it. And I probably should talk to my therapist about this, because if I am trying to be empathetic, maybe I should be empathetic to everyone, but it's very hard for me to extend that kind of empathy based on skin tone. Like on a human level, yes, but on skin tone particularly, I'm probably going to private this video actually because of this part. Because I've not fully grappled with this, but like every time, honestly, every single time I've heard a light-skinned person come to me specifically to talk to me about the hardships of their light-skinnedness, right? It has been condescending. It has been to prove that they were better than a darker skinned person. And it never felt genuine. That like it never felt like they were genuinely concerned about their status and their light skin being a problem. It's usually condescension. Like it's usually, even some of them like, oh my God, someone said I can't believe you. I mean, it is what it is. Like that has been my experience. But one thing I'm not going to do is lie to you about this, but it is what it is. It might be a blind spot. People might hate me for it. It is what it is. That's how I feel.
I'm not even like upset or mad at you for your feeling, because it makes sense to me. Like to me, it's kind of like when you have, like, say a kid breaks their arm on a playground, right? And you're trying to put their arm in a sling, and then another kid comes up to you and says, "Oh, but my finger, I got a paper cut." Like it's not. No, we don't care about your paper cut right now. We're trying to fix this broken arm. Like, so I just kind of I could see where you're coming from, and I don't think that that's anything to be like. I'm not saying that you're ashamed of it, but if anybody felt that way, it wouldn't be something to be ashamed of, because like it's hard to feel like when you're dealing with a different degree of something, it's hard to feel bad for someone that's on level 1 when you're on level 10, like, or wherever you're at.
Yeah. Dream Out Loud, I really like you, by the way. And this is the only reason I'm responding, because I do like you a lot, and your interaction. So I hope this doesn't actually push you away or push anyone away. We all have feelings, Seamus. You do, and I feel with you. And if you are my friend and you come to me and you're in pain, I am there for you. If something happens to you, I am there for you. But I am not this platform. I cannot in good faith prioritize that on this platform. I'm so sorry. Which I mean, I guess this is a come to Jesus moment. Is that what it's called? A come to Jesus moment. And I mean, if that makes me a bad person in your eye, like no, I mean, I get it, but if that makes me a bad person, I'm glad this actually came up. I won't private this for this reason. I think people need to know what they're getting into. Wait, can you mute this? People need to know what they're getting into before they decide to like subscribe to me and support the channel and all of that. I need to make this clear. I will not prioritize someone's pain because of their light skin. Like, I will not be someone who say, oh, we need to protect light-skinned people, even though we do in comparison to black people, as if they're not also black, dark-skinned people. I know for a fact that you being light-skinned have gone through a lot individually. But in our community, colorism is a real thing, and we as a community have consistently prioritized light skin, not just socially, but in our music, in who we decide to hire, in who we decide to promote, and all of that, right? Black women actually have somehow reversed that role and started praising dark-skinned Black men for things we don't deserve, right? But you guys have. And so it's hard for me to accept that, okay, I am going to put all this pain, like LB, you literally, your metaphor made so much sense. Like, someone is over here getting going through a sort of amputation and you have a paper cut. We're not stopping that procedure in order to focus on a paper. I am not stopping that procedure to focus on a paper cut. On an individual level, I am your friend. Call me, reach out to me, and we can cry together about what you personally go through. I will never use this platform to prioritize something like that. I
It's
won't.
like,
I will not.
like, it's like the kid comes to you with a paper cut and you're like, ooh, baby, okay, so go wash your hands. I'll give you a Band-Aid, but I got to take care of Johnny over here because his arm's broken. Like, what the fuck? Like, sorry. I just, like, I do feel that. I get that.
Yeah. Light skin has also been abused. Yeah.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, go ahead.
So I'm a dark-skinned woman. My sister is light-skinned. And here I want to talk just a little about pretty privilege, because growing up, there's, like, you wouldn't know about this, but I mean, I guess, you know, girls can be jealous of each other. So what I noticed about my sister and her experience, that I'm her sister. So, you know, I empathize deeply with it. She's older than me, gorgeous girl, but between the guys hunting her down, I'm from DC, so it's just a DC culture is guys coming from out the woodwork at you all the time. You can't get from one end of the street to the other without being hollered at all the way. There was that, there was her being, and I went through it too. So cat called all the time, the sexual assault, the unwanted touching, on top of girls being jealous of her. I just really, that was her experience. Just really young, I had to fight for her, because I guess that's what sisters do. With some guy saying he liked her, but like throwing pies at her. I just, you know, I had that experience too. A lot of times the competition or the hostility between women is really about the competition for the men.
Mm-hmm.
But growing up, what I started noticing, because DC are gorgeous women in DC, right? But I started noticing that what I was going through and what my sister was going through, all of the rest of them were going through too. And so my attitude about that was different. I always saw women as my sisters. I respected them, and I wasn't going to contribute to that same thing that they had to face every day. But then just like the other piece of that light skin conversation, I remember there was this woman, it just was in passing in conversation. She was light skinned with green eyes, and she locked her hair because just to let people know that she was down, that she acknowledges her African roots. And so I've just been privy to that experience. And so I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge it. Thank you for giving me a minute.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. And people who are talking about light-skinned women being attacked and all of that, I am not negating any of that. I am not. Whenever I talk about colorism, I literally talk about it for a very specific reason. That is it. That is it. That is all.
Yeah.
I don't report the news in the way that I think you guys think I report the news. But again, it is what it is. I know what it is that I am prioritizing. I know why I'm prioritizing it. And I get I mean, there's a lot of content creators who talk about the struggle of light skin and mixed race people and all of that. I don't know if Shambudi is one of them. Maybe, I don't know. I don't really watch.
Sharon acknowledges that she acknowledges that everybody needs their own like community and space to be able to express themselves and to be the priority in their own community for moments in like conversation. But she does share her experiences as like a light skin or a biracial woman or a multiracial woman. Just from what I've seen.
Yeah, well, I don't watch it, so I don't know. But you guys can watch, like you can find it. I know I am not it. I don't even talk about my experience as anything, right? So like, it's not me.
Can I say
it's
something?
really not. Actually, I'm going to end it here. You can you have your you can have the final word.
Okay. Okay, so this was just like kind of reminding me. I used to be on Chrissy's channel, Divine Dark Skin Chrissy, not Chrislyn or anybody else, because I know they get the Christys and Chrislyns and all that confused. But I used to be on Chrissy's channel, and I used to love her channel. I used to watch it on a regular basis, because like as a Black woman, I just identified with the channel. And then there came a point where like people were pushing back on her, and she made it clear this is exclusively like a dark-skinned Black woman space, and that I'm here to promote dark-skinned Black women, and like, you know, we love everybody, but this is our realm or whatever. And I remember thinking, like, who is she to say who's dark-skinned? Because comparatively, because I go on one side of my family, I'm comparatively dark. I go to the other side of my family, I'm comparatively light. So in my mind, I'm thinking like, who are you to say who's dark skinned? Dark skin's relative or something like that. But I think that's in the same way that a lot of people look at Blackness. They're like, well, who are you to say that I'm not Black? Blackness is relative, but like, it's not. Like, it is what it is. And I had to come to terms with that of like, I am not dark skinned in the way that it's defined in this space, and they need their space because their experience is not my experience. Like, I have a certain amount of privilege as a lighter skinned dark person that I have to acknowledge and let these women have their space and have their feelings and not intervene and not put myself to the forefront on her channel, because that's not mine. And and I have places that I can go that they can't go. And it's not that like, and so I think what I'm trying to get to is like, if you are a light skinned or a biracial person watching this, like, I know you may be offended or feel like someone's against you, but really like try to sit with it for a second and think about it. Like, you think about all the places that you can go. Think about all the communities and forums and spaces that you are accepted that someone of a darker hue is not. And consider like, just like when there's a space for someone who has less privilege than you in whatever way, whether it's based off of like race or nationality or whatever, like when you're the privileged person in the room, let the less privileged people have their moment. let them have their space, let them have their community, because you have a whole bunch more options than they do. Like, if ever I'm in a space where somebody has less privilege of me, I'm going to let them express themselves and try not to overshadow it, because like that's just inconsiderate and unnecessary.
Yeah. I mean,
I hear you.
the dream out loud. I mean, I wish you could come and talk to me. Probably not now because I've been drinking too much. I probably will have to clarify a lot of this. Hopefully it's still clear. I think my stance is clear. It it will not change unless the stats are different. But as we stand now, I know exactly what people are prioritizing here. And because of that, and I understand what's happening in the community, I mean that is my stance. Like I mean it is what it is. Like oh, thank you. I still love you, Themis. I love you too. I appreciate that. I'm glad you said that because I was actually feeling really bad. I'm really glad you said that, particularly you. But I don't want people to feel bad. And one on one, we can have a conversation and I can be there for you. But as this channel grows, I am realizing, and maybe I shouldn't drink on here, I am realizing that I do have a responsibility to the people who are following me. And that responsibility requires me to be better and be focused on the research and being as close to right as I can be without being perfect. It is super important to me that I am doing the right thing, that I am being as right as I can be, right? So I don't want it to be a situation where people are feeling upset because I am not saying what they want me to say, because I can't do that. I cannot come on here and pretend to be something and believe something that I don't. Because all of this, literally all of this, literally comes back to me. Like, there are academics who are not on YouTube who are watching my stuff and then they're coming back to me and I have to defend essentially everything I say on here. And I don't mind doing it now. Bring me on a panel, put me in a group chat, drag me. It's fine because I believe every single word that I say here. And I love that for me. I love that for me. And I won't deviate from what I believe is true. I won't do that. But I do care about your feelings. Like, facts don't care about your feelings. I do. So I don't want to hurt people. I really don't. Yeah, don't be coming for my grand uncle email. Anyway, we're gonna end it here. I won't private this. I will not private this video. I'll keep it up, and I will see you guys later. Everyone gets like 10 seconds to close. LB, then Reese, then Kat, then Nana, then Deanne. All right, LB.
Okay, because of what I just said, I just want to clarify something before I go. I'm not conflating biracial and light-skinned Black women. I was just talking about spaces for people based off of skin color, not based off of ethnicity, not based off of racial makeup. And then aside from that, like, honestly, the chat, some of the comments in the chat have been very discouraging, but it is what it is. And I just, like, I don't understand, and I'm just, I don't know, speechless now.
We are having a mod meeting, LB, if you send out the thing on Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we can talk about some of what happened today, particularly. Yeah. Reese, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I had a little bit of trouble getting off mute. First off, as always, I just want to say thank you, Themis, once again, for always providing a platform and a safe space for us to come up and share our ideas, really air out our thoughts and our feelings. Thank you to everybody who contributed tonight. As always, just something to like mull over, and it's good to hear different perspectives. I just want to wrap up almost kind of like a summation that I have of the Fresh and Fit podcast, like my final impressions of them. I find this is nothing groundbreaking to me, really. I just want to just say the quiet part out loud. It comes across to me as a very sadistic podcast, if you will. It functions in a manner of just utter degradation and just bashing of Black women in particular. The way how Myron clearly just he barely tolerates his co-host Fresh as a dark-skinned Black man shows volumes to me. The utter and open disdain for Black women that he exhibits on his platform on a near daily basis. To me, Black women on this podcast are surrogates for all of the women who they want to get back at and who they want to exact revenge on. And it is very sadistic the way how they just dogpile Black women and take any sort of opportunity that they can to just dehumanize and degrade us at every single turn. So that's all that I wanted to share. Again, thank you. You're always a gracious host, and that's it for me for the night.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Kat.
All right. So I want to say thanks, Themis, because that was my very first time hopping on a panel on YouTube after like almost 6-7 years of watching. So it was very pleasant. So thank you. Everyone was welcoming. To the original point, I would say, okay, so I know that we've discussed briefly not necessarily wanting to cast blame to any one specific party. But for me, it's always important to sort of make the difference between what you can control and what you can't. And it's unfortunate for me to say this, but I find that as Black women, we have to make that choice. And it could also mean how we choose to engage and how we what we choose to put our energy on. I do understand that men who think like these guys are very prevalent, especially in these spaces. And a lot of feedback that I see from people is, oh, I can take them seriously. But from my perspective, what they're preaching on here is it has real effects on real people's lives. So it's difficult for me to not take that seriously, even when I am not necessarily living through that. I'm able to see it vicariously through other people. So for me, it's important to ask Black women to take control of what you can. You can control how, these men feel about you. You can control how other people feel about you, but you can control how you respond and react to it. And the first thing is to not engage with these platforms. That'd be nice. But anyway, so thank you for having me, everyone.
Thank you. Deanne, you're the last one.
Okay. You requested 10 seconds. I'll try to do that. Thank you for this platform and 6.5 hours of your time. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into an age where no one cares what color you are, in the respect of the economy depends on what do you know and can you act on it appropriately. Do not give attention to people who are giving you dumb information. You will die no matter what color you are, because 2030 is not going to be for you. Warning, and good night, everyone.
Thank you so much. Erica says, right, I do my best to stay away from them. I get too triggered and my mouth gets really foul. LOL. Yes. So thank you all. I love wine drinking females. Period. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. This was great. Um, this was great. I appreciate you guys spending 6 hours and 30 minutes with me. I can't believe there's over 400 people still in the chat. I truly, truly, truly appreciate you. Mahogany Pink, thank you so much. Thanks for the platform. Thank you, Miss Gray, for that
Hey,
super
Tammy,
chat. Go
before
ahead.
you go off, I put something in a message in the private chat about the
Yeah.
channel.
Oh, also, so I'm going to close out and then come back. Thank you guys so much. Have a good one. Bye. This was amazing as always. Thank you, mods, and thank you, Themis. Thank you. We're going. Well, I'll announce that after I speak to the mods on Sunday. If you have not reached out to people, the mods to be on the debates, the debating team, the debate team, please reach out. We're pushing back the debate because after talking to the moderators, I'm going to come up with a new time for it. After talking to the moderators, we realized that you guys are going to need a lot more time to prepare, and we also need more people to get and become a part of it. So if you don't know, these are the numbers for the moderator, these are the emails for the moderators that you can call, what am I talking about? That you can email these moderators, you can get on a team, and we can do another debate. It was going to be on the 28th of January. It was going to be on the 28th of January. I have changed that time, and I will confirm with the moderators before I announce it, as they're going to help with the team. I'm going to be very hands-on with this debate because it might be a little bit more complicated. Themis lives are comforting, like home cooked food and ginger beer. Oh, thank you. So I will be more hands-on. I will be teaching more about sort of argumentation, how to come up with your debate strategy and all of that stuff. So if you want sort of a preview of what the second channel is going to be, you can sign up for this, and I will be very much involved in helping to prepare for this debate. So please, please, please email these LB, Sai, Yogo, or Dawn to be on a team. And I'm going to start scheduling time where I will do not one-on-one, but like team meetings where I go over presentation strategy and all of that stuff. And we will also try to come up with the prizes. We had a cash prize last time of like $500 split amongst two people. I think, I don't remember, but we're trying to do a trophy and all of that. So like, share, comment, and subscribe. I hope to see you guys there. I am not a salesperson, so I don't know how to promote this beyond telling you guys to be a part of it. So I hope to see you guys there. Take the leap. Bye. Have a good night.
Okay.
Yeah.